And we're live. So I'm gonna do the same thing as I did last time. I'm gonna ask each and every one of you, what games are you playing? Weaponized?
Twitter?
That's a pretty masochistic game you're playing.
He's playing the.
That game has no winners.
He's playing
I've
the.
taken like
He's playing the PC version of GamerGate.
yeah, pretty much. I've taken like 2 game breaks since GamerGate started, and like I played a few hours of Alien Isolation. So I guess that would be the most recent thing. That game kicks ass.
We're getting back feed on someone.
Yeah, it's on me. I'm sorry.
That's all good.
No worries. And you, the bacon from hell. What are you? What are you playing?
Freedom Planet. It's an indie title.
All right. Simon, how about you?
Is that me?
Yeah, yeah, that's you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I clocked almost 1,000 hours in Civilization, and that keeps coming back, so pretty much just that.
All right. And how about you, Kermit? Anything special?
As from yesterday, no, not particularly. Just playing Study the game, so that's no fun.
And Dustin, how about you?
Still Fantasy Life. I can't play anything else. Oh, Command & Conquer General Zero Hour, if anyone's been played those.
Oh, that is a sick game.
Dude, I'm so waiting for that thing to be like rehashed in HD. That's all they have to do.
That is a glorious game.
Yes. Okay.
All right. And Dark, how about you?
Man, I gotta tell you, I've been kind of disheartened recently. So I've been kind of going old school to like Neverwinter Nights and
that's a good
Baldur's Gate, and doing some like some emu stuff, emulation.
I skipped Kaz. How about you, Kaz?
I've been playing Dark Souls and Demon Souls again. I think I just really like those games, so right now I'm just replaying them.
Did you like Dark Souls 2?
I still haven't played it yet. So I'm trying to get it.
All right, and the last one, I can't see his entire name. Cortan or whatever.
Yeah, Cortana. So obviously I've been playing Master Chief Collection, but I don't know. I've got a stack of games in my Steam account that I haven't even brushed yet, like Beyond Earth, and
Is it?
I have. Yeah, it's a reskin of. It'll be good once they get the expansions out, kind of like how Civ 5 was pretty.
Oh no, I meant Master Chief Collection.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's awesome. If you like Halo, I mean, shit, it's everything in one package. So my girlfriend wanted to know why I was so obsessed with it. So I was like, well, I'll buy this and you can watch me play and maybe it'll make sense. So I've just been grinding on that.
Nice one. I'm gonna tell everyone the theme. It's probably gonna go across multiple themes, but I'm gonna talk about publishers and about their bad business practices. And I don't know if anyone wants to start out with anyone in particular.
Just general bad business practices.
Yeah, from publishers.
Probably a good place to start is with Assassin's Creed Unity and the review embargoes and the hiding of the cash shop in reviewer copies. So they were caught out for hiding the microtransactions in the reviewer copies, and then the reviews weren't allowed to be pushed out until after the game had launched, by which point a load of people had bought basically a buggy tech demo. So
yeah, that's been pretty bad. I think the tendency in the industry lately is to release a broken game and patch it as soon as possible. And I think that's a bad way for the industry to go. I've also heard that Halo has had problems online, but that's pretty much the norm now. Like Drive Club and SimCity, Diablo. I mean, Yeah, I feel that some games are getting worse and worse when it comes to.
You want to talk about a game that was a total disaster? Like go back to Firaxis with them. Everything they release, they have to patch back to make it work. So, like when Enemy Within came out, it totally broke XCOM, which was an awesome game and worked great. And then they released Enemy Within, and even if you didn't have Enemy Within, the patch that came out for Xbox would just give you hangs on your save files, and they're just not going to fix it. We've bitched about in the forums for 8 months, and they haven't done a damn thing.
I could actually do one that's worse than that. They did. Command and Conquer General Zero Hour came out in 2002. They've been working on Command and Conquer Generals 2. They came out with a free-to-play version, and they put it into beta phase, or alpha phase, actually. And it did so bad, and it was so off from what the original was, that they actually closed down the alpha version and decided not to even release the full official version ever. That's pathetic.
Does anybody remember New Vegas, where it would corrupt your game, and then the corrupt save file would just not let you play anymore, so you had to totally clear everything out and then go from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it still does it. Even with the unofficial patches, it still corrupts your games. I had pretty much all the DLC for New Vegas, and I can't even go halfway through one of the DLCs without it getting corrupted.
Is this on every platform, or is this like platform specific?
I'm strictly Master Race, so.
Right on.
It also did the same thing on 360.
That's terrible. I mean, I would imagine, like, don't you have options on the computer where you can essentially avoid that, or are you just completely screwed?
You can disable autosave, but well, the game are not running that good.
Yeah. Okay.
So autosave is awesome because, well, you have a potential for crash every time you go in and out a load zone. Yeah.
Wasn't that? Oh God, didn't Obsidian work on that one too?
It was not the usual guys. It was another team working on New Vegas.
Right. Now I was thinking that what was it? It was one of the Elder Scrolls games I think Obsidian worked on too.
Yeah.
The last one, not Skyrim, but what was the one before that? Oh shit. Obsidian worked on the one before Skyrim.
Oblivion?
Oblivion, yeah. I know that Obsidian worked on Oblivion, and God, it was terrible. As far as crashes went.
Yeah, I didn't have that big of a problem with Oblivion, to be honest.
How good do you guys feel about microtransactions?
Fuck that.
I would rather them just. I understand that game development. Look, inflation's a real thing, right? So we've been paying, I don't know, $60 for what, 20 years for a video game. I understand that the price eventually has to fucking go up, but just charge me what you want to charge me. Don't fucking, lock DLC behind a paywall and charge me $80 for the game and let me make a rational human decision instead of sitting there and having to pick away at it until the game doesn't suck.
Right.
Well,
give me the damn game.
I mean, I understand if you're going to have a game that's fueled by microtransactions, like a freemium model, you know what? That's fine, but don't shoehorn it into the game that I've already paid $60 for.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things about the microtransactions, at least with DLC, is when it first came out as a concept, it was mostly value-added concepts. Like, okay, here's the full game, and then here's something extra if you want it. Instead, now it's, here's parts of the game, and then you can fill in the pieces with as much as you want now.
Yeah, it's really the it's genuinely the publishers that are essentially saying, here's your budget, make the game, anything you can't make out of it, we're going to put as DLC, and they encourage to put as much DLC on top of it as possible without making the consumer really feel scammed. And when that line's crossed, I don't know what's going to happen. Frankly, it already crossed with me.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, man. I think a big reason for the prevalence of DLC is because of this insane production cycle they have, where they want to turn everything into Madden and release some piece of crap every year. And then the problem is games that are more complex than your run-of-the-mill sports game, you only have a year or 18 months or whatever it is to work on it. So they sit there and they go, well, we can either take our time and make something good, or we can roll the dice because people are going to buy this anyway, and then just keep pumping DLC out. And then, like, for example, with Enemy Within, it breaks the goddamn game. So, I know, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, just like with Unity, it's basically, here's a new map, here's some new textures, and we're just going to use everything we used last year and then just kind of move on. Why shouldn't we?
Yeah, but I think you need to differentiate between DLC and cosmetic microtransactions, because cosmetic, no problem. Use all the microtransactions you want from that, because that doesn't add or take away from the core game.
Right.
So if you want a different skin, or let's go with Skyrim, if you want to be able to have purple hair on your dragonkin or whatever, fine. Now we can mod Skyrim, so who cares? But anyways, as I mean, if it doesn't add or subtract from the actual gameplay, if I don't get an advantage in any way.
I disagree. I think that some people don't have time to sit down and put time into a video game. So that's mainly why the microtransaction works, like Garden Warfare.
Well, what about, like, for example, Battlefield 4? You can buy you can buy pretty much a lottery type of situation where you buy golden boxes and they give you attachments for weapons. So a level 1 guy can have the same gear as someone with the experience level 60. But at the same time, when you're in that level range gap, one's trying to level up while the other one is essentially trying to level up what he's not good at, so that it becomes frustrating. I
think it's fine.
My question is what is too much of a shortcut?
I don't know.
I think
Even people in World of Warcraft, you can pay a couple bucks to get a level 90 account, and it doesn't affect the game or the economy or anything. It's just that the other players can easily tell that you're a noob because you get the same set a average level 90 player gets, but you don't get any cool raid armor.
I think the type of
level 90.
The type of game also sort of factors into that. So going back to like Battlefield, for example, with the lottery system's probably a better approach than just in the previous Battlefield games. You know how you could just buy the shortcut kit that just unlocked the entire tree. So I think the lottery system's better, and I think in games like Battlefield, where it's competitive, where you're playing against other players, I think that potentially has issues. But I think in games like, shockingly, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Mass Effect 3, I think it was implemented quite well there in the fact that you gained experience points and credits that you could spend on the boxes, or you could buy the boxes directly and they would randomly roll to give you cosmetic unlocks or new characters or new weapons, but it didn't really affect the game too much because it was PvE.
Even like like fucking like Call of Duty has like microtransactions. The microtransactions, you gotta go buy the double XP like off the Mountain Dew and the Doritos.
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. But, you know, I mean, something like that, like doubling EXP and stuff, that doesn't really impact me as much as someone that's able to immediately get the same level of gear that I have, because it's like, especially if it's not part of the release of the game. Like World of Warcraft, I understand your metaphor, but the thing about World of Warcraft is they're trying to get more people hooked because a lot of people aren't staying anymore. They still have the highest subs in the world in terms of
They have been dropping though, haven't they?
Exactly, yeah. So they're trying to offer these things. Plus, I don't think, like, they do have events where you can change your character to different realms or servers or whatnot, but I think it's only a time-oriented thing, or they stopped doing it. I forgot what it was. So a lot of the times they would allow you to get those get those opportunities to make a character really quick so you can start playing with your friends that you discover while you're going through life or whatnot.
Yeah, but to be fair, World of Warcraft is getting a bit long in the tooth.
Yeah. I mean, it's been. I mean, didn't they have to recently do a huge revamp on it because the damage was getting too high? So they just like concentrated it. Something
Yeah,
like
they
that.
did a giant like level revamp, but
Yeah.
there's still tons and tons of people playing that game. Like that
Oh
Warlords
yeah,
of Draenor
definitely.
release. You're seeing a lot of YouTube Let's Players now pushing World of Warcraft now. It's interesting. Even like Polaris and Jesse Cox or whatever is freaking
Yeah,
on
they've been
the
paid.
World of Warcraft bandwagon as well. Boogie's been on it. Everybody's been on it right now. So it's interesting how this is going.
Yeah, well, here's a good question because especially with MMOs, and I'm speaking only on behalf of MMOs in this concept. I'm not sure if anyone actually plays them on a regular basis or whatnot, but if you do, there's a huge debate going on with Blade and Soul right now about how the payment's going to be handled because, things like what was that last game that came out, WildStar? It was a
Oh yeah.
Had a terrible end game, I believe, so nobody
yeah,
liked it.
wasn't that it wasn't free to play. You had to buy
No.
for it. Didn't it?
Yeah, you had to pay for it and pay monthly, and it was in some aspects it was similar to WoW, but there was the combat mechanics, the sort of live combat mechanics were
Yeah,
different. It was quite a nice change of pace, but apart from that, the majority of the game felt quite a lot like WoW.
Yeah, but a lot of the. Would you prefer a game where you would have to buy it and play a monthly subscription fee, or would you prefer a game that was free and then you would pay for little jumps here and there, especially with equipment enhancing, because that's where the cash is.
Well, you see, to me, that's sort of the problem. Like, I don't know from the outset whether
I
an
would
MMO.
like to pay for a game that is well done and has good quality.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, there's so many MMOs out there that if I don't know, if a new one was to launch, you don't know unless you've played it whether you'd be like, yeah, you know what, I'm happy to shell out X amount a month for this, or whether you're like, you know what, I'm not going to play this too much. I might just be on and off. In which case, I'm happy with freemium for now.
I
Well,
hated WildStar. WildStar was $70 wasted for me. Like I played it one time and that was it. Shelved it.
Look, I'm gonna say this much: that wild shit postponed by Blade and Soul. So anyone that supported it, you got what you got. Hated that game. I hated it. I'm so hyped for that game, and I hope to God it does not become a freemium version where you have to pay to like do the upgrades and stuff. Because that's how I get sucked in, and I get freaking hammered. Like my wallet is done.
There is a game called Dofus. It's an MMORPG. I don't know if you heard about it. It's pretty much buy to play. You have to play. You have to pay a subscription fee, a monthly subscription fee to play. And in that case, what they have is they have like the free zone, and then you have to pay. If you wanna advance more, you have to pay more.
Oh,
The
so
problem with that
RuneScape
is that
model.
yeah, the problem with that is that how can I say this? Because you have to pay a subscription fee, there's called, the people who sell codes so that you can subscribe, which starts to control or manipulate the economy inside the whole aspect of the game. So it creates kind of like a corruption inside the game where, you have a code, you can just pay with real money and stuff. So I don't know, it's just, for me, I prefer more free to play, like for example Wakfu, which is pretty much like the Dofu's free version. You can play anything you want, and then if you want to advance more, you can just pay. But it's like more of an option, and that option is much more attractive than just you forcing a player to pay immediately. For example, you have League of Legends where you can pay if you want to, or you can just play for free. So it's like that option is very, very attractive to the video game player, especially in MMORPG, which is kind of long.
The problem with League of Legends is I'm ashamed to say that I play that way too much than I want to admit, but you know, as you unlock runes and all that stuff, and your level goes up, which I think you can boost automatically, but it doesn't matter. The IP stuff, like you start the game with the equivalent of a weapons bonus, you know, on top of the other players. So when I was a level 1 guy and I was playing with my buddies who have been doing it for a long time, you know, I'm starting at a huge disadvantage. So if you want to get competitive and you care about, I mean, I don't give a shit, but if you care about your kill-death ratio or your win-loss ratio and stuff like that, you kind of have to pay and get yourself power leveled out to 30 with all the right kind of like starting bonuses to even be able to have a fair shake of that. Otherwise, your ratio is going to be totally skewed. So
yeah,
I don't.
Go ahead, man.
No, you're good.
By the same token, same thing like in any of the Call of Duties. If you like just like say I want to go out and pick up Modern Warfare 3 right now, which is already quite dated or old. If I start out right now, I'm going to start off and I'm going to die like left and right, unless I'm just that damn good.
Yeah.
And just because of the weapons upgrades.
Yep.
Starting off like that, while I think it is fair because you do reward people at higher levels, it's just the nature of the beast that's going to happen.
Yep. Because the guns suck dick.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to where the balance issue, and even that's abused. Like, the old RTS games, real-time strategy, I mean, they had that problem all the time, noob bashing, you make a room, then you keep kicking people until shitty ones come in that don't know what the fuck's going on, and then you just stack them on top of one good player, and then the good player's confident enough to try, but then the other two kind of fuck up, and it's just like, it's game over, and they get huge amounts of wins on that. I feel like a lot of the competitive scene would just get removed if they would take the win ratio out. But
Actually, in that regard, in League of Legends, there is one difference which makes it like much more better with free-to-play, is that it relies more on the ability of the player to play. So if you have like, no matter how much or things you buy, if you don't practice or if you're not skilled enough in this game, you will get destroyed immediately. Like there's players who come, pros who make an account and they can just destroy anyone with pretty much the basic aspects. The same thing as Heart of Stones. They pretty much make a basic deck with the basic cards and they get to legendary without. Not because it's the things that you buy, it's because of how you play and the skill that relies on. So in competitive scenes, is much more of the strategy behind the gameplay than the things that you buy. So if a game is more pay to win, then yes, there is a problem. But if if a game is much more strategical, then yes, free to play is much more better.
Yeah, but there are really bad examples like Forza 5 and GT6, and even Unity are really guilty of this. That they offer like $100 of microtransactions of something in the game. I feel that's kind of exploiting people.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's bullshit if the content is quite blatantly already there. And I think you mentioned Capcom in the chat box.
Yeah.
I think with locking characters on disc and things
Yeah.
like that. And
Content on the disc.
yeah, I think it's bullshit that if I can log on to whatever, if I'm on my console or if I'm on PC and I download a code that's like 100 kilobytes to unlock something and it's just cost me X amount of money, that's pretty bullshit because I know it's already been done. It's just sitting there waiting for me to pay extra money out for it.
Now, on that note, how do you feel about Nintendo locking Mewtwo?
That's bullshit, man.
I mean, like, the people that bought the 3DS version get Mewtwo automatically, but the other ones have to pay. But I mean, granted, a lot of it's going to have to do with how much Mewtwo is going to be worth. But how would you reward, having two different games like that? Because that was a tricky concept, in my opinion, for Nintendo to have a 3DS version and a Wii U version. I mean, are you going to reward people for having both? And their answer to that was Mewtwo. And there were other features, but yeah.
I have a question for Nintendo fans and such. What do you think of the whole amiibo thing that's just popped up? With the little figurines that you have to pay for now to basically use them.
Nothing new. I mean, it's been around since Skylanders.
Yeah.
So it's nothing new.
I mean, someone's making serious bank. Obviously, whoever thought this up is now CEO of some company making shitloads of money. But
honestly, in the environment that Smash Brothers is, it to me it doesn't make a difference to me, because I mean, like, I'm not a pro Smash player, but I might want to get some of those Meebo characters just because I like the character. It's not kind of edge that I wanted. It's just, hey, look, there's more options for the character I really like. I'm willing to spend a little money for that so I can, use him more effectively against his own weaknesses. But it doesn't mean that it automatically. The problem is it hasn't been out yet, so we don't know if it's going to cause like a juggernaut character that's able just to plow through everything. Well,
what about things like using them in things like Disney Infinity and stuff, where the content is evidently in the game already, but you're being forced to pay, I don't know, for example, here, they're about £10 for a character. So,
if they're already in the game, I mean, it depends on the ratio of what I'm given to. I mean, this is just me personally. Like, if there was like 2 locked characters and I have the options of 60, and they're like, okay, well, if you want to unlock these 2 characters, let's just say there's like a story context to it, I'll probably spend the extra, $10, I mean, equivalent to what you guys, and unlock those characters, not because I need them, but it's like, hey, look, they did a good job with this game. They should get a little pet. I mean, it's an extra $10 to me to show, that I'm satisfied with the game. Now, Mass Effect, I mean, that's a tricky subject because their intention initially was to surprise everyone and do it as free. But from what I understood from that, I guess they call him Robot Voice or something, the fact that they had to go through a bunch of lawsuits over some trivial bullshit, they had to make a DLC in order to compensate for it. And that's a whole mess. But if they did it that way, where it's like, yeah, we're offering DLC, but we're going to give it to you for free, and we're just doing a surprise about it because we purposely disappointed you, that would have been phenomenal. That would have been perfect.
Here's a question for you guys. How do you think that we get publishers on our side to actually, stop standing on the fence and actually get on GamerGate's side?
We got them already, don't we?
Publishers, not necessarily. Developers, yes.
I think if you go to some of the guys, like the guy from Stardock.
Brad
Wardell.
Yeah, dude, he's awesome. Like, yeah, he's a good dude. If you go to some of the smaller ones, I think someone mentioned Divinity Original Sin in the chat, and that guy got shit too because boob armor or whatever. I don't know, and he came out as kind of. It's a question if you want them to support our boycott or if you want to fight against people having intrusion on their artistic freedom and license. So. I don't know. As video games have become more and more corporate and steeped in that corporate culture, it becomes harder and harder for them to take any real position that can be seen as objectionable. That's the problem with our competition is they can spin the most mundane fucking thing. Sorry about my language, by the way. I swear a lot. They can spin the most mundane thing into this frothing fervor of insanity, like this dude with the shirt, right? And there's just so many of them in that echo chamber that they will just blow up any statement you make. So I think that's why they sit on the fence, is because those other people are so out of control and have so much presence, because from what I can tell, they're all unemployed and live on Twitter.
Well, from what I'm actually saying with that is not necessarily publicly be on our side, but you see, where we hold the money is where we speak the language that they speak, and that is absolutely money. So if we buy the games that we want, that we actually agree with, then, like, say this Christmas,
I agree. Yeah.
This Christmas we're gonna have a lot of sway with what actual publishers think.
I think you'll find that when it comes down to it, I think you'll find in terms of ethics in journalism, I think you'll find that as that progresses and as we start having like review embargoes dropped and developers and reviews saying like with example for Assassin's Creed Unity, if we had a review that came out that said, this is a buggy mess, don't buy it right now, I think the publishers will then put pressure on developers to, instead of pushing shit out in time for holidays, I think it will sort of hopefully revitalize the industry into, starting to develop tighter quality products as well, that people are more comfortable saying, yes, I will be willing to spend my money on this.
Now, are you guys aware there's a program going on in the Netherlands, I think the Netherlands, in that area, where the government is actually trying to get more gender-related games, gender-friendly games. I forgot the term they use. And actually, Ubisoft, and that was one that really stuck out for me, and there was a couple other ones. Oh, DICE. They're all supporting this program to kind of bring what Anita Sarkeesian was speaking about to fruition, where it's just games that are gender-friendly, and they're adding a special seal on that. So when you ask how we get publishers on our side, I don't think they are until, as everyone has said, until our money speaks.
Yeah,
And
just don't
What
buy the.
does
I would just let
does,
them move forward with it.
gender quality, game have to do with ethics and journalism, though? I mean, like it.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
The-
it doesn't.
I
Like
what
think
if
it
there's a
especially-
special seal on there, I mean, God forsakes, the special seal of Game of the Year has been overused since
Oh,
Kingdom
yeah.
Come, and nobody follows it anymore. I
And
mean,
whose
and-
game of the year are we talking about? Polygons, Kotaku's?
Yeah, exactly. It's an
Don't they
It's an
share it?
absolute mess. There are multiple games of the years going out every year.
again with
These
this.
special seals make no sense.
Yeah, I get with this whole gender equal games thing. I think, I think it's just going to be a case of leaving people to it. People can start pushing out games that are somehow gender friendly. I'm not entirely sure what that would mean, but I think, if people vote with their wallets, and if a gender friendly game, quote unquote, is shit, then people won't buy them, and that whole thing will fizzle out. And if they're good games, then hell, you've benefited the industry. You've made a better game. And that's what we need right now. I would say is I would, for one, be happy with better games. So
Yeah, I mean, if there was enough people that have a fit over it, and you want to, and if that's marketable, you're selling your game to a certain demographic, people who have a specific fit over this particular thing, then okay, fine, whatever. But what's gonna sell me a game is if it's good.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't care who you target it at. If it's good and I
Yeah.
enjoy it,
What
then
was-
great.
What we've actually got a problem with right now is do we commit the fallacy of origin and say we need to boycott these games because they were influenced by Anita Sarkeesian, or do we go ahead and say buy these games because we don't care? I mean, we're kind of stuck between
Buy
supporting.
these games because we don't care. In the wrong of ethics.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up Anita because that's what she wants. She wants games that are more gender friendly. I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, changing the entire industry to revolve around that—that's a different entire story. I
It
mean,
will
if she
never
wants-
happen.
I know. it
Never
won't.
happen.
But
In dead
yeah,
or
I mean,
alive games, they're still gonna come out.
exactly. And why I was bringing it up is that these companies kind of see that apparently, or they're trying to show the PR to support that. And unfortunately, GamerGate, on terms of the mainstream media, we're against that. And I mean that's just a fact, unfortunately. Even if we're not, that's what our image portrays,
Oh
unfortunately.
yeah, we're against everything.
Exactly. So it's hard to answer how to get publishers on our side besides literally just like freaking blackmailing them.
The
Well,
Twitter
there's
thing has become so utter shit that it is so utter shit. Like there's so many fucking rogue stars in the hashtag, and now there's a Shirtgate thing going on, and nobody can make sense of what the fuck is going on inside of that hashtag now.
I feel
And
sorry for sure.
Most people believe that it is like the lifeblood of GamerGate now, so I don't understand when it's not.
Well, here's a
Well,
question. I mean, how many are you getting games for Christmas? Have you guys made that decision? Or is there any games that are off the table?
I've never made
Shitty
a damn thing. I'm not gonna like go and buy any games this Christmas unless something pops up in the Steam sales or whatever. Then maybe, but like I don't have any aspiration to buy any games because I mostly have all the ones that I want this year.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. I mean, if there was a game that came out that you wanted, and it's gotten to the point where we have to sway publishers to know to think what we want. I mean, if we're not buying games, I mean, will that be enough, or do you want to do it specifically to specific games to show examples or explain examples through numbers? These are the games we don't want.
I
I
think
mean, which one's a
If you wanted
priority?
to make a proper stance and make a point in your consumer revolt, I think you're better off just not buying any games, and then everybody will listen. If you're going to say, well, I'm only not going to buy anti-GG related games, anything that has to do with anti-GG, then that doesn't make any sense, because you're hurting people that already know, and they've already decided a side.
I think I'd probably buy into certain indie games where there is no publishing sort of middleman, like Daniel Vavra's Kingdom Come Deliverance or something. I'd be more than happy for Christmas to buy someone a copy of that, because it's a small studio, it's a crowd-funded game. There is no middleman there.
What about delayed buying? Not necessarily a boycott, but if you said, we're not going to support any of these X, Y, and Z supported games.
I think
Christmas,
that's
but we're gonna wait until after the first of the year.
If
and
there's option to delay buys,
that would be funny.
from certain publishers who have done naughty things, I think a lot of people would get behind that.
Well, delayed buying is only going to help as much as if a price drops, because if a price is still 60, I don't know, say we say we're not going to buy this now and it's $60, and then 3 months down the line for some bizarre reason it's still $60, then you're not really denting the profit margin. The only thing you're going to dent is presumably predicted figures for the year.
Well, they kind
right,
of
you're
classic.
right, the way that they look at it is what is our Christmas sales? They love those Christmas sales numbers.
It's gonna tank investor and share prices and investor sort of
kill the stock market.
Do the used game thing. That drives them insane, because then it's they're even if you wait for the price drop, then you're getting Assassin's Creed Unity or whatever, $40 from something.
Yeah.
Straight up go down to EB Games or GameStop and then cut them out.
Yeah, I don't like supporting people like GameStop.
But this is why you do it, is just to piss them off.
Yeah.
I go to
You're
Walmart.
doing it out of spite. If you did that, that would probably do a lot of leverage, because the game just came out, and then you're like, well, I'm just going to get it used because somebody didn't like the game, but I do.
Rather basically say, you know what? Any money that I was going to use to buy a game this Christmas, instead I'm going to use to make a charity donation or something. That's what I'd much rather.
Oh, that works too. Whatever you want to do to screw them over.
Well, there's kind of carrots and stick thing here. I think if
Well, I know this much. I'm still going to buy Pokemon. Nintendo's not a part of this. This is fine.
Yeah, Nintendo's probably going to do very well out of this.
No, I mean, in fact, everyone should start buying Nintendo games, because they're the only ones not really fucking us. They're the ones fucking them.
Stop killing, you shill.
I'm not advertising. Shut up.
Well, for me, one of the games that I'm getting for December or November is Revolution 16. I think I'm hearing a lot of good things about that game. It seems like it's one of the top games right now on iPhones. So I'm looking forward to that.
Revolution 60?
Isn't it the fucking game that Blue made?
You know what that looks like? You need to go look up 99 Dragons. Those two games look so similar.
I think you're looking way too much on the graphics and not on the gameplay nor on the story.
Well, no, 99 Dragons was the worst game of all time. I'm just saying, aesthetically, they look the same. That's all I'm saying.
We probably shouldn't go.
I don't own an iPhone. I don't own any Apple products. I can't try it if I wanted to.
We probably shouldn't get into the graphics debate here, because we'll totally derail between all of us with PCs and consoles.
I didn't say it was bad graphics. I just said they look the same.
I
I'm
think,
playing in 36K, guys. So
yeah, well, I play my games on 1 pixel by 1 pixel. But,
I'm still
yeah,
playing
it takes
Mario
real
Bros.
skill.
Original.
But I think there's an important point here around, incentivizing publishers, developers if you think they've misbehaved. A lot of us, probably me included, will sit there during the Steam sales and buy everything which hits a 75% or 90% discount because we stock up. But that's the kind of thing where if a company is doing the right thing, there should be an encouragement to kind of buy those games which are good at a premium. And if the companies are misbehaving, even if the game is good, I mean, Assassin's Creed Unity is an example where I ain't even going to buy it unless it's hugely discounted given its current state.
that's what
Then you buy it
disappoints
in the
me.
discount.
That's what's disappointing me about Ubisoft at the moment because, I've been a fan of their stuff for a while, and this is, to my knowledge, the first time I've sort of seen microtransactions in the single player in like blatantly shoehorned into the game. And it's really disappointing me that they've gone down sort of EA style route. So, I mean, I live quite close to where Ubisoft are based, where I am. So I was considering writing a letter and basically asking them if this is their policy, if they're going to continue putting this in their single-player games, and sort of what the mindset was behind putting it into a $60 game into the single player. So I might consider doing that in the next week or so.
What happens with a lot of the other studios, like saying Ubi would be like second largest, third largest production studios out there? I think everybody a lot of times tries to follow EA, and EA has been quoted as saying gamers should get used to DLC or microtransactions.
Well, no, I don't believe that. It says DLC shouldn't be something that you force the player to buy. It should be like an option. Like, for example, we have Destiny where they grab the game, they chop it up, and then they just sell it to pieces. Like, no, DLC is extra content, not the content that you were supposed to buy.
Absolutely.
That goes back to the question, would you guys be okay with paying more for an initial release? Because the cost of developing a game has increased, and just, again, inflation since, whenever we all started doing this in the 80s or whatever, that's, a game back then cost the modern day equivalent of, I don't know, $100, let's say.
I think it's a matter of enthusiasm. I love the Paradox strategy games. I think they do a good job, and I like scooping up their overpriced kind of unit graphics packs, even though they add very little gameplay value. Whereas, say for example, other games which I'm not keen on, I will rarely, if ever, buy the DLC, which is often there on launch. I didn't buy the DLC for Borderlands 2, not because it's not a good game or anything. Some people like it, but I don't. So I didn't pay the premium.
How do you guys feel about the new developing? It's the new developing way of where people will pirate a game before they decide to buy it.
I think I mean, in recent years, I've seen demos seem to have sort of dropped off the map. At least from my knowledge, I mean,
can't afford to.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be on my 360, and I used to download demos quite frequently. And I remember back on my original Xbox, and even earlier than that, on the PlayStation, I used to get demo discs with 6 demos from different games on, and that would really sort of help encourage a purchase.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think maybe a year ago this wasn't a thing. Well, no, maybe 2 years ago this wasn't a thing where people would just pirate the game before they decided to want to buy it. But at least in the recent years, I hear all the time, well, I'm just gonna pirate it before I decide to buy it. I don't know what's your guys' thoughts on that.
I mean, something along the lines of, the original, what was it? I mean, Xbox is going to have that, that family sharing thing where people can try a game for an hour or something. I think, hell, just extend that to your store extend that to your store process. I mean, if PlayStation comes in and says, you know what,
Yeah, they got PlayStation Now over there.
yeah, if you've got a game on the store, you can download a version of it for like an hour. So that gives you an adequate time to sample the single player and the multiplayer.
I know they got some games like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's quite a nice practice.
I'm actually a fan. I'm still a fan of physical media. There's something about having
Oh, yeah.
the book and the actual case to be able to put on your shelf.
I miss those thick instruction manuals, you know, the ones where like people had written it in fiction and it was just like, yes, why can't we have it anymore?
You got so much more with all of the physical media, and with me, if you don't have a demo to show me and I get all that, I will likely pirate it if I decide that it's worth my time, and I will go to the store and get the physical media if it's available after that, because of all the stuff that comes with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, people used to do, what was it? You know, how they sort of, with CD keys to sort of lock your copy and say, yes, this is an original copy. I mean, I know that a few games in the past used to use elements from the instruction manual to do that. Yeah, Wing Commander is a prime example. Yeah. So, I mean, that sort of stuff to lock games, I mean, it's not so feasible anymore because you can just sort of screenshot. Well, you can just take a scan of the page, put it on the internet, and there you go. That's 10,000 legitimate copies of a game.
Yeah.
But perhaps it's a case of revisiting DRM to an extent to make it, you know, not as draconian as it is at the moment. I mean, that really doesn't help.
Yeah, I need to jet out. Thank y'all for letting me stop by and be part of this. It's cool.
Cool.
All right. See ya, man.
Take it easy.
You did.
I'm so old. I actually remember the good old C64 days. And you get this cardboard box with maybe a single disc in it, or two, depending on the game, and a really thick booklet. I miss that. I miss having something where I can say, hey, I actually purchased something, and I got proof of it.
That was a big thing with the goals with Wasteland 2. I don't know if anyone's playing that, but I think they're still trying to get all the physical stuff in. Are you?
So I'm gonna try it out later, but it looks fun.
Yeah, I've got that too, and it's pretty good. I mean, it's good if you like old school, you know, Fallout kind of stuff. It's a little dated, but I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, but that was one of their big incentives to back, was you actually got physical crap with your purchase.
I think Star Citizen's doing it as well, and I think that's, you know, because it's Chris Roberts, so it's Wing Commander era again. We're getting like a Jane's Fighters style manual that's coming, listing all the different ships, and there's been a lot of in-fiction sort of advertisements and stuff already that's coming out, and you're getting a lot of like physical stuff with it too.
Yeah, I was more thinking of it in the line of I bought the Warband at a retailer when it came out, and I still have to fucking register it to Steam, and then I never use the disc anymore.
Yeah, I've got Chivalry, it did the same thing.
Really? Because why would I ever buy the disc if I actually have to go online to register and use some sort of deal? Anyway.
Well, it's funny you guys bring that up. You know, like how this generation is looking to crave kind of a tangible item to have to show that they purchased or they hold something. When like that's how computers have changed up, because back in the 80s and 90s it was kind of like, you know, we have to have our hard drive, but now we've evolved into everything has to be in the cloud, so everything's accessible. But now the generation's starting to move back to the hard drives. They're like, hey, wait, this cloud thing isn't really that safe. I feel like games are starting to like really accelerate into that, because, you know, everyone likes the Steam sales or whatever, but then you got things like Origin and then the Ubisoft one. I don't even remember what it's called. I don't even use it, but it's like,
yeah, you play.
Why do I have to have 3 different fucking programs to play a game? Why can't I just put in the disc and then that's it? You know?
Yeah, it's like why do I need to have a logbook of all my logins and passwords?
Yeah, but even more important of all that if you lose your internet connection,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You are
especially with
screwed.
I mean that was with the old Assassin's Creed. Was it Assassin's Creed 2 that had that, where the
Yep.
DRM actually required the internet connection? I mean that is bullshit.
Yep.
And then,
There's still
online,
good
But,
stuff in
but
it.
even for the games that's not always online, you still have to go online to register
Yeah.
to log
Yeah,
in.
like
It's just
it's
so
insane.
I think it's dumb to have the DRM type of stuff for your consoles, especially. So that was just something that I never really got around because, like, that's all like custom software and everything. So it's like, you're really not giving it a fair shake. But like PC wise, okay, fine, you use your DRM and all your shit like that.
Well,
Yeah.
it's funny because with all that online stuff, to give fairness to them, they do have an offline only, fucking Origin and Ubisoft. You can play offline now. Isn't that such a great feature, guys?
Yeah, I've never done that before.
I agree with the whole
All right.
DRM
Hey guys.
thing. Hey.
Hey, you have to get off webcam because it screws up the feed.
Jesus.
Yeah. But yeah, with the
Okay.
whole DRM
You're
on
up.
consoles thing, I mean,
Okay.
the amount of times on console especially, the amount of times that I lose connection with Origin services, not Xbox Live, not PSN, but Origin services, is horseshit.
On the
Oh
console.
my.
How many times have you been disconnected?
Oh, endless, dude. It's ridiculous.
I haven't really had any issues with Origin.
I mean, I used to play Mass Effect 3's multiplayer quite a fair bit, which that factored into your single-player game, just FYI. But the amount of times that I would get connection with Origin services dropped or whatever, purely because they're trying to route it through their own services as well, that's trying to verify that I own the damn game that I'm now playing, is like, what?
That's become a problem with, forward deployed for military and stuff like that. They can't, if you want to play Diablo 3, which is a wonderful way to just destroy hours of boredom, you can't because they're not going to give you bandwidth at a fire base in Afghanistan to play it. Are you kidding me? So
Okay, I agree with that. I mean, at least even with internet service here, I mean, I have a shady internet service that when it storms, God fucking Christ, it fucks up on me. I mean, it's a miracle that Hangouts work so perfectly.
You mean there's a such thing? You mean there's a such thing as a non-shady internet service provider?
Where's that at?
Outside of the US, there is.
Outside of the US,
Outside of the US only. I don't understand why the US can't.
in Australia.
At least the United States has one thing going for it. We beat the shit out of Australia when it comes to internet.
That's just give it time. It'll come here. Trust me.
Hey,
wait, I have a question.
Hey,
What is the
assholes,
normal
okay?
bandwidth?
We got Google, okay? We got the fucking
That's
rabbit.
true.
things.
Yeah, but you've got like
Fucking move out to Kansas and get
You
the
have-
Google Fiber
you have, like,
experience.
the biggest outlet on the planet. Is America.
It actually is not as bad as, my poor friends who are cabled one in Oklahoma. I mean, I live in Dallas area, and we have pretty much Verizon Fios, and it's all its fiber optic glory all here, so the internet speed actually here is pretty legitimately fast. I mean, I've seen gamers, with their $4,000 console settings, beat the crap out of somebody and, I have the world's best wired connection in Los Angeles. How is your connection beating me in buttfuck nowhere of Texas? Well, we have Fios.
Yeah, it's actually pretty strong over in Texas.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm fortunately in the metropolitan area, so I mean, like, I'm only on like the third highest tier, and I get 120 gigabytes per second.
Up or down?
We get it's pretty lucky around here since I live in rural Texas that we have almost no almost no throughput through here or traffic that goes through here, so all that fiber is like free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, once Google Fiber Optics gets involved, though, everyone's fucked. Everyone.
I hope
They're
so.
just disrupting the current economy, and it's great. it's as a non-American, I think it's great that you guys are finally getting shit together in terms of internet.
Well,
I
you know,
hope
in
You,
fairness, though,
you
a
guys,
lot of
you guys
places.
know how much that Google Fiber stuff impacts the economy? Like around the areas where people can get Google Fiber or like Verizon Fios, fucking Verizon lowers the price of Fios if they
what
can get Google Fiber in that
what will
area.
what will actually lower the what will actually lower the cost is the new implementation of like the ability to do municipal internet.
Yes,
That'll drop it even worse.
Yeah, well, guess what, guys? I'm in Verizon FiOS, and all they did was raise the price up. So.
At least it's not AT&T where you just get a satellite dish and they're like, oh, it's better now.
Good luck if it
Not
rains.
when it's-
Better.
not when it rains, or storms, or snows, or you live anywhere that's not California or New York.
Someone's urinating like 80 feet from your satellite satellite dish. Your
At least
internet
the
cannot
satellite-
connect.
At least the satellite dish is falling, and not the actual satellite.
Oh my God, AT&T. You know, I've been on like all across, the internets of GamerGate, and I have to say, it's just kind of amazing that, how many people are actually sticking up for GamerGate,
Just not we're not
I'm
just
not
not the really really important ones.
Well, just not the media.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I admit, none of us are Milo, Boogie, or any of those rankings yet. Maybe give us 5 years, we might be half of an Angry Joe, but I don't know. With that man's girth and simple mind, I don't know how much. I mean, he needs like 1960s computers just to take up his, mind on video games.
Okay.
But I don't like our problem is we have a very liberal skewed media, and up until now, at least for me, I mean, I trusted it. I thought it was pretty accurate in a lot of things. I didn't agree with Fox News, but I have to give Fox News credit. They called this shit a mile fucking away. I remember my parents ranting about it like 2 years ago. I'm like, dude, there's no feminist slurs and freaking universities and shit. There's no feminist thing coming on.
Well,
And look where we're at. Look where. now we have people.
Realization about this. I mean, in all defense, Sarah Palin, we can admit, is not politically intelligent. Okay, we can admit that. You can be respectful. You can be respectful and still call your opponent's ideas,
Stupid, because you're attacking the
That's free
idea.
speech. That's free speech in a nutshell.
And I'll be honest, there was some legitimate criticism of her. Lots of it. I mean, yes, this covers someone who leans to the right. But in some of those things, it's like, okay, why are you going, making a huge firestorm about their family, about their stuff? It's like, I mean, geez.
Oh, are you talking about when they got in that brawl?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, it's like,
That was funny. You gotta admit, that was funny, though.
Well, the reason Fox got into it at all was not really because it cared so much about Gamergate. It was pretty much just simply because MSNBC was on the other side.
Wait, did Fox actually say something about Gamergate?
They've hinted around at it, like just kind of here and there, but not really, just more on the fence than anything else, because they don't know where exactly their consumer base is sitting on it.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we're going to tell if Fox is, for or against it is we have to petition Red Eye to, watch it. Red Eye to follow it. And I'll just say this. I give kudos to Milo and Breitbart UK for actually covering the story, Giving us a fair chance.
If I were in your position, I would not want Fox News to be on my side. In this case, it would be very telling in where Gamergate would stand. It wouldn't be like, oh, Gamergate is liberal and conservative, or it's very mixed. It would be no, Gamergate is completely 100% conservative.
I would agree with that. I think Gamergate is from everywhere. I don't think
I don't care.
use
I'm not going to exclude any media
Yeah,
press.
I mean, I wouldn't say we want a particular news side to say, yeah, you know what, this is a good thing, but I would just prefer it if both sides.
I've read so many news articles just slandering Gamergate. At least I'd get at least one person or one news network to get it fucking right.
Well, it's
Well,
not
this-
so.
Sorry,
It's
go
not
ahead.
so much. It's not so much that GamerGate petitioned Fox to say, "Hey, tell our story."
Nope.
It's more or less Fox has kind of said, "Hey, look at that story. We're going to run with it."
Yeah.
And it's just like what's her name that ran for city council to on the GamerGate platform in Austin.
Mackenzie.
A lot of people were like, "Oh my God, that's so telling." It's like she's not a politician. She's sitting on a council at like Texas Capitol. She's not a politician.
Well, what happened with her anyway?
We're talking about Austin, the People's Republic of Texas here.
What happened to her?
Yeah, I mean, has there been anything that she said recently that's really solidified that whether she's kind of like either?
No.
No, but I don't.
feel like
I think
already
she's vanished.
I think she's just
cut down a bit.
leave now. I don't think there's any point in pressing her for anything. I think it's just another voice that you.
You're right. She doesn't
A
have.
bit like journalists or lawyers, politicians tend to be ambulance chasers, and he wanted to chase an ambulance.
No,
You're right.
exactly. And I was just curious because I haven't actually seen her say anything last probably week or so.
Well,
So,
all she is a candidate for like city council of Austin. It's like what the fucking do? We don't care.
Well, this is Austin we're talking about. I mean, I don't know what to think about it. I mean, this is one of the most, literally, Travis County is like one of the most liberal counties in America. Next, we're talking like to Bay Area County or LA County. So I don't know what to think about it, but at the same time, yeah, it's just one of the things that whoop-de-doo. But I think it's one of those things that really it's more of a side issue trying to distract us. And to be honest, I liked how the GamerGate, for the most part, we are trying to be as inclusive as possible. We have people like Thunderfoot, who is a liberal atheist, meeting with people like Milo and others. It's not so much a right versus left issue. It's just game versus SJWs.
I would agree. It's just we're just a collective of people who have a singular thing in common. I mean, everything else about everyone is just like give it. You know what? Whenever this dies down, we're all going to go back to playing games and being like, you know what? You're an asshat. You're shit. Why are you so bad?
Yes.
Well,
think
that
it's
still goes
gonna go
on.
straight back to it.
It's not like we didn't go back. It's still there.
Oh yeah.
No focus on it.
I get shit talked all the fucking time when I'm playing GTA Online. Do you think I really? I mean, if I'm so offended, that they say homophobic, transgendered slurs, that I'm going to quit playing Grand Theft Auto? No, I'm just going to be like, oh well, you're just a dumb, annoying 13-year-old who learned the few first cuss words. I'm not really caring.
Oh yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that are just like, any sort of trash talking on games is just that. It's just trash talking because it's brought up in the heat of the moment. So
You're exactly right. With trash talking, the thing is that if you'll notice, the more cushy we have as a society, the more easily it is to offend, or the easier it is to offend us.
oh yeah.
And
I
so
don't
we
know,
get a really
yeah.
cushy society, and you're like, oh, you're stupid. Oh God, I'm offended. Well, that sounds like a personal
I don't
problem.
know who brought in Shirtgate into Gamergate, but god damn it, that is like the stupidest thing that I've seen brought into Gamergate.
No, how dare you triple hipster Nazis call someone stupid? That's as obvious as the calling me as offending a squirrely kid.
I agree with the whole Shirtgate thing going on. However, I don't like it being mixed together because it makes us look like anti-feminist mob.
Yeah,
think
pretty much.
It completely does. I keep looking at the hashtag. Anybody who looks at that hashtag, you think, oh, anti-feminist mob.
I'm waiting for Neil deGrasse Tyson to say something because now this has become a science issue, and you know how he is with religious people. He's like, I don't go knocking on
Dude,
your
that's
door.
it right there. Now this has become a science issue.
Exactly.
Reason
And that's,
associated Gamergate with Shirtgate.
but listen.
But I
Here's
don't
the
want
bright
that.
side, though, because even though they're not related, they have the same problem. And
No, I don't. One
I
is
think they,
ethics and journalism.
no, I
uh,
understand, but the
One is
journalism is also
something
the
that
problem.
does something with feminism. It's different.
no, I think they do have the same problem, and the problem
What is it
really
then?
is the issue here of, we talked a little bit about, well, you don't want to be associated with the right-wing press, you're disappointed in the behavior of
I
the
don't
right-wing press.
understand right here.
And I'll explain why I'm saying that. The issue
Where is
is,
it?
and I agree, it's got nothing to do with left-wing or right-wing, it's to do with
What?
authoritarianism
What?
and
I
freedom
thought
of
this
choice.
was ethics in journalism. What the hell?
Well, no,
Wait a
I
minute,
mean,
wait a minute.
Hear
me
him out.
out. What
That's
has
not
happened
correct.
in the case of Gamergate, which has made a lot of people cross, is that a bunch of people have stepped up and said, this is how it should be in games.
I agree.
So?
I'm not saying that's the same for everyone, but a lot of people are angry about that.
Yeah,
Well,
but,
a lot
And
of
the way
if
that the
people, it's fine if some people
the
want to
media has
say,
reacted has
this
annoyed
is
people.
how the way it is has to be in games. Whatever, that's whatever. It doesn't matter because it's just the only thing I agree with Gamergate is just ethics and journalism because that's the foundation of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would
I
agree.
only agree with the foundation. Everything else is just utter bullshit to me.
I would agree in the fact that people can come forward with their opinion of how they think games should be. That's just an opinion, and if it's not
Yeah, I
taken,
mean, I've been
if it's
having
not
that
taken into
discussion.
consideration as a serious ideal, unless there's like
Well,
I'm more behind that. I just don't want my games to turn into something like I assume everyone's seen the South Park episode Sarcastable. Where they have that game where they have
Yeah.
to talk and they all have to.
Well, people will vote with their wallets, like we always been saying. At the end of the day, they'll vote with their wallets. But
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think Shirtgate has anything to do with Gamergate. I think it's just some bullshit, and if it being mixed into Gamergate is just bullshit.
Well, one of the things is that you're not going to go through a shitstorm without getting anything on you. The reason that anything feminist has to come into it is because we said ethics and journalism. And then someone turned around and said, well, that's just misogyny.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
that
we'll
right
always
there,
have something.
No,
right
wait,
there,
wait, no.
that right
That
there,
didn't happen with
and
that.
it's inclusion into the argument. We say ethics and journalism, and then from the other side, someone throws something at us and says, well, you're just
that's
saying that
why
because you're a
we
group
announced it.
of misogynists and you just are sexist bastards. And so we
That's
have to
why
turn
we've
around.
announced it. That's why Not Your Shield was invented, to show them that. And a lot of people
I
have been
know.
watching Not Your Shield.
I hope you
I
guys
know,
understand that the reason why the problem with the whole misogyny is because of the whole anti-feminist attitude and the whole harassment that has been going on. For example, this Shortgate. This is a good
Oh, yeah.
example of why Gamergate is like if Gamergate supports Shortgate, it just pretty much says yes, Gamergate is anti-feminist, and
Okay,
that's the whole point. There's
Well, I think
let's,
nothing about
let's
ethics.
not draw it into that because I mean the original idea of this chat was to discuss bad business.
I mean,
I mean we discussed
okay,
it
this
last
is
night.
bad business. This is bad business, And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Razorfist the Rageaholic. I mean, he's considered, corrupt downfall of gaming journalists and for years now. I mean, kind of ahead of the curve on some of the issues of Kotaku and Constructoid mainly. And one of the things he's covered is, a site like Kotaku definitely has no idea of how to be a journalistic integrity. They don't understand that, no, you're not right, the customer is always right.
Yeah.
And when the Kotaku spit on all their fans saying gamers are dead by pushing Leigh Alexander, it pissed off a lot of people. Hell, Vice News.
Yeah.
Because they do actually live reports on battlefields, by politics. But Vice, for Christ's sakes, when it comes to their social hipster stuff, they alienate half the people who want a serious discussion. With, this is why, Richard Dawkins is a horrible person, or, they go on and make this about, they hire these, people with like liberal arts degrees, social college degrees saying, listen, this is why old men are socks and Texas pigs, and they're writing a story about GTA Online rapes, which, let's be honest, it's a problem, yes, man ass out the servers, you know. People do shit for a rise. I get it. It's kind of fucked up. That's the way of gaming, you know?
They're virtually raping me, and I can't do a damn thing about it. I don't know how to turn
No,
them.
I don't think you guys get it, and that's the problem.
Well,
We come to this problem.
Again, this is sort of sidetracking from the topic at hand.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
I'll put it this way. Kotaku right now said that they didn't want to do any embargo, and they said like, guys, from now on, if a game comes here and says that we have to do an embargo, we're gonna say no. So that was good business from Kotaku.
I would
Polygon,
agree.
on the other hand, said that they will continue to do the embargo.
I don't like
So
the
I would
embargo
hope that
stuff,
GamerGate would actually be happy with Kotaku.
But you know the
yeah,
supposed
in that
background
particular
of Polygon, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying that we can. The thing is, we don't hate someone if people are willing to change their practices to be more in tune, like to be more ethical. Then yeah, that's always good steps. I mean, having updated ethics policies, that's great. Anyone that's implemented an updated ethics policy, anyone that's disclosing any sort of connections or any sort of interest they've had from development studios when writing their article, that's great. People saying we reject review embargoes, that's fantastic. Well done. So there's always steps for improvement. We're not still hating on Kotaku just because it's Kotaku. We're hating on Kotaku because there are still steps they need to take. But if Kotaku continues to take these steps, then that's fantastic.
I think, sorry, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I still do not like Kotaku, and because we're talking about Kotaku here, I mean, if IGN is corrupt in terms that with cold hard cash and millions of dollars to review a game, you know, skews the review, let's say, Mass Effect 3. You know, we isn't all kind of lion issues. I mean, I'm gonna have a hard time. I mean, basically, the only site they actually trust anymore is Game Informer, and that's sad.
I couldn't really hear that too well, so if anyone did catch that.
I could not hear it.
Submissions
But-
by Mike, man.
You're sort of dropping in and out.
Yeah, you need to either get like closer to your mic or make sure your mic's plugged into your input properly.
I think he's on a phone, actually.
Yeah, you're going really quiet and then sort of loud for a few seconds and then quiet.
Running around in the room.
This is better. Is this better, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
much better.
There was something I thought was very good that a lot of media outlets and also independent reviewers have shunned the naughty review embargo by Ubisoft and slammed it and publicly said that they were worried. But this is one of the instances where some of them are doing it because it's consumer orientated, but it's a particular instance where the interests of the consumer and the interests of the reviewer coincide. They want to be able to review games. They want consumers to come and read reviews. In this case, they weren't allowed to do so, which impacts their bottom line. So they are obviously going to say, we don't like that.
They're putting their credibility on the line too, especially
I mean that should be the hope as well.
embargo or whatever review copy demands for a positive review, and you know you'll have to make a decision whether or not your credibility is worth it or the amount of people that you want to read your review or watch your review.
I mean, personally, if I went to university or college or whatever to pursue journalism and to get a degree in journalism, I'd hopefully want to be a good journalist and not end up sitting there writing clickbait articles. So, I mean, it's got to be a case of journalists saying, you know, the more people respect what I put out, the more people are going to come and read what I put out, and the more people are going to respect like what my view is on these things. And the only way you're going to get people to respect your view is if it's impartial, and if it just puts all the facts out, because that's what people want at the end of the day.
Well, a lot of these companies don't actually have trained journalists. They get what you call
Well,
on-the-job training, and
mean-
they don't have the same ethical standards that a real journalist has. The thing about the review copy is that it's unethical to begin with, no matter who you are.
Mm.
I think the whole practice should be shunned totally, and anybody who comes out with a pre-release, in quotations, copy review of a game should be totally ignored. I mean, it's, they paid for, they got it, and they were probably paid for it somehow. By whatever means, and you're like, well, I can't trust what they had to say. They were, they had to promise to do a good review of the game. So the only decent review you're going to get is when the game is actually released.
Hmm.
Now, here's a question. What did you guys think about how they handled Sonic Boom?
I don't know.
I don't even remember
Well, that
Sonic
was
Boom.
buried underneath the rug, and I never heard anything. But I heard it was
Sonic
good.
Boom, that's exactly the thing. You haven't heard anything about it, and it's because the company, it was the same people that did Sonic 06, and that's the one where Sonic's wearing the handkerchief and Knuckles is like buffed up the balls, you know?
Was it the same people who made Sonic 06?
Yeah.
Okay, I hate Metacritic, but it's currently got a Metacritic score of 39 and a
No,
user score of 4.2.
Here's the thing, though. The first 18 hours it was up, there were no reviews. There was actually people posting all over the place going, where the fuck is the review for this game so I know whether to buy it or not? And it was so bad that they didn't release any copies for reviewers to try out. So it just went right to the consumers. And, I learned all this because I was watching Game Grumps, and I was watching you go and kind of explain everything. And I know everyone's, like, pissed off at his opinion or whatnot, but it was really funny.
Yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Huh?
Yeah, fucking Ego Raptor.
Yeah,
Fucking how it went.
Well, it was...
I heard about JonTron pissing off people. What's this about Ego Raptor? I mean, I followed.
He took a neutral, no harassment stance, and he essentially just kind of cheered on Anita.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what happened, and I can understand it, but it's irresponsible to do anything besides him saying I'm against harassment. Anything more than that, it was just irresponsible because he didn't know the issue.
Nope, I think he did the right thing.
That's your opinion, cause I mean it's just a case of, for us, it's a case of if people do the research and then they make a decision, then that's fine.
I think he did the research really well, exactly like all the medium did.
Well, I know Angry Joe. I mean, he went off the IGN article, I believe, or was the Game Informer article saying, "Hey, harassment isn't cool. Be more respectful." And he got some shit on by some of the things. And to be honest, at first, before I met Joe, I was like, "Why did you say this?" But when I met Joe, he is one of those people that he does inform himself on every gaming issue. So,
I mean,
research.
I mean, for Angry Joe, I mean, the moment, like, he's a bit iffy for me, but I quite enjoyed his attempted interview with Geoff Keighley. I don't know if anyone's seen it, where he's going backstage and
I don't watch him anymore.
But yeah, I mean, there are points where he does actually really put the effort in to try and gain some knowledge around the subject of whatever he's talking about.
well, and that's the thing about Angry Joe. I've met the man in person. He's not exactly well-rounded and cultured. He's pretty simple, not in terms of stupid, more simple. He's pretty much a basic person. Is the best way to describe Angry Joe. So that's why I'm giving him some slack after I've met him in person, I did this once I met Adam Sessler in person, I've figured out that no, he's not a complete douchebag.
Yeah.
Personal bias, remove him.
Good guys, feed him to the dogs.
Doxed by these hateful fedora-wearing male rights advocates! Oh no!
It's kind of sad because my friend actually bought me a fedora last year for Christmas just to fuck with me. Just like, you're an asshole.
I don't get... Okay, I can see a wearing a fedora sometimes actually is kind of nice, but I don't get what the hell this whole fedora joke has become. I
Because
really think
people can't wear them. They're trying to act like a detective motherfucker, and they're trying to be swag, and then they try putting it on, and they just don't have the head shape for it, and they look goddamn ridiculous. It's like they're wearing a miniature hat.
Oh, right.
It'd be like saying like an obese person wearing like fucking, I don't know, booty clutching shorts. You know, like the whole Walmart whole scenario thing going on. You know, Walmart.
People at Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love those pictures. People of Walmart. What kind of crazy and insane shit you see? And I'm a furry. I've seen in crazy and nine shit, and even I'm going, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't shop at Walmart. I shop at Target. I'm much high quality, more high quality of a person.
As someone from the UK, that is just like stepping into the fucking Twilight Zone. Those pictures. It's like holy shit.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the was it the nutty professor wearing leopard print.
Yeah,
spandex.
it's like the.
Look, America has a lot of things to be ashamed of, but I think the worst one is the Bible Belt. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Let's definitely not get into that discussion.
It may sound a bit bizarre, but I have seen some.
Walmarts I've always seen, ironically, were not the Bible Belt like I thought. I thought Mississippi was worse, but no. It was actually a tie between the Midwest and California, of all places. I was surprised.
Huh.
Of California, of all places, we're having a lot of people in Walmart pictures. I figure, okay, Arkansas and Mississippi top the list, but no. It's like Nebraska, Kansas, and California are like top people Walmart states.
Well, to keep on topic and to continue the Sonic thing, the one reason I brought it up was the people that have played it, and from what I saw, what do you think when you think a Sonic game? You constantly have to get rings. You're constantly moving fast, right? Not in this one. It's like it's open world. You have to investigate the world. So you're running at like Skyrim speed, okay? And then, listen, that's not even the best part. When you collect 100 rings, that's it. You can't collect anymore. It doesn't count towards anything.
It's just an arbitrary number.
Yeah. I mean, of course, if you get hit, you lose the rings, but you only can count up to 100, and there's still there's probably over 15,000 rings throughout the whole world, And it's like the first 5 minutes is the only part of Sonic where you're actually moving fast.
Yeah, I was looking at that gameplay, and it was really shit. Anyways, I gotta head out, but shameless plug, I have a small YouTube channel, so there you go.
Thanks for joining.
Well, link it in. We might as well exploit it.
Yeah, might as well.
Bye.
Alright, I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Yeah, I'll try to join up with you guys whenever I get those invites. See ya.
And as Queen's son plays, another one bites dust. Another one bites dust. I'm sorry, I had to go there.
The dust. Okay, so any other questions that you had listed? Because I'm fresh out of topic discussion on that one.
Yeah.
Sonic, when he's spinning, it's like a square around him. They didn't even smooth out the edges. I mean, that's how bad it is.
Now we can talk about the embargoes. I mean, that's pretty bad. Even they did it with Unity, and there have been other examples of publishers just not giving out review copies or giving out the embargoes pretty late, and that really sucks.
Well, who are they giving the right to? That's the question.
Well, the embargoes are purely just that's just stating to anyone that's got a review copy, you can't publish this review until said date. That's all it is. And in most cases, I think it's things like...
They're barred from talking about it too, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's not just a review, I think.
Yeah, so I think in terms of Assassin's Creed Unity, it was you can't publish this review until like the day after release day or some shit. And of course, because it was a buggy piece of shit, people are buying it, and then the review comes out and says, "Please don't buy this. It's a buggy piece of shit."
And what that does is it totally eliminates the idea of a meritocracy in a capitalistic society, especially like that one in games.
Mm.
It's saying that we know that this game is pretty much shit when it's going to come out, so you can't say anything bad about it because that'll ruin our sales.
I mean, the same sort of happened with Destiny, but they sort of sneaked around it. That all the reviews were on review servers, not the actual public servers. So the review still came out and said, "Oh, it played fine," but of course they were on an extremely stable review server, and of course the game came out and there were several disconnection issues. We've still got disconnection issues now. So.
That wasn't the whole thing that wasn't the entire thing with Destiny. The trailer actually led you to believe that there was like this grand storyline to follow in Destiny.
That's really disappointing that all the story, everyone's like, "Oh, there is no story," but the disappointment is that if you go and read the Grimoire cards, there's so much lore that they've actually put time and invested into, and all they need to do is just put something in game that they could just allow you to read it, or just some more cutscenes or some more characters that just fucking explain the story better than shoot those guys because they're here.
They ripped stuff straight out of the game, though. There are cutscenes that we saw in E3 demos and stuff like that just don't exist anymore. They just pulled that right out.
Yeah, but the question there is whether that's being quote unquote saved for future content, or whether that was just because they felt it didn't fit with the game at that point. Like, I know there's like areas in the game at current that you can glitch into, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this is just content that they've just chunked out of the game because they wanted to." And I know they've responded by saying, "It's not content we wanted to remove, it was stuff we wanted in originally, but we just didn't have time to finish it, so we figured it's best to take it out and polish it and put it in later." However, by putting it in later, you're bundling it in with the DLC, which is then questionable.
Well, they also said something about I remember hearing about a Destiny 2. And I'm sitting here thinking, there was no part of Destiny 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole Destiny 10-year deal that they signed with Activision is that they have a new game every 2 or 3 years, and that they fill the interstitial time with content packs, because it is some huge deal. And everyone's saying, "Oh, they spent $500 million." I highly doubt they spent $500 million on that game alone. I mean, they've come out as a studio and said, "We didn't spend that much money on this game." So I think that's encompassing advertising as well, and I think it's presumably money that's going forward as well.
No, Destiny right now just completely failed with the whole thing. I think one of the people who were working on it left the whole team, and that's why they had to change the whole aspect of the game. And I don't think they know what Destiny wants to be.
Who left though? Who it was, because it would depend on who it was.
Oh God, what's the writer's name? Jason not Jason.
Joe Staten. Yeah, he was one of the. He's basically lead writer. He's been lead writer since I think like before the Halo days. So
he's the guy who wrote all that cool stuff in the Grimoire, and he's the guy who made all the backstory for Halo and whatnot. And he left. He straight up was like, "Oh, it's been fun, bye." But he's on a squelch order right now, where I don't think he can.
So he can't say anything anyway. Presumably for a restricted period of time.
Right.
It'll be interesting when that comes out.
Well, I think the embargo thing is a great idea. I think it's fan-fucking-tastic, because that's just going to accelerate the time it takes for consumers just to frankly lose trust with these AAA titles that are supposedly good. And I feel like Sonic Boom was like the predecessor to what's going to end up happening. People are going to be looking for reviews. They're not going to get them. They're going to be like, "Fuck it, I'm going to wait until someone else, takes the bullet for me on YouTube."
I'm just disappointed they let shit like Sonic Boom happen.
The thing with like that type of theory, I actually think that if you're going to be a reviewer, you should buy the games that you're going to review if that's how you're going to make money. And there requires a small amount of patience as a game player. If you want to get a good review of a game that has no strings attached to a review or a reviewer, then I think that you should probably wait and say, hey, release date's probably not that great of a thing anyway. Wait a couple of days.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just have
But
to.
I think you're overlooking the costs though, because I mean, you're talking about not just $60 games at that point. You're talking about the system itself, which is it's going to be averaging out between 300 and 400. And then if you want to do computer games at a decent pace, I mean, you're looking probably at least an $800 investment in that. I mean, granted, someone that's looking into that should have those investments in mind.
Yeah,
but,
well, maybe a company or something that's going to do reviews, like, I don't know, say Polygon decide that that's how they're going to approach it from now on, then you have the investment beforehand to say, right, we've bought X amount of consoles, we have X amount of gaming PCs, and we have X amount of budget per month for releases that month that we're interested in reviewing. And, I mean, they've got ad revenue, so presumably a cut of that could go towards that. But
well, I was thinking of more in terms of people that are trying to do yeah, I guess that's right. Because I'm sorry, when I made that point, I was thinking more of people that are self-entrepreneurs.
oh yeah, I mean,
Well, even in that case, you're actually starting your own business, and that's just the bullet that you've got to bite to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, for someone like Boogie or TV or something, if they're not a business per se, they're just a person who likes to review games, then it's going to be a case of like, oh shit, my budget.
Well, you're right.
We are really a business, just a very small one, one-man consultancy almost on game reviews.
They're called I should know this. It's my fucking job. S Corporation. They're a self-proprietor. That's what they're referred to.
They're
as.
self-employed.
Yeah, sole traders.
Well, in the United States, when they're doing their taxes, what they have is you take your Social Security number and you turn it into a corporate tax ID number, and then you report everything at your personal level. But it's like personal business expenses and whatnot, and that's exactly what my job is. So, if I come across one of them, it's kind of fun.
Well, in that case, basically what you're kind of doing is say, hey, if I've already got a PC, and I've already got the stuff to record the game with, I'm going to do those reviews. I won't bother with PS4 or X360, or sorry, Xbone, and I'm just
PS4. I played both systems, to be honest. I actually kind of like the Xbox One over the PS4. And to give Microsoft credit, price drop, they're actually starting to retake sales, and I have a feeling they're going to offer exclusive or earlier content with Rockstar. No guarantees, but we're talking about Microsoft here.
I think Microsoft's in a good position now because they're behind, basically, and that always gives whoever is behind more drive to try and gain back the ground that they're currently losing.
Right. I mean, you think look at the number of games. I mean, Microsoft has more games coming out for them. It's kind of like the Nintendo Sega days, way back in game history, of where Nintendo would have all these A-plus titles and C's, but they're releasing. But where Sega was releasing, okay, we're releasing more titles, but they're B levels, so they're not as high as the A-plus titles, but they're better than the crap that comes from them. So that's what Microsoft is doing. Building a fan base, getting as many IPs out there.
Speaking on the last point, I think you're right. You have to bite the bullet in order to make that kind of transition. And most people that are thinking about doing it most likely have those tools. But in a perfect world, it really should be that they should be compensated for that as a type of advertising. The problem is that when they're compensated, they're also compensated for a good review, and that's as it was stated in the chat, that there is a base review system, ethics grounded or whatever, and that's the step in the right direction. I think we need, because we need self-entrepreneurs and that get noticed, and then they get free copies. Hey, review this for us and be honest. And if they're not honest about it, then they need to be removed. And I feel like that's the transition we're making now.
Well, the type of advertising I think would be fair is, say, for example, if I'm doing PC reviews of any type of PC game, I would actually probably look for more hardware advertisement. Like anybody who's saying, okay, NVIDIA or ATI or whoever wants to, work that way, I'll do a video game review, and so hardware would actually, work a bit better. Now, don't review the hardware itself. Just say you're playing on this, that, or the other, and you're reviewing the game.
But who's
So
providing you
you're
with the
saying
hardware?
lay out what you're going to need in order to play it before you start reviewing it.
Again, somebody said again, who's providing the hardware? I think that's a key point, especially with PC games with AMD and Nvidia.
Well, if you're not actually reviewing the hardware, as in you are giving a personal opinion on the hardware, that's fine, because all you're doing is letting people see what it looks like.
Yeah, and presumably it would be good to just say if there's any game that's coming out with, I don't know, like AMD's Tress FX or something, just review it, quickly pop it on an NVIDIA PC and an AMD PC, and just say, well, these are the differences at current if you've got these two different cards. Yeah.
Right.
Now, when I say that about being able to get the hardware from the publisher so that they know that it's an advertisement type of deal. It sounds far-fetched, doesn't it? That there won't be a little something extra so that they'll make sure that it's good advertisement. Yeah. Let me finish though. It's funny because there's actually a guy that I look to for tech tips, and I don't want to shamefully advertise it, but Linus Tech Tips.
Oh, he's great.
If you watch one of his review videos, he hits everything, including the negatives, and they still trust his opinion. And they the people still give him shit for free. They're just like, look, advertise this for us. And that guy, like for example, the K95 Vengeance keyboard. Okay, this keyboard was made perfectly, hardware-wise. It was glamorous. It was beautiful. Okay, but the software for the keyboard was manual. Okay, and you don't actually get it. You have to download it online. And he hit that, and he elaborated on it. And I don't think you would see that in a game review sense. Like, they're not going to hit the points that hard. They're going to be like, they're going to wash over them. Just like Dante's the new Dante game. I mean, it's easy, but it's fun to be easy. They don't hit that point, that core point.
Well, if you're actually reviewing the tech, yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. But if all you want to do is say, I want to review this PC game, and you want to give people stats of what you played it on because they want what that looks like, you say this is the stuff I used, and anybody who wants to send you stuff, you can put their little logo at the bottom of your video, and that's it. I would say don't even cover if you don't want to, don't cover the differences between the new GTX 980 and the new
AMD.
Yeah, the new AMD.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, that wasn't at all like that comparison. I was really pointing out what I find what a perfect review would be.
Right, Tech Syndicate does the same thing. They do very good tech reviews in the same way. But what they're actually looking at is more enthusiast-grade consumers. They're not really looking at the person that says, okay, I want to throw this card in my computer and that's all I know how to do.
No, I know, but I'm saying like the fact that they can review it and objectively point out what the flaws are and why you shouldn't be looking at it, I feel like that's what we're expecting at a video game standpoint, not the hard way, but just why I should buy it, what makes it bad, why should I avoid it if I need to. And
right.
Sonic Boom is a great example of that. This game is shit. It's not Sonic spirited at all. Please do not buy it. But if they were paid, if they got the game and they got the system to go along with it, I feel like there'd be a lot more. There would be a lot more mercy involved. Oh, it's not Sonic spirited, but it's still great because it's going beyond the Sonic experience, something along those lines.
Okay, well, I have a similar experience. We all remember the great disappointment that was Watch Dogs, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here I was expecting this game, okay, even if it's just a GTA clone, I'm still expecting it to be good, even with the original graphics, we're promised this next-gen looking graphics, all this stuff, and when we get the final cut of the game, it made me feel like, wow, all these reviewers, everyone said this game was the greatest, and I reviewed it and said, it has its perks, it has some good game themes, they could add system, but this is shit.
This reaches back to the whole pre-coverage thing, though, which is, look, I swear, if we make this based, website or whatever, I will do reviews of whatever games I play for free. I will do it for the hot pockets or whatever the joke
He does
is.
it for free.
That's right. I will do it for free. But that's the reality of it is I won't ever get pre-coverage, so I'll never get invited to E3 or anything like that. And that's how stuff like Watch Dogs gets pulled off.
Everyone needs to know that. Moms, get us our hot top pockets. We're being badasses online today.
Well, the thing with Watch Dogs was that it was not really a horrible game. It just didn't live up to its expectations.
Exactly.
And that's
over.
The pre-coverage becomes an extension of the advertisement campaign, and that's something that I've tried to drive home in anything that I've ranted about, which is access has become based on building and this all goes back to the core of GamerGate, which is these incestuous relationships between the people covering the industry and the industry itself, where I will not get to play with Watch Dogs beforehand because I'm not going to develop relationships with these people. Some asshole who's going to be like, hey, Rome Total War 2 is a completely unplayable game, and it has an 80% on Metacritic when it released. It was a complete disaster, and I just wrote some, sprawling rant. Like, I would do that for Wasteland 2 and Divinity and all these other things that I'm playing, but I'm not going to get pre-access. Because I'm not that guy on IGN.
And there was Game Informer was actually really guilty about this. I still have a magazine from Game Informer that's over 2 years old, and it had Watch Dogs in it. And they were like pushing it really hard, and it's like the game was 2 years away from release.
The idea when it came out, especially for the idea of next gen, it was something, I wanted to see in video gaming ahead. Because with Watch Dogs, finally a new fucking IP that isn't a shooter. I can see what they're pushing at. But now, Watch Dogs has gotten ruined. And good games that are really good and have lived up to the
You're going in
There's
and out a lot.
very difficult to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, you're breaking up a lot.
Yeah, I was just reading this image. Fox said, "Why did America waste money landing on a comet? This is a European mission. Why didn't America get there
I
first?"
believe America backed out of the mission after a few months due to cash constraints. That's why.
Hey, fuck you. Oh, yeah, that's funny. It's so true, though. No one can win these things. That's true, though. Like, I guess the problem, I mean, then is it to be said that, I guess pre-release or your pre-copy or whatever, I mean, are people just gonna start ignoring those as more popular YouTubers come up and they're just like, hey, I'm actually fucking playing it?
Well, I think the problem is that we don't have any patience as a group. Like, people want day one, and you'll see that there's been a big drive to produce, like, day one advantages where, ooh, you bought the game on the first day, and blah, 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 blah.
Pre-order bonuses alone. That's key. I mean, it's just like saying, oh, we're offering this exclusive thing that you can only get if you pre-order. And I mean, things like, perfect example is that I sort of fell to was Destiny's pre-order bonuses for the PlayStation 4. And it's just like, it's not necessary, but it's forcing people to have already paid their money and therefore allows the company to just release essentially whatever the fuck they like because they already have your cash.
That's
Right.
As
Also,
for
I was gonna say with remember GameStop with the Assassin's Creed, which one was the first one with Connor in it?
Assassin's Creed 3.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3. The aluminum little box that you got if you got the pre-release, and they couldn't guarantee that you would get one, and so you just got to pay more for the pre-release, and then you're just like,
Well,
okay,
shit, I
here we
remember
go.
when that happened with Watch Dogs when it got delayed. People who'd bought those PS4 Watch Dogs bundles,
Right.
and GameStop's calling up saying, "Oh yeah, Watch Dogs is being pushed back by like 6 months, so this bundle is no longer on offer." And they're just like, "Well, I've already spent my money. So what the fuck?"
Yeah, it's not exactly right. I mean, you're just basically taking money for an object that's going to cost us a set amount and just taking the rest.
Mm.
And so unless you can make it,
Okay, so sort of rolling on from that, I have a question, which is, what do you think about the recent wave of crowd-funded games where people are putting money into the product before the product sort of exists? And I mean, we have good examples of it, and we have bad examples of it. Full disclosure, I do have money in Star Citizen, so...
Yeah, that's a great
I
example.
think it's a good idea because now the public can choose what game gets to be made. It's almost like these indie developers won't be able to create their games because they don't have any resources. If they go to they apply or they take their game to a AAA company, there's a high chance that they're gonna say no. So this is pretty much like a way for the indie developers to connect with the I guess the customers so that they can buy so that they can crowdfund the game found the games that they want. I think this is a really good way and kind of a second route or a third route that the game developers can choose to go so they can create the games that they really want to make.
I agree with Cause. I funded a lot of crowdfunded games. I funded Elite, I funded Star Citizen, I funded Wasteland 2 and Space Engineers. But I am also, I think the consumer base is perhaps starting to learn that some developers are not as trustworthy as others. And that's true. I mean, the biggest example I can think off the top of my head right now is Space Station D9 or something?
Oh yeah, the Double Fine space station.
Yeah, and they really did not release the game they promised. Actually,
they didn't release it. They just stopped it mid-development and said, "Right, we're sorry, we're not going to continue development on this anymore."
They've pulled that a couple times, haven't they?
Well,
this
they've
is
pulled
the
a
first
few
time that
games.
particular company's
Apparently, that massive Chalice game is also a huge pile of shit as well. So,
and I don't blame them. I also think this is where consumers can be a little bit trite. As a consumer myself, I can be trite. Quite often we pay, $50 to get on the bicycle and ride the crowdfunding experience, thinking that's it. Whenever you work in a job or you're in industry, and I do projects, and projects spiral. It's a roller coaster, and the guy goes back to the management and demands more money because he's blown the budget. And that's really what's happening with a lot of these. And consumers aren't used to that because it used to be the publisher that managed that interface. And they came back with more cash until they forced the release because it wasn't going to happen.
Well, a lot of the crowdfunding, I think, is a little dishonest. Mostly in the fact that they already have a lot of the money, and they're just trying to use it to raise more awareness and get more money for it. And I think you should have to disclose that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, this is where I think consumers doing their own research a little bit does come into play. I mean, I probably... one of the only reasons I funded Star Citizen was because it had Chris Roberts' name on it, and the fact is, I've played games of his before. I liked his stuff. I liked the genre, and his point was, originally at least, was I'm not crowdfunding the entire game. I'm crowdfunding to prove that people want to play it. Then I'm going to outside sources, so there will be guaranteed funds there anyway. I mean, in this case, I've been lucky that it's taken off, but this is a case of saying, am I willing to potentially lose this money to get this game produced? But I do think it's good in a way that you can then follow the development process really closely and see where your money's being spent.
The issue I have is the ones who are actually backing Kickstarter or whatever are taking all the risks. They're not any investors. Just look at Oculus. People, I think they got kind of screwed on that one when they got bought by Facebook.
Well, they agreed to be bought by Facebook. It's not like they just got bought by Facebook and they couldn't do anything about it. They did agree to it.
Yeah, but I mean, those who backed it,
Yeah, I think
I mean those.
Yeah, I think it should have been at least voiced to the public beforehand to sort of gauge public opinion. But at the same time, it is a case where they're now going to have so much more funding than they had before. But again, yeah, I can see how it's going to piss people off. And that's a prime example of where you're getting extra competition now. Because once that was sold to Facebook, this VR Vana company started up. They're doing a VR headset as well called Totem, and it's a similar sort of thing. And this one hasn't so far been bought out by anyone. So
Yeah, but my issue with that is that those who actually paid for or backed it, they're not investors. They don't get squat if the thing gets made or not, except for the actual product. So if the product isn't made, they're pretty much screwed.
Hmm.
And they don't get any profits or anything back except for the product itself. I don't know if anyone thinks anything else about this.
I mean, that's a risk thing, though. That's a risk-reward factor, and I think that what'll happen is in this initial stage of Kickstarter, we're going to have people like Larian. Larian did an awesome game, and I'm not trying to, blow that guy or anything, but Divinity is the shit. And you're going to see some studios will come out as like, hey, look, we make a promise and we deliver. I'm hoping, I pray, that Chris Roberts comes through with Star Citizen. I don't know about that, but you'll have people that will set themselves up as that, and they will build that trust with the community, and then people will gravitate towards them, and hopefully that'll help us circumvent, this middleman, and you'll get what you pay for, but they'll spend the time on the development and they'll spend the resources on the development instead of just pushing shit out and being like, well, the bro dudes are going to buy it, so who cares if it's any good?
Exactly. I agree with that 100%. I mean, with crowdfunding, with the most part, most people who do crowdfund do take a risk. I mean, I see where the point, if you're making an investment, if it goes bankrupt or bust, the guy who makes the game wins. The people who lose are the investors in some of those cases. So yeah, it does wonder. So we do, in those cases, I think with developers who make these games, that should actually be more of a push to produce a good game or talk to the crowd and ask, how can we improve a game?
I think
that's the thing I want to see us do with gaming more. I mean, in my opinion, I have not crowdfunded anything, except I will make this I think I might have crowdfunded Crew Attack Convention for $5.
I like crowdfunding, but I think the distributors need to be slightly more responsible on acting on developers who don't deliver the crowdfunding, because there really is a degree of just people throwing money into things ignorantly. So, I love Steam. I've had Steam ever since it was launched when I was playing Counter-Strike, before I was even at university. And I have a decent level account, lots of games. And recently there has been a huge dump of publisher-backed catalogs. Some of them are a bit faulty. Really, it's up to Valve or EA's Origin or Xbox One, whoever the hell it is, to enforce a certain amount of quality control, because they're a distributor, and if the games don't work, they might have to refund a certain amount of money to the consumer to keep the consumers feeling they're getting an honest deal. There needs to be some kind of performance bond to put the game onto their system.
This exactly goes back to GamerGate itself. This is one of the reasons this happened. Zoe Quinn's game, Depression Quest, I'm sorry how revolutionary one might think, would have never made it a green light if it wasn't for the fact that she had friends in high places.
Wait, stop. I have to stop you with that one. Okay, before the game was greenlighted, it actually got very popular in 2013 because of the whole, different outlook of the game. So no, the game actually has been played by more than 1 million people. So yes, the game is very popular. So no, it got greenlighted because it got popular, not because they got friends.
I think that is a fair point. It may have been encouraged by certain people, but people did want to play the game. Otherwise, there would have been a huge uproar. What the fuck is this shit on the Steam forums, and it would have caused a big issue, which didn't really happen.
It was a free game, which skews,
Yep.
skews the point. Because
Well,
you can put anything on, for instance, Congregate, and you can get millions of plays, but you might not get a single sale.
Yeah.
Well, regarding
So
crowdfunding,
your issue is with the fact that it was put on Steam as a platform, as opposed to somewhere else more catered for free games and things.
Not at all. Not at all. I got no problem with the game. I haven't played it or anything. I'm just saying there's a big difference between a game you have to pay for and a game you can pay for. As for numbers of plays of the game. So how many different places absolutely means nothing when we're talking a free game.
I gotta say, the only crowdfunding project that I participated in, I'm not sure if it's specifically, regarded that, is Mighty Number 9. And I had a horrible experience with that. I'm gonna be honest, it was terrible. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm against it, but, when you have people that speak on behalf of the project telling me that, my money's not worth their time because of an opinion that I have, then, that's a problem.
Can I just ask, has anyone actually, taken a look at the gameplay for Mighty Number 9? Because, geez, the level design in that game looks terrible. There's this one section of the...
spirited game, though. I mean...
No. There's this one section in the, I think it was the Mighty Number 3, but there's, these huge spinning gears that's supposedly, insta-kill you, but you're going around them the whole time, that there's no danger getting hit unless you just jump into them intentionally. What is this?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'd still probably be participating in it. I'd probably donate more money to it, but because I have faith in it. I have faith that the program will work because it's something that I want. I want to support, something that I want changed. There was a game I used to play that I did not like, and I didn't like it because the direction they went was terrible. I actually got in touch with the community manager of that game and stressed my points, and she actually did make changes. So I made an in-app purchase to reflect, that I support these changes. And you know what happened to the community manager? She got fired 2 days later because it wasn't towards their agenda. It was to them that destroyed their marketing strategy, and that's not what happened at all. So
I see.
Honestly, I'm a type of person that believes your wallet can speak a great deal.
Most definitely.
So that's why I still invested in Mighty Number 9, but I had to pull out of it because I was essentially being harassed by someone that really had no place or really had no money to do. That's a project that she's getting. I don't even know how she's even getting paid. Is she a volunteer? I don't even fucking know.
Yeah, it's understandable, but I don't know. I'm honestly a pretty big Mega Man fan, but seeing the gameplay was a bit disappointing, honestly.
Well, did you invest anything into it or no?
Oh, I've mainly just been watching it as a bystander, seeing this whole storm from.
Well, can you withdraw money still? Is there a possibility to take out your money if you're not happy?
I was told when I brought I did this probably about a month, maybe a month and a half ago, and I went through the Japanese bureau or whatever up in New York.
And
they essentially told me I have to go through my credit card company. Unfortunately,
you do. You have to force it to.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for them, I use USAA, and they are definitely consumer friendly, and I got my money back within 8 hours.
I can't say that I'm against crowdfunding. I actually invested in oh shit, never mind.
Well, I'm not saying I'm against it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I personally had a bad experience because no one's really talking about it.
I think it's a case of you've got to be careful. I think there's going to be companies that are a bit that fuck up their idea, whether by accident or whether intentionally trying to sort of rip off anyone that's invested by changing it the moment they have the money. But I think the transparency that's there as well is really good, in the fact that basically you can say, I don't like this, I'm taking my money out, and if they say, if enough people say we don't like this, we'll remove our money, then they say, okay, fine, what is it that you don't like, and we will discuss how we can change it.
Well, therein lies a precarious situation, because the problem is, if the money's spent, the money's spent, and you
Well,
get
yeah,
and
exactly.
yeah. So you get into this situation where this is an example of buyer beware, and I've never crowdfunded something. I've always bought the products when they've come out, and I've got some sort of confirmation that it's actually finished. But it's going to be a buyer beware kind of situation. People, big companies aren't making the games that we're all some pretty hardcore nerds, from what I can tell. Like, we go way back. So, no one's making a Dungeon Keeper sequel except that abysmal piece of shit that EA put out, where it's like 24 hours to mine out a sectional wall.
The game that was not be named.
So yeah, like, I'm going for that game, but I'm not going to.
Electronic Arts. When
So-
they fucked up City, no.
Man, when they fucked up Westwood, no.
Oh, Westwood Studios.
Yeah, R.I.P.
I'm looking at the Mighty Number 9 crowdfunding. It's $4 million. Holy shit. Jesus.
I'm sorry, what was that?
$4 million. Achieved on October 1.
What is?
The Mighty Number 9 game.
Yeah. It's a. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a Mega Man has been. Capcom has treated him as like a black sheep. So when this guy came around, he's like, "Look, he was the original guy for Mega Man." He's like, "Look, I'm gonna make my own game," and I believe this game is based on his original idea with Zero, and
Yeah, it is. It is.
yeah, so everyone was so hyped for it, and that's why it got so much money. I mean, he got $300 out of me. I was hyped for it. I think it looks fun.
$300.
Oh yeah, I've definitely knew about that. I mean, yeah, my good friend Tyler, who is probably busy with work, definitely crowdfunded some like couple $100 to KJ and Fune's project too.
Yeah, Dina kind of shit all over me, so I took it back.
We'll give you like
I
$10 for
I don't know if it was Infune himself, or was it really Infune himself, or was like one of the people in the project shitting on every.
Yeah, she's not part of the project. The problem is that she was a community manager, and she stated her opinion, and then they backed up her opinion, and her opinion was essentially all GamerGaters need to go fuck themselves, and our money's not worth the project doesn't want our money. So
Well, even before that, there was a lot of issues getting stuff said.
There was, but at the same time, it didn't really impact me at all, because it was more on the lines of everyone's just like, oh, we don't want you influencing the game. That wasn't going to happen. That didn't bother me. The fact that she told me my money was worthless to her, to a project that is essentially hinging on it, this is a donation I'm making so that your project can come to life, that's kicking me in the balls. But,
I mean, that's a fair enough reason to
It's
back
not
out
the
for
most
sure.
professional way to deal with people donating to a project, for sure.
It's like a hobo, like, can you give me $10 here? And then he just like ups and clocks you in the face for giving you $10. I don't want your
I was
money. You're white.
expecting steak. Yeah.
Well, I think the problem with a lot of these people is, and I know it's kind of going somewhat off topic from the original ethics part, is, it's got to do with the, overall, these people are social justice warriors. They think that, because they've got their degree in whatever studies, they know everything about the world, and they're on their high horse. And, I'm sorry.
I'm going to be honest, they know 10 times more than I do regarding gender studies or anything like that, because it's not something that, in my world, okay, there's something called a monkey sphere, and a monkey sphere is an individual, and then everyone that's related to that individual in any possible context. I don't see the problems that are being said in my monkey sphere, and I'm 25, okay. I'm not like born yesterday, and I'm still young, but the only sexism that I deal with that I've come across is in my own office, because I work with a lot of women, and they constantly are like yelling about how guys are stupid, how their husbands are retarded, how their ex-boyfriends or ex-husbands or baby daddies, they're fuck-ups, and they say it in the context of all guys. I don't take it personally, but they always have to apologize to me because they feel like I'm taking it personally, not like or afraid I will, because they don't want me to go to HR and be like, hey, look, this bitch hates me because I'm a guy,
Oh,
Oh, you know.
I don't work office settings, so I've worked retail, so that was my own sort of hell. So, and now I'm working fast food, so I'm guessing going even lower in the totem pole. So, I feel some of your pain there. No one wants to complain to HR about this. So, dear God, what do we do next?
Well, I mean, being someone who is a manager and has a few people beneath and above him, it's a little bit important to let people vent. They don't really mean what they say. They just want to vent. But the problem you'll find with HR departments in every company is that all they are is pre-litigation. They are not there to create a harmonious environment, despite what they might advertise.
There to say, how do we make sure we don't get this $300 million lawsuit for sexual harassment and become the ire of every news organization in the world?
That's it. That's all they're there for. And, companies sack guys and women for incompetence every day. And companies sack guys and women for doing unprofessional things every day. What I do find unprofessional in the case of GamerGate is where a company then uses their influence with another company to ban that person being employed. That happens. I found that quite disturbing. We would never accept that. And that would actually, if that came out, working in the kind of industry I do, which is fairly large, well, bigger than the computer games, we'd go to court and they would throw the damn book at us so hard. The guy would be living, or the woman, or the guy would be living on a big fat pension for 100 years if they wanted,
Oh yeah, I mean, if they did that in retail, they could prove these claims, hell, people would be like, I got my lawyer check, better call Saul, I am going to be living in Miami, thank you guys.
But that's the thing, though. That's exactly right. I see it as venting. I don't see it as a personal attack against me, and that's where I feel like a lot of people are missing that that tone. If you say anything off bounds, you're automatically called out for it because. And I got in a couple debates in my younger years, like in high school and stuff, about the word gay, how it's used as a derogatory. And I feel like by removing the power from it, that it'll eventually, you're eventually going to lose the offense of it. But I understand, it's something that someone shouldn't be saying, like retard. And I slip up on that all the fucking time. But,
You don't have to worry about saying gay near me. I'm about as straight as a fucking curly fry in this fucking bitch. I mean, hell,
no, I mean, if you say gay to a homosexual, in front of a homosexual, and you say it in the context of, oh, dude, that's so gay. Now, I've grown out of it, mind you. But, if you say that, I can see how it's offensive. But it is a word, and it's a word whose context and meaning has changed.
I mean, even for most, like I said, I'm probably, like I said, the bisexual, furry, pervert who's been to, dear God, I can't explain everything, and even I'm going like, dude, that doesn't offend me. Hell, we use the FAG word as a joke and as a term of endearment all the fucking time, so when I hear people use the word,
again,
we're like, thank you, bitch.
Yeah, but it's a case of not everyone will be offended by it, but there are some people that will.
Well, the big problem is there are some people who've made a hobby out of that. I mean, that's where this becomes a clusterfuck.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's definitely people who make a hobby about being offended.
And it's unfortunate because a lot of these arguments, a lot of this hatred that's spawning from it, could simply be, not assuming the intention, but just base it on the actions. You don't. When someone says something, if you're gonna make the claim, oh, you said that, therefore you're sexist. I mean, I would be more. I'd be more on the lines of you challenging me based on my actions. If you see me beating my wife, okay, I'm a sexist, misogynist pig. But if I'm just like, yo, bitch, go get me a sandwich, and I say it to her sarcastically, and she slaps me, I mean, that's just playful banter. I mean, that's.
But here's one of the problems, and this is where it comes in with stuff like the way that this is being covered is there. We have trolls embedded within us, and people who are probably genuinely like just assholes, right? But then the great majority of us, we're not sexist, we're not misogynistic, we're a pretty open group. I mean, gaming is a girls who are into gaming are like our sacred fucking cows. You find a girl that wants to sit next to you and play Halo, holy shit, like that's the biggest thing in the world.
Especially if she kicks your ass.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're like, oh my god, you're so hot. But the thing is, the media is making a concerted effort because the feminist agenda is so popular right now and so strong. And I'm not going to get into like, I think it's a way to motivate a group of disenfranchised voters to vote for Hillary. And I think that's a narrative they're pushing. And so everything we say doesn't mean shit, because they're only going to take the side of the people who are these professional victims. I'm not trying to bring up the LWs. That's where they become the issue. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with feminism. I'm just saying that the problem is we don't get any kind of neutral coverage because a hot button topic right now is this idea of
Not about the feminism, the professional victim part. It's like, again, if you guys want to be taken seriously, stop with the whole naming professional victims. That
seriously,
it looks very silly.
Yeah, I understand that, but the news media is giving them so much press and is drowning out anything that we want to bring up about the ethics part. They do not cover that. So that's why it becomes a problem, because that role has become something that's protected and endeared by a large group of people. Why? Because it generates clicks, and that's the simple the point of it. No one's going to read a story about a guy landing a probe on an asteroid. No one gives a shit about that. But you sit there and you talk about how he's a piece of shit because he wore a funny like Cylon and Battlestar Galactica cheesy, disco chick shirt. Holy shit, it's a huge news story. And that's the only thing I have to say makes it a problem where the professional victim is such an issue, because
to be honest, I have a slightly different opinion. I mean, being a Scottish guy, my place went through a fairly well-covered vote this year, and the media coverage was absolutely hideous from all directions.
It was, I'll give you that.
It was incredibly bad,
Yeah.
and the consequence of it, and this is the main problem with the way the media is dealing with things, it no longer wants to treat people as individuals who've done things wrong. You could turn around and go, okay, I hope Cause appreciates this because it's a positive thing I'm trying to say here. You can say, okay, Zoe Quinn, some people think she did something wrong and they don't have the evidence. Some people think she didn't and they think there's no evidence. Some people think other people have done things wrong. But we don't treat people like individuals anymore. The press treats them as labels.
Right.
All people like this have a problem. Well, actually, they don't. Most people don't really have all these issues they talk about. I come from a fairly kind of disadvantaged place in the back end of Glasgow, but it wasn't a problem for me. But they want to talk about it that way because it's popular. And what it does is it causes journalists and the public to become very disconnected and distrustful of each other.
It's easy news. It's easy news when you can find something that is going to incense a lot of people. And if you've got someone, even one person who goes off the deep end who associates with a particular label, then that's it. It's very easy to brand the entire group because it's just easy.
You're entirely right in that situation because you've got the two words that have so much power right now, and that is "I'm offended." That is when you're talking about somebody who is truly underprivileged, like the classic story of some dude loses his wife, kids, and loses his job, all sorts of good shit like that, and it winds up homeless. And he walks by Dave on the street, and this guy's already not a nice guy. He already, just doesn't feel that great. Well, Dave says something to him, and he's like, whatever, fag. Just whatever. And so Dave gets his feelers hurt really horribly and makes a huge deal out of it. This is where we have a problem in a lot of cases, that someone feels that what they feel is more important than it actually is in the grand scheme of life.
Well, that's the thing.
Wait, in this position, this is an advice for the GamerGate. You're doing the same problem that a lot of MRAs, man right activists, a lot of people who are not self-aware do. Is that you're putting every single blame in all of this
What is
the other side.
self-aware?
I would
These
totally
are these
agree. I mean,
guys
the other
like
side
I
of this, the
mean
problem
this
is
in context.
I just want to say that
absolute drivel. And these kind of words that people who are associated with social studies use mean nothing to 99% of the population, but are continuously regurgitated. Call a fucking spade a spade. Problem solved.
that's the thing. I mean, being offended is that's just a byproduct of freedom of speech. That is just, if someone's free to say something and is legally entitled to an opinion, there are gonna be people who get offended by it. That's just a sacrifice that we make for freedom of speech. And I mean, to quote Ricky Gervais, being offended is not a quantifiable thing. If someone says, I'm offended, what offends them may not offend someone else. So if you're saying, I'm offended, you need to change this because of X, well, you might find that it offends you, but it doesn't offend a vast majority of other people. And just because it offends you doesn't mean it needs to be changed. It just means that it is an opinion that conflicts with yours. And I don't see how, in modern society, we should have the ability to just say, because you disagree with me, I'm shutting you down completely. I think that's bollocks, and I think that is against the essence of democracy in general.
And I don't see that as an MRA kind of thing.
Awareness from you
But yeah,
guys. Very lack of awareness.
Please continue. What were you saying? Pardon?
Very too much lack of self-awareness that you guys have right now.
What is self-awareness? What is this word?
Pretty much every single thing that you're saying right now can apply to you guys right now in this position.
We don't get any
so
coverage.
in
The
this
point is,
wait, hold on, let him finish.
About the whole thing about being offended, about the whole thing of being offended because of your feelings. Do you understand that the whole reason why GamerGate started was because, as in your words, there was these articles who hurt your feelings, therefore you got angry and you want to shut them down by taking them ads.
Because I would disagree. I think you'll find that the reason people are incensed about GamerGate is that when we discovered that there was
again,
evidence.
you're trying to rationalize.
Wait, let me finish. I'm not trying to rationalize. I'm trying to show you the argument that I'm trying to put forward. So if you let me finish, I think you'll find that a lot of people are annoyed in that we discovered basically that there was a lack of ethics in journalism. And when we tried to move forward with this, when we tried to press further into this, then there were a raft of articles that came out coincidentally at the same time saying gamers are dead, which, yeah, I mean, some people are going to be like, yes, I identify with that label and I don't like being told that my hobby is dead. But I think people are more annoyed with the fact that, well, the people that are concerned with ethical journalism, they're annoyed with the fact that they all came out at such a short period of time, and the fact that then by looking into things like Game Journal Pros, there was evidence of collusion amongst the media to push these articles out to try and shout down our arguments. So it's not a case of us being offended by the articles themselves that have been pushed out. We're disagreeing with the practices behind those.
Exactly.
Again, lack of self-awareness, and I'm gonna put it this way.
Please, no.
You're putting every single blame on the other side, thinking that, well, it's not our fault. How can it be our fault if we're the good guys? If we have all of these facts and evidence. Of course we're the good guys. Of course we're the heroes in the novels, and of course we're gonna be the heroes of all of this. And every time somebody in history says anything about this, everybody's going to remind, oh, GamerGate, how great they were. But no, that's not
fine.
what is happening right now.
I mean, I will admit
again,
there are some shortcomings of the movement. There are some shortcomings of the movement. I mean, some of that includes the fact that as we're decentralized and we don't have any sort of leadership structure whatsoever, yeah, you do get people that do run rampant with the tags and do run rampant harassing people. And I mean, we have volunteer networks that do attempt to try and weed that out. You were talking with Remy last night. I mean, I think you ended up following her and hopefully trying to sort some stuff out. But I think when you say that we're projecting all these issues on the other side and saying, how can we do this with the good guys? I think that's a case of we need some evidence of exact things that we're saying are being done by the opposition to this movement. And I don't think that's a case of being offended in any way. I think we're actually just disagreeing with tactics that are in use.
Okay, let me continue.
I need to weigh in soon.
The whole thing. First of all, one, there is no such thing as social justice warrior movement. There is no person out there who's
just to put this out there though. These are opinions. These aren't. You can't point blank say there is no such thing as X, because these are just opinions. These aren't solid factual things.
I can actually put it factual. There is no movement. There is no group of people who call themselves social justice warriors.
The whole people on my Twitter use that label for themselves.
Oh, okay. Cause to be fair.
Wait, the whole thing was invented because they were going against the whole feminist movement and against the whole political correctness. That's why when every single time that any single person says social justice warriors, they're always refer to themselves or against any type of feminist groups. And so to rationalize in your head, you always say, "Oh, they're just radical, therefore I'm fine with that." It's like, no, you're not fine.
I think you're mistaking.
Let him.
I guess Cause has never went onto Twitter and typed in SJW and found the several hundred people who put that in their description.
Again, there is no movement.
Oh wait, it's a delusion. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Well, we're not saying Cause. We're not saying SJW is a movement. What you're saying is that SJW doesn't exist, and we're saying there are people who do identify with that tag. We're not saying there is an SJW movement. We're just saying there are people who do identify with that tag. And I don't think that's projecting, because I think you'll find that there are people who would view themselves as social justice warriors. Yeah, but if you go on Twitter right now and you type in SJW into Twitter...
Lack of self-awareness in this case. You really need to hear yourself right now.
Self-awareness.
Referring to this straw man argument where you're basically attacking us and saying that we have a lack of self-awareness. Can you attack the argument and not the people, please?
Real quick,
yes,
I think Simon wanted to weigh in on this argument. If that's okay with you guys, I think Simon wanted to say something.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. What we all need to remember, this is not a strictly US matter. This is a worldwide thing. It is the internet. You cannot single out anything as for language or anything. I'm from Denmark. We got a Scotsman here. We got a few other nationalities, I guess. What I say, from my point of view, is from where I am in the world. So when there's an attack on gamers from let's just say a group of people from the people that have a sentiment against gamers for some reason, I don't care why or how or what, they attack a lot of people, not just the neighbor next door who's a gamer and plays loud music. They attack me. I'm pretty much as left as I can get. I'm pretty much as pro anything as I can get. So when I'm labeled misogynist from I don't know who, and I do get labeled misogynist, and I will not name names because it's toxic. I don't feel offended. I feel attacked. Because this person on the other side of some issue are taking pot shots at me, and I cannot defend myself because if I do, I prove them that I'm a misogynist. No.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to that question.
Yeah, come on.
Right now, Gamergate times a severe problem with misogynistic in her
Hello?
out there. She gets attacked. It's almost like, hey guys, I think Gamergate has a couple
So
of problems. Felicia Day. She gets 10 minutes, 1 hour later, private information from Gamergate. So no, there is a
Oh,
lack of self-awareness. Right now, you really need to look at yourself right now and
You
think,
keep
Wait,
saying lack of
is there any group? Is
self-awareness.
there any
I got
problem?
plenty of
okay.
self-awareness.
Maybe have
guys, let's calm it down a bit.
Easy. Okay, let Cause
Cause
talk
finish his point.
and yeah, let him talk.
Okay,
Right now,
I just want to respond to Coast after he's done. That's all I want to do.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
let Cause talk.
Right now, you have to look at yourself, and say, is there any problem in my group that is making people believe that my group or the people who I'm associating with, or me myself as well, are misogynistic or harassers? Like right now, every single person, 95% of the people in the media has told you there is a huge problem. This group is really wrong. It's really right now back in the hate group of people in the whole self poverty, something like that. It is like right now, Gamergate is a hate group. So
I
you
don't
have to
agree
look
with
at
that
yourself.
statement.
You have to
I
look at
think
yourself very well and say, is there a problem in my group or a problem with the people that I'm associating that is making other people believe that I'm doing all of these things?
Yeah, because we discussed this yesterday, though. You were on the stream yesterday where Remy came in, and we all agreed that yes, there are people within the movement who are going to use the tag to harass people. You are always going to get bad apples in a movement. However, we have people who are willing to put their time. These are people that go out there and they're complete volunteers who purposely go out there to find these people and to make them stop. And people within Gamergate recognize that. And if we see people doing that shit, we do call them out on it. And so when you're saying we have a lack of self-awareness, I find it sort of ludicrous because we do have groups. We're so self-aware that we actually have groups that monitor this type of behavior.
I think
And you were there yesterday, so
I think
to
Nico.
be honest, I find this whole conversation slightly bizarre. The idea that because the media says something, you should believe it does not imply a lack of self-awareness. I think it belies that that certain people may not trust their own experience over that of another, telling them what they should think, and that is frankly somewhat juvenile.
I think Nico wanted to say something.
All right. Now to respond to Kos on what he was saying about this, in defense, we have been very, 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 very good at policing our movement. I don't know of any other movements out there that have been as good as policing our members. One thing I've noticed is a lot of these threats. I mean, what I've noticed is they're bots. I don't know if anyone here follows Thunderfoot.
yes.
Yeah, I do.
He's
Wait a minute.
Okay, let him finish.
Before we continue this conversation, we already had this conversation yesterday.
We did, exactly. We were in this conversation yesterday.
We ended up in a dead end, and we're just reiterating our points. I think it's best just to say we agree to disagree. And I really don't even remember.
Okay. Like I said, I was in the live stream yesterday, so forgive me if I don't.
No, it's not just you. It's just the conversation is gone.
But I mean, Cos was in this conversation yesterday as well. So I mean, it's a bit silly to be sort of regurgitating the same points that.
I know that you guys don't like to listen to this.
No. It's not that we don't like listening to it. It's
fine.
that we discussed it yesterday, and that
We're just kind of going around in circles in this
Yeah,
point.
it's beating a dead horse, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to go,
I was referring to you guys.
Well, if
personally,
people
not
want to
the
go
whole
and listen
movement.
to it, if people want to go and listen to it, it is available on Androdol's channel, and it was put up yesterday. We had like 200 and something people watching the stream, so it's there for people to go and look at. So that's all I can say.
Yeah, it's almost got 1,500 views.
Sorry, guys. This is just a quick one. I'm just curious, cause I don't know much about you. Where are you from?
I don't really want to tell.
Okay. I assume you're from somewhere in Scandinavia. Or Germany. I'm not sure which. But, you know, maybe there's a cultural disconnect here. Myself, well, maybe as a Scottish guy, as you know, Scottish women are pretty much as violent as the men. You go to any street on a Friday night, and they're more drunk than I am. They can kick my head in whenever they want. So when you say to a Scottish guy these issues, I just think you're nuts. But maybe in your world, you see a lot of this stuff, and I respect if that happens, that's a problem. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I actually dated someone from Scotland. I dated someone from Glasgow, and she was also Asian, and she also had a posh British accent, so she was all types of
Bloody
weird.
It's a strange world, believe me.
Yeah, I really wanted my point quick was, and it was I'm not going to a whole atheism plus debate because that's been done, but one of the things that one of the videos he did point out was one of these feminists have been, was caught, sending death threats to herself. To drum up.
I'm not sure if that was actually proven. It's been speculated because of the FBI's response and what they have on their personal record.
Yeah,
now.
we need to wait on stuff
Yeah,
like that.
I wouldn't say that. I think
Again,
that's
if I
a
would,
statement.
I would not take information from allegations like that. Like
Yeah,
that. No.
Allegations, like I said, this is the first case that wild accusations, allegations have been thought out, have been thrown out at a group of people. A media firestorm said, how dare these rapists, misogynistic and sexist people keep people down?
I mean, there was that case. There was a case on Facebook, I believe, where there was a verified instance of someone sending death threats to herself. It was like one of those, those college pages where you send in a secret confession or something.
Yeah, that's right.
It is,
Yeah.
but it wasn't GamerGate related.
No, it wasn't GamerGate related. I'm not saying.
But
it's
it does
GamerGate
happen.
related at all.
Yeah, there's all kinds of
You're gonna
bonkers
get people
people out
looking
there.
for attention. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just merely taking some of this, that all these threats are happening. I think it would be wise, and I think we should really look at two cases that, well, it's not exactly, death threats per se. Have you ever heard of the cases of Tawana Brawley or Duke University?
Hmm.
These were cases where African American was raped by white men, and after this whole firestorm started, these entire people lost their livelihoods because of these wild accusations, and finally, 3 months later, after a good DA actually reviews the case, looks at the evidence, and finds out, hey, wait a minute, something's not right, and actually digs to the truth, they find out that that person lied for what reason or another. And I think this is one of the things that, as GamerGaters, we need to find any evidence that not only let's try to find out who's sending death threats.
I think we really need to crowdfund this guy a mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what we really need to understand is that while we need to look at this and look at the death threats, we really need to be extremely skeptical, no matter whether it's pro or con, about each one, because each one, if it backfires again, is very detrimental to the movement at hand.
Yeah.
You know what is the saddest part of this?
Like I said, we just need to keep our pressure up, but at the same time, we need to pursue the people who are making death threats against them. If we can, try to find out any way to find out their backdoor emails, who's running the bots. I would really be surprised. I'd really like to see who is actually creating these articles.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Wait, one second. Cortana wanted to say something. He's been like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it.
Kaz can go first, and then because I kind of kickstarted this shitstorm, so I was just going to kind of go back and go all the way back to kind of what I was actually trying to say. But let Kaz go first.
Yeah, Kaz go first.
I'm gonna test you guys right now to see if you can understand me, because I can understand where you're coming from, but I don't think you have any idea where I'm coming from all of this, or any other person from, I guess, my side. And I'm gonna put it very, very simple. What do you guys think that I think listen and believe means for me?
Listen and believe.
Yeah, what do you think that it
So
means
I'm
for
assuming
me?
in this case, this is a potential person who said, I've been threatened or doxxed or something. And in this instance, I believe what you mean is that instead of asking for proof or anything, you just put it down to the person's integrity that they are telling the truth. And you're saying, I don't need to see any proof because I believe you. I believe that this is happening to you.
No. You can try again.
Okay, well, that was just what I'm thinking. Was that the right angle though, when you're talking about people
No.
who have been threatened or anything? In what relation is this?
I'm talking about Sarkeesian as a whole. But again, you can try again.
Sarkeesian as a whole, not a particular element, just listening to Anita Sarkeesian in general.
It's a very ambiguous question that you
It
asked.
is. We sort of need a bit more to go on.
You just want to.
Personally,
The question is very simple. What do
Yeah.
you guys think that I think listen and believe means?
Why don't you just tell us?
I'm not asking you what you guys think. I'm asking you what do you think I think about this whole thing.
We don't know what you're in
Try.
relation to what. In relation to what is my question.
A person
This
tells
could be in
you
relation to documentation, or it could be in relation to
Sarkeesian
threats.
comes here and tells you listen and believe. What do you think that means for me?
Listen and
I
believe
feel
to
like-
what? Listen and
the
believe
first
what?
thing that I believe that you're actually saying when it comes to that is you initially take a victim at their word and do your fact-checking later.
That's what I was putting across.
No.
That was my
You can
point.
try again.
Yeah, again, what is this in relation to? You're not giving us a lot to go on, dude.
Okay, I'll put
I
it
mean,
this
it's
way.
simple, but simple also means ambiguous. I mean,
Yeah, it's a bit open-ended what you're asking us to answer.
because I don't listen to Anita Sarkeesian's speeches, unfortunately, but from my understanding, her listen and believe speech is essentially saying, look, this is actually happening to me. This isn't me being melodramatic. That's the message I get out of it. And that there has to be changes that need to be made, and here are the changes, and believe me, it's going to change for the better. I mean, that's the message I genuinely get.
If you're in terms of Anita Sarkeesian, then presumably you're referring to when she basically said at XOXO that one of the most radical things you can do to help women who have been harassed is to actually believe them, which is what I thought I put across in my point. But if that's
Yes.
incorrect. Yeah, but that's what I meant in my point.
But
is
that's not.
So what is it?
You can try again.
Well,
The reason why
we don't know. We give up. What is it?
is because every person from this side, from our side, I can understand where you're coming from, how this began, and how you understand things. You, on the other hand, don't understand absolutely nothing about how the people on this side feel or think. So you have to come up with all of these radical, extremist ideas that the other people think. Oh my God, these people are doing this because they're.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with
doing
listening.
this because they want money.
That's
Actually,
more
it
just,
does because
that's more looking at the other side and being able to sympathize with the other side. That's not listen and believe.
I'm asking you to
I'm
understand
going
me.
to say something that you'll find rather offensive. I don't particularly want to sit and postulate about things which have got nothing to do with me. If someone tells me to listen and believe, I don't know what you mean by listen and believe. I've got to be honest. I found the whole thing cryptic and kind of nonsense. But if someone says if a death threat's made against them, that's really unfortunate. I feel very sorry for them. I hope they take it to the police and deal with it like a sensible person. I think that's exactly what they should do, and I think it's the right way to do it. The police will never say, and lots of people who came forward to say this, tell Twitter about your death threats, because it creates a perception that death threats are common. They should not be common.
No,
but
not
some
at all.
nutters exist that do it. But if it's something like listen and believe about the fact that something GamerGate tweets are harassment because it's got an at or a dot in the front, I just find it a bit mad. Criticism is not harassment. Harassment is specifically a threat for someone to do something that they don't want to do with implied consequences, in my mind.
Okay, Dennis, I know you asked me just a quick question. Dennis, you have to leave. I want to let you know. Can you guys hear me now correctly? I have it like right at the mic.
Yeah.
We can hear you. The problem is you keep going in and out. That's the problem.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, we're just letting you know. That's all. But okay, well, Collins, we talked yesterday, so I'm gonna entertain this. I mean, if you want me to sympathize with you, I mean, it's hard for me to do so because all I see, and quite frankly, I've talked to 3 people, and I can give them your Twitters and everything that have talked to me as a human being who are on the opposite side and want to talk about the gender politics. Unfortunately, the gender politics really type of thing. I don't have enough information on that, but I know as in my social sphere, I don't have to deal with it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure many people do. And nonetheless, that's irrelevant. But
I mean,
the point is what does Anita Sarkeesian mean to you and the entire anti-GamerGate group?
But again, just to add on top of that, for most people, for the most part, the gender politics shouldn't come into play because, for the most part, I mean, the gender politics is something completely separate to me, but journalistic ethics is sort of the core base of the movement. And I mean, there are other things that people are trying to tackle at once, and the movement's sort of in lots of little groups saying, okay, well, I don't like this bit, and I don't like this bit, but the general core is journalistic ethics. So to me, gender politics is a very separate issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me answer your question. Very simple. The reason why I'm asking you this is because, again, how the hell would you be able to have any type of conversation with somebody who you don't even understand or sympathize with anything at all in this, in this situation?
You find common agreement on a different topic.
That's why I asked
you
for
can
this.
get an understanding. That's how normal people work.
You're also not telling us what exactly it means to you. You haven't given us a definition of listen and believe to you yet.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Fine. Before I tell you, I'm just gonna tell you. This is the core problem that you guys have, and what listen and believe means for me is showing empathy to someone. Is when somebody tells you a really bad story or somebody that really bad tragedy happens to them. Listen and believe means listening to them and showing some empathy to that person, and not telling them, "Hey guys, well, it's your fault that you did it. Well, it's your fault because you put yourself in that situation. Oh, you were asking for it." No, it's just listening to somebody's complaint. But that person is not really asking you for anything. Wait, stop. Wait.
Let him talk.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Showing empathy means listening to somebody and trying to, sympathize with that person. It's not blaming the other person and thinking that the other person is a liar or needs to prove them something, because the only thing that person is asking you is to listen to their problem. Sometimes when you're in a really bad situation, the only thing that you want is to listen to have somebody listen to you, and that is really helpful. That is what.
Yeah.
Well, can I answer this real quick? Because this is my day job, essentially. This empathy.
Yeah, please jump in.
Okay, listen. It's not that I can't empathize with Anita Sarkeesian or Brianna Wu or what have you, but I can recognize when someone is essentially abusing and instigating something. I can recognize that. Now, for my day job, I talk to people face to face. I talk to them through phone calls about people that are where my decision is you either owe me $15,000 or I let you get off scot-free. And these are people that honestly don't have their documentation. They don't have their information for whatever reason because 3 years has passed. And some people, I can look in the eyes and I can see that, there was an honest problem, that something happened, that a tax preparer scammed them, and I can help them, and I do help them. And then there's other people I can look in their eyes and I can see that they're taking advantage of the system and taking away American tax dollars. So my day job is empathy, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be naive towards people that I can see are instigating things that are completely unacceptable. My family's closest friends are FBI agents, okay? They deal with death threat circumstances all the time. I showed them what Anita Sarkeesian and Brian did. And frankly, they're surprised that the FBI didn't just drop the case outright because it was that unacceptable. And that's through U.S. guidelines. U.S.
I mean,
I'll give you an advice. Never say "but" in a sentence because you pretty much destroy your whole sentence. When you say
But
"but,"
what
Okay,
happened?
it doesn't work that
that
way in
not
English, mate.
only
Chill.
do you not have any empathy to these people, you're pretty much telling me that it is their fault because they're doing it.
No,
They're
no,
in
no,
this
no, no, no,
position.
no.
No.
Okay,
No,
basically,
don't say "but"
from
in
my
that sentence.
from my
Never
point
say
of view,
"but."
I have empathy for people. I understand.
No,
I
you
like.
don't.
No,
Show
no, no.
me.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I like to understand where people are coming from so that I can form a cohesive argument. I don't like going in and just saying, no, you're wrong because blah, blah, blah. I don't like that. I like being able to talk to someone, understanding their viewpoint, and explaining why my other viewpoint counters their viewpoint. And I do have empathy for people that come in and say, you know what, this is offending me. I don't particularly like this because X, Y, Z. And I think if your view of empathy is saying we need people to listen to others, I think this sort of platform is sort of almost proof that at least this collective of people are empathetic. We're listening to your concerns and we're trying to understand where you're coming from so that we can address them with our own way. But I think my problem is with people that try to bullshit. I mean, I will empathize with people. And I mean, if they're genuine, then yeah, I'm gonna empathize as much as I can. I'm gonna say, well, that's really shitty. I'm really sorry that's happened to you. Is there any way we can solve this? But if they're either making up false allegations or if they're doing it on purpose to try and either troll people or to try and make someone else look bad, then I have no. Then to me, that's not a point of concern for me. I'm not going to empathize with someone who's making up bullshit to attack someone else. I will empathize with the person being attacked. So in the same way that I will empathize with a person that's being harassed on the internet, yeah, if they're really being harassed, yes, I will empathize with them and I will try everything in my power to try and stop that from happening. But if I find that people are saying I'm being harassed by X person and there isn't any evidence that they're being harassed by this person, and the person is saying, like, I personally haven't been sending anything, here's proof that I haven't done anything, with a particular point is just throwing it out there is like Roguestar's account with no tweets on that got shut down. It's just like, at that point, I don't have sympathy for the person saying they're being attacked because there's no proof. Then I empathize with the person who is being called out for supposedly attacking. So for me, it's the case of evidence.
Furthermore, when you talk about listen and believe, I have no problem with listen. I have a problem with being commanded to believe. When someone says, listen and believe, anything someone says, okay, if someone wants to just talk to me, that's fine. I will believe whether or not what you tell me, dependent on how you tell me. I'm going to believe one way or the other. If I tell you, oh, I believe you, I can't make a conscious decision to fucking believe you. It's going to be in the back of my head somehow that something doesn't click. Something's not right. And if that happens, I can't empathize with you. If I saw something, or you said, I was just raped, if I don't know you, I can look at you and empathize and say, okay, this person may be telling the truth. But because you may be telling the truth, I have to say, okay, tell me what happened and we can go to the police. But if you're not asking me what you should do besides going...
I just want to interrupt. Let Koz and then Cortana. And then Brian. Go ahead, Koz.
No, well, Cortana can go first.
Well, my thing's going to go all the way back and be like, look, I wasn't actually talking about any of them in specific. I was actually talking, and this is the problem. I was actually talking about ethics in journalism, which is we do not get a fair shake because we do not generate clicks. You will not see GamerGaters or pro-GamerGate people getting the same sort of exposure and coverage in the media right now because no one gives a shit about what we're saying. Internet Aristocrat has 23,000 followers. Sarkeesian has, I don't know, 210,000, whatever it is. It has nothing to do with her. It has to do with what's popular right now, and that's what I was talking about when I said no one's going to read a science story. But because no one cares about science anymore, you sit there and you talk about, and I'm talking about the American media, by the way, for all you guys outside there. I know ESA, this was a big thing, but in America, no one knew about it until like yesterday or whatever it was, 2 days ago, because of a shirt. And what I was saying is, if this is why GamerGate's so important, so much bigger than I think we might think it is. We have our problem, which was we had this coordinated malignant attack against us as an entire group, perpetuated by a group of people that are all chummy and believe the same kind of stuff. And then what happened was you saw that get kicked up the news ladder, as it were, and we have not gotten a fair shake yet. And that's why everyone's still calling us misogynists and stuff. I don't give a rat's ass if someone's a man or a woman or gay or black. An asshole's an asshole, and a cool person's a cool person, and that's all it shakes out to me. And you're not going to get a fair shake because we do not generate clicks. The news cycle, once it became 24 hours and you had this dichotomy of Fox News and everyone else, turned into a money-making machine and ad revenue. So if we're talking about ethics in journalism, it goes way beyond games journalism. It goes to the fact of, look, here we are. We can self-identify as what we want to be, which is a consumer revolt. But the other side gets to tell us what we are, and that's fucking bullshit.
Respond to that.
Should I let Cos go first?
Yes.
Yeah, cause you can answer.
Okay. Right now, as how things are, GamerGate has pretty much lost. You have to admit it. No one is going to believe anything that you have to say. No one doesn't really want to hear you guys. Nobody wants to give you a platform to speak because you guys have lost all credibility whatsoever.
Why did we lose it, though?
And
why did we lose it?
How have we lost it?
Again, if you guys want to be taken seriously, you have to change a lot of things. You have to change your attitude. You have to change how you're doing things. It takes something, your group to change. Right now, your group is the same exact group that was 3 months ago. Nothing has changed. You're pretty much the same exact group, the same exact people, the same is doing the same exact thing.
Okay.
There's nothing that has been going on. There's no change. There's no change of attitudes.
I'm
So like I said, I can
regardless,
give you like
regardless
30
of change
minutes
of
of me
attitude,
telling
how,
you every single thing that you're wrong about.
but regardless of change of attitude, how have we failed?
Well, for one, the way that you started, you wanted to go. Well, let's go to the how you started. Ergon, the guy who posted the and the blog, the ex-boyfriend. I don't. For the people who say listen and how can I say verify things, you guys fail on your ass
Okay.
so hard because you listen and believe every single thing that this asshole wrote on this, and then when you try to use that information to the fucking public journalism, everybody told you, dude, this is wrong, and it's not, and it, not only is it false, it is just is written by an angry ex-boyfriend. That's how you started in a wrong fucking place.
Yeah,
and
but-
no, you guys
But people have acknowledged that now.
really,
Yeah.
do you really acknowledge that? Can I say, can I hear you an apology for Zoe for all the shit that he has to suffer for
who's
the
this
past?
Zoe? I don't know
What are
Zoe.
you talking about? Just
Okay,
a
the
terrible
thing is,
person.
regardless of what happened, we were the ones who did it.
Okay.
Where's my
That's
apology from that guy that told me that I need to die? Where's mine?
Yeah.
Well, can I say I don't want to get it too far off the topic. Well, I don't really care what the press thinks, so I don't care if the press views it's a win or a lose for anyone. To be perfectly honest, I am from a country where the BBC will probably be wiped out in a few years. Probably for good reason, and most people agree with it. These are the people who are driving the narrative, who have a certain political stance. They're not approved of by 90% of the people, and they view them as untrustworthy. So they can say they've won or they've lost. They're immaterial. The second thing is, the whole point about empathy, sorry, it's bullshit. There are so many conflicting issues in what was said there. To be honest, it's got nothing to do with empathy, mate. It's to do with trust. You don't trust someone who says, here's a huge accusation, believe me with no evidence. First, it's not my position to have any position on what they say. That's for a court of law. Otherwise, it's defamation. Your assertion that the guy's wrong or the girl's right, or the girl's wrong and the guy's right, whoever that might be, is immediately defamatory against the other party, and they're incorrect to do so. It's not incorrect to say, I'm worried about the Zoe Quinn situation. It shows problems with gaming journalism. It's wrong to say, fundamentally wrong to say, that guy's at fault for having a blog about the issues. Because unless a court of law finds him guilty of something, which has not happened, you can't say it's right or wrong. And any media person who does so could go to jail for that. Well,
Really?
I don't know. Maybe in the US or wherever it is, other people are from, they wouldn't. But where I'm from, two people turn up in the house and they say, I'll buy it for this much. They're automatically in it under Scots common law. So the whole framing of the discussion has got nothing to do with empathy. There's plenty of people here showing empathy. We bring you into the discussion to show empathy to someone who has got a very different opinion. But we don't buy your argument because we don't trust your argument. There's a lack of information to let us form a cohesive viewpoint because the information is closed down not to be discussed. And that is why the issue can't be resolved. And also, it's not went through due process. There is no diligence on a statement like, it has failed. That's an opinion. I could say it's won because my viewpoints are different, but it's nonsense for me to claim it's won or for me to claim it's lost. Other people need to form their own individual opinions, and I'm not going to inform them either way because I don't know how they see problems.
Agreed.
Are you guys willing to change your attitude and the way of your movement?
But in which regards, though?
You have 7 people.
First of all,
you can't make that guarantee. I mean, what?
Yeah, I mean, we're not the whole movement.
What is that?
let's say that you guys were the whole movement right now. Let's say that you guys were the leaders and you guys made the choices.
Okay.
First things that I could recommend you to do that you can earn a lot of points. One, stop talking about Zoe, Brianna, or anyone.
About Zoe.
That's one.
Month.
Second,
about Zoe.
stop talking about.
Actually, I'm going to refute you there, cause there's nothing wrong about talking about either a man or a woman if they have done something which is incorrect. I'm not saying either of them have, but people are allowed to have the conversation to find it out.
Plus,
so you mean that you were for doxing?
What is wrong is people harassing them.
The main thing is
completely.
The main. Whoops, my bad. Okay.
Okay, so let me continue. One, stop talking about them. Two, stop saying social justice warriors every single time that anyone says that. Everybody in the whole media rolls their eyes and say, "Oh my God, you're so you're talking about that." How are you going to be taken seriously if you keep saying that?
Well, if the media wants to roll their eyes, they can. It's not a sticking point for us per se. We don't. It's just a way that we can name a particular behavior set. I mean, there are people that do identify with the tag, whether you believe so or not. There are people that say, yes, I would say that I am a social justice warrior, and that's just, that's just the case at the end of the day. Whether you believe me or not is up to you, but there are people that do identify with it, so I don't see why we can't say
that along with the fact that not a lot of people are taking legacy media, exactly seriously as the internet gets bigger and bigger anymore.
But I think you'd rather us say SJW than attack the word feminist or something, because a lot of us do actually believe in a lot of the principles of second wave feminism. So we can't.
Third wave.
Pardon?
Okay, then we have a complete disconnect.
There are some aspects of third wave feminism that people do agree with as well. But again, this is done on a per person basis. It's not we as an entire movement support this point, and this point. It's up for everyone to make their own individual decisions about what they support. It just so happens that behavior that a lot of the majority of people don't support, they just refer to with this tag. That is all.
So I'm going to refer to Cortana because he's the one that pulled out this. He said, why aren't we getting a fair shot in the media? I'm telling you why, because you're still putting all of these things. Now, why is it so important for you guys to have in the media. Why is it so important? You have to have a good reputation. Well, for
Okay,
one,
wait
if
a
there is
minute. I can answer why we're not getting a fair shake in the media. That's an easy answer, in fact, especially in the United States media. It's because it's a liberal slant. It has been. I've been watching it. That's what I've been using. Even the Young Turks even have acknowledged this. The story is about women who are getting through death threats. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It doesn't matter, if it's like all allegation. It's women are being attacked, and that's their agenda. That's what they want to do, and that's what they're going to do. They're not going to talk about video games. How many video game related stuff have you seen in the news since the violence scandals in the 90s? You haven't seen jack. I mean, you've seen probably a very small minority of it. And then if you want to talk about the mainstream gaming journalism, well, we got Game Journalism Pros that explains that right there. So this isn't about integrity or what our image is. It's just not a subject that the mainstream media has give credence to it yet. That's for everyone.
I mean, just to add on top of that, I mean, cause when you say that you believe we need to do this because the media currently laugh at us, I mean, it's just a case of saying, have you spoken to someone in the media? Have you got evidence that says when you use this term, we roll our eyes? Have you got like physical hard evidence by saying, I've spoken to XYZ journalists and they all agree that if people use this, then I will roll my eyes or I will not look on it favorably.
Beyond that, I mean, you can't even. Beyond that, we don't need the media. We're at a position where we have to do nothing. We have to not click, and we can not buy if we so choose. We don't have to do anything to win.
Can I tell you the consequences for that? Why you should care? For one, you're a game developer, and you associate yourself with GamerGate. Believe me or not, I will never buy your game, and there's a lot of people who will never buy your game because you're associated with these people.
There are also a lot of people that will.
In a website. Nobody is going to go to your website because you're associated with GamerGate. It's already associated with a hate group. So So if you create a website that already favors GamerGate, you're not gonna.
Have we actually been labeled a hate group?
Can I put these 2 points out there? First off, if you're a developer that sides with GamerGate, whatever, by you saying there are a lot of people that won't buy your game, conversely, there are going to be a lot of people that will buy your game. So that's sort of a moot point. There are going to be people, regardless of whether you side with any movement ever. You could be a development studio that says, I believe the moon landings were fake. Yeah, there are always going to be some people that buy your game and some people that don't. And the second point is to do with the hate groups thing. The hate groups thing is that comes down to opinion again. That's just, if someone says, I don't agree with their principles, I think they're just using this to elevate a platform for hate. That's your opinion. And I think if you don't agree with that opinion, that's fine.
Carlos, another good thing, and this is actually in defense of Carlos, and you are right in some of the issues and about the media, and I want to send a link to some of the book. If you have never heard of the theory of Saul Alinsky, that's actually kind of a political theory of modern propaganda community organizing. I know I've bored probably 10% of you already, but interesting read about this is what they are trying to do to GamerGate. And in defense, let's keep going after these sites like Gawker, Vox, and as much as I hate
those are sites that I think both sides can agree are just there to produce clickbait crap journalism without doing any sort of background research, and the hypocrisy when you get I don't know, Jennifer Lawrence's new pictures leaks, that's disgusting, and oh, wait a minute, if you've got Usher's sex tape, talk to us and we'll buy it off of you. It's just like, what? So, I mean, sites like that just need to be shut down regardless.
You're absolutely right. The other thing is that when Gawker falls, or if Gawker falls, there are plenty of places that look at GamerGate and say, these are the kind of things that these people want. We're going to grow up and cater to those people. So it actually replaces itself.
And really, do you really think that that the backlash from us not from people not purchasing GamerGate games is going to be greater than those who do not purchase non-GamerGate games? I mean, feminist games, Because, I mean, I'm not going to buy Brianna Wu's game. She has it on an iPhone, for Christ's sake. No, majority of gamers don't even deal with Apple. They're all Android. They're tinkerers. They want flexibility. Apple doesn't even offer that. So, you know what? We can play that war. We can play that war, and I'm going to tell you right now, those gender equality games are the ones that are going to go down the toilet. They're going to be like what Barney was, you know, the Barney game. That's what's going to end up happening.
God. Oh my God.
And everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Hey, don't. I mean,
So
don't,
let me get this straight, if I can understand. You guys want to be heard in the media, but you don't want to change anything, and you don't
well,
think
we
that
don't want to be heard in the
there's
media.
I want to
nothing
be
wrong
heard.
with you guys. Yeah, like you don't want to change anything, yet you still want to be heard, and you think that if you keep shouting as loud as you can, people will still hear you. It's like
We want
how
neutral coverage. That doesn't
Seems to be
necessarily
working
mean
pretty
we
well
want
so
to be
far.
heard.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like
We're not,
again, you're not
we
gonna
don't,
change anything. Why should anybody change anything for you? If you're not gonna do anything, nobody's gonna do anything for you.
Because in this issue, though, I mean, when you're saying you should if you want to get good press in the media, well, the whole thing is that we are targeting the media, so we're not going to get good press. I mean, you're never going to get good press if you're targeting the people that are presumably going to give you a voice. Because, I mean, look at it. The Daily Telegraph or something, I don't know, some big financial newspaper is not going to look at this issue and say, oh, okay, from a neutral standpoint, I believe this and this, because it's of no use to them. Within gaming circles, it's sites like IGN, Polygon, Kotaku. It's all those kinds of people that are going to be potentially talking about GamerGate. And if we're saying we don't like the way you're doing business, then they're going to write articles that say we don't like the way you keep yelling at us. That's just what's going to happen.
Stop yelling at me!
Yeah, at this point, we're not worried about our position in the press. What we don't like is people misconstruing our arguments. What we don't like is people saying, well, you're not for ethics and journalism, you're for hate against women. Because I think if you speak to the vast majority of Gamergaters, you will find that the vast majority think that's bullshit. The vast majority are all for equal rights, and the vast majority are like, yeah, you know what, I just want ethics and journalism. Because I know for a fact that I do, and I want equal rights for women. That's fine. I'm all for inclusivity and development. I'm all for more female developers. But I think being labelled as a person that's saying I'm yelling for misogyny, as opposed to I'm yelling because I don't like the way my business is currently done, that's two different things.
I don't consider there to be any problem with people having any kind of disagreement with many prominent feminists. I was just kind of researching this while you guys were talking, and I found the comments in the International Business Times section on the Time feminists banning thing quite amusing, considering over 400 of them are just saying, yeah, for men and women, saying feminists are now an authoritarian church and we don't want to be associated with them. I think their reputation is worse than Gamergate, if that's possible. It's just certain media critics don't want to talk about it.
I hate the idea of the hate group thing, because you actually have to do things to become a real hate group. There is actually a society, there's a group that actually labels hate society or hate groups, and the KKK falls under hate group. I mean, when was the last time we actually lynched somebody from a courthouse square?
You made a person try to kill herself a couple of days ago.
How did I do that? How did I do that exactly? How did I personally make somebody go and kill themselves?
You're conflating.
I'm gonna put it this way. If you guys don't want to change, that's fine. I already told you what you guys have to do.
We are all.
No, you don't want to change. You don't want to say. You want to be. You want to be.
Can I just put forward my
He's telling us what we are. This is why. Yeah.
But
this is why we can't take people with these positions particularly seriously.
Because
driven by conspiracy, by people who have no
There's no conspiracy. Jesus Christ.
Because what we're trying to say is that you're conflating the movement with individual members inside it. What you're saying is you're doing it by you're basically using an association fallacy. You're saying because X associates with this and they do this, everyone within this must be doing this.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. Is yes, we have some people that might be doing that, and yes, we're trying to.
Might. Okay.
No. I don't know from personal experience. I haven't seen it, but there probably are people doing it. So I will take the benefit of the doubt, and I will take your side, and I'll say, okay, yeah, we have people doing this. Okay.
What was that phrase you gave us earlier, Cause, about trust and something? Can someone remind me?
Trust and believe.
Trust and believe, Cause,
Listen and believe.
that we're equalitarians.
Oh, listen and believe. That was it. Yeah.
Listen and
Well,
believe.
let me ask you this.
2 weeks ago, I'm going to give you a story. You're going to like this story. 2 weeks ago,
which you really don't follow.
Wait, Cause.
2 weeks ago, I sacked a manager for sexually harassing a woman because I got evidence that it happens, and that's what I did because it's wrong. That's it. I did it because I won't put up for men sexually harassing women, and I won't put up with women sexually harassing men either if I get any evidence of that. So listen and believe. I know you weren't there. But the point is that we don't put up with behaviour. Well, the people in this group, I'm not saying all of GamerGate, but many of the people in this group will not put up with realistic harassment which we observe around us. We'll step between it to defend women from sexism they may be experiencing.
Okay.
Because we don't think that's right. Just listen and believe, man. Listen and believe. Trust me. Tell me you listen and believe. Tell me. Tell me you listen and believe, please. Do it for me. Just one thing.
Okay, wait, hold on. Again, I just want to mention that this.
Do you think the certification actually?
Because this was the point we were discussing last night, though. This is the very point we were discussing last night, in that you were saying everyone in GamerGate is harassing people, and we had Remy come in and specifically say.
Really, I said that.
Pardon? Yeah.
You told me.
Dude, go and look back at the stream yesterday. Go and look back at the stream yesterday. And she had to come in and basically say, you know what, no, that's not the case. I'm a single mum, I stay at home, people have been harassing me. And she said, you know, I don't mind people harassing me and venting and getting it out of their system, but I've been harassed as well. And she specifically said, we have groups, they are just volunteers at this point. You have to remember they're volunteers who are going around and personally trying to clear this up. She is a person that has said, regardless of what side of this debate you're on, if you're being harassed, you send her the information and she will get on that case. And she actually extended the olive branch. She tried to build her half of the bridge with you yesterday to say, you know what, if I see that happening, I stop that happening. I will do that if you will agree to help me. And you said, you know what, yeah, okay, I believe you. So by conflating the people, each individual of GamerGate, with this whole harassment argument, I think that's wrong, because everyone in this particular chat has also already agreed that, yeah, they think harassment is bullshit. I know for a fact if I was harassed, I think that would be bullshit. And I wouldn't want to wish that sort of hate on any other person. I'd hate that. I mean, I can disagree with someone. I can really, really disagree with someone. But I don't feel that that is any cause to harass someone. And I think a disagreement is a disagreement, and everyone is entitled to have disagreeing opinions. But when it comes to things like harassment, I think that's over the top. So, and I think that when you say that GamerGate is a hate group, I think it's a case of you're only looking at what people in the media are telling you, and you're not actually looking further into the group and looking at a larger number of people. And if you are looking into the group, I think you're only looking into places that are being highlighted by members who have been harassed. And I think in that point, yeah, if I'm going to look at evidence from someone who's been harassed, then yeah, all I'm going to see is harassment. But if I spend 24 hours looking just through the tweets in general, you'll find that there's no harassment. There's a case of we want to spread information that there is mistrust in journalism, and we just want to make that heard. And we also want to call out bullshit and harassment. And I mean, there was an article written by a journalist who came into GamerGate, embedded himself for 24 hours without letting anyone know, so that he could find out more about people being harassed. And he actually came away saying the vast majority of people that I've seen are actually being really nice and polite and trying to stop harassment when they see it. So,
also keep in mind that a lot of the things that they call harassment are nothing more than heated debate.
Well, yeah, again, harassment.
my question, I got a big question, okay? What is your opinion on the article about the 90% neutral Gamergate tweets?
Well, I have
Um,
a more specific question. I mean, this
Okay.
is a consequence that I didn't hear that there was a trust and belief or whatever it was.
Yeah, listen.
Yesterday, Remy asked you to contact her. She built her end of the bridge, as she said, for you to contact her cause and to see the harassment she and other people have experienced. Did you take her up in that offer?
I feel very frustrated and pissed off right now. So no, I haven't.
Okay,
I
so you
brought them
haven't.
to Lucas.
See, the next time you return, it would be really valuable to help us trust what you're bringing to the table if you could take her up on that offer. Because I think the more that everyone sees about what's happening, the more we can reconcile differences of opinion. Because I think everyone has a fairly common framework. You know, no one wants people to experience upsetting situations, but emotions are very high.
I agree.
If we can build trust by taking some common action on points of agreement, then we can broaden ourselves out to find more consensus.
Well, I mean, yesterday was fantastic because we all agreed on common ground that we do have issue with ethics in journalism and that we all dislike harassment. And I mean, that was great because everyone was just talking civilly and having a nice, proper discussion, which there's a lack of at the moment, and that's what needs to be brought forward is more of these sort of just general debates as opposed to like slinging insults on both sides. So
Why don't I don't believe you now? I
why don't you
just
believe me?
don't believe you. I just don't.
So you
I
choose
right
not
now
to believe that we are not
yesterday
misogynists.
I tweeted to someone from this side. I told him, "What do you think about having a conversation with GamerGate?" And he pretty much told me,
Okay.
"It's not worth it. It's not worth having a conversation because they
Yeah,
don't
okay,
they don't wanna have a conversation or listen to the other side. You want me
but cause
to understand you and listen to you, but you really don't give a fuck about this side of the
No, I
of the
disagree.
or
I disagree heartily because I've been discussing this with you 2 days running now, me personally. So this is on a personal level. And personally, I agree that there are issues within the Gamergate side. I agree with that. And I sympathize with anyone who's potentially been harassed by the Gamergate side. I sympathize with you saying that you don't like harassment. I understand that. I sympathize with you, and I also want to get rid of that element. That is not a nice element to have in anything, let alone a movement, even just on its own, regardless of a movement. So
and how do you think that
I'm
you're
a
gonna
little
get
bit,
rid of that in your group?
but I'm
You
a little, but I'm
if
just
you're not
saying.
gonna change anything.
No. I'm not. I want to get away from that point. I want to go back to you saying you don't believe me. So I've been talking with you for this for 2 days, and I'm giving you my honest belief. So as an individual, not as part of the movement, I'm sort of a little hurt that you don't actually believe that that's my standpoint, because I personally have never harassed anyone, and I mean, with someone like Georgie Tate, I was one of the people who was saying, he's on stream being basically like bear baited, and it's not nice. The guy had some mental instability, and it wasn't fair to watch him just go on this stream, and so it was a case of saying, you know what, we need to just leave him to have some time. So I have concerns about people on both sides of the argument, and I understand just because my personal beliefs lie with one aspect doesn't mean I can't empathize with both sides. So I'm a bit hurt that I'm not being
No,
trusted. I'm listening.
lost.
Pardon?
You lost. No, you're not listening. Right now, you're not listening to me. You're listening to yourself.
No.
Listen
I'm
to what
listening
I'm
to you.
saying
What are you
to
saying?
you right now.
Okay.
No, okay.
Okay, cause
Listen to no,
No.
wait.
Let Cos finish because I'm listening to Cos so that I can answer him and hopefully that he will trust me. Okay, so Cos, what is it that you want me to listen to?
No matter how much you tell me that you are against corruption, no matter how much you tell me that you have so many good people, no matter how many nice conversations we have, I can't believe you because I judge a group not by the shit that they say, but by the actions that they do. So no matter how much conversations you have, no matter how many streams or videos or YouTube videos that you do, if I see shit going on Twitter, if I see people getting harassed or threatening to make a person kill themselves in all of that shit, I'm gonna judge you by that actions and by that group. And
Okay.
if you associate yourself with that group, unfortunately, that's how I'm gonna judge you. So again, no matter how many good people, quote unquote, good people you have, that's not how I judge people.
Okay, but I'm not asking you to judge the group here. I'm just asking you to judge me as an individual. Do you not
Yes.
believe that I, as an individual, regardless of the whole Gamergate thing, do you believe that I, as an individual, understand where you're coming from, and that I also agree that things like harassment are just downright disgusting? Do you not believe me when I say that as an individual?
If you want me to believe you, you have to show me. Right now, you're not showing me anything. So I
But
can't.
but how do you want me to show you? I'm saying that I'm against.
Show me the actions.
Pardon?
Actions.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that you view my individual actions as the actions of the. What you're saying is you view the actions of the entire group as my individual actions. What I'm asking you to do is to view my individual actions for my individual actions. You're saying you need to show me that there is movement against harassment, and I'm saying I personally, if I see harassing speech, I report it. I don't like it. And if I see someone being harassed on a stream, I'm up there posting saying we need to leave him alone. He needs some time to himself. We can't just bait a person like this. That's me as an individual doing things to push to that. Well, I mean, you can look through my Twitter feed talking about Georgie Tate on stream with King of Pole. I'm there talking, saying there's a point where this guy obviously is having some sort of mental breakdown, and as such, we should stop and leave him alone.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
that's
going to
me
put
as
a
an
nail in the coffin regarding this, because this type of assumption you're making is exactly how I feel about indie developers, unfortunately. And you're judging us as individuals based on the group that we're associated with. Fine. Logically standing, we can go with that. But on the same foot, it's a double-edged sword, because I can judge you personally on the actions that your site has done. And that includes wishing genocide on me. That includes one of your members doxing, and that's pro-corruption. That is someone that is against GamerGate doxing a DOD employee. That is supporting terrorism at the most utmost level. That is ridiculous. You can't sit here and judge me or anyone here individually based on the actions of people that do not have the maturity or the mental stability to just simply, act as you want them to act. All we can do as individuals is set an example, and that's what we're doing here. That's what we have been doing. We've been having a conversation with you to set the example. But when you're sitting here telling me that no matter what we do, unless we follow you on Twitter and gave you a basic daily report of what we do on a daily action, that you can't trust us, or that because we're simply associated with a movement that you specifically deem that is, harassment, then I'm going to give you the same treatment, and your treatment's going to be a lot worse, let me tell you.
Cortana, go.
Yeah, okay, so you're telling us to listen and believe, and I am telling you personally, I have a girlfriend, I have a great relationship with her. She will. I know you don't care, which is exactly the fucking point. So I do not hate women. I do not care about, I'm not harassing them. I'm not sending death threats to any of these people. I don't condone all that. I think the people who are doing that are probably mostly trolls, and the few that are serious are pieces of shit. That's what I think. And you're going to tell me that I have to prove that to you. And that's the whole point, which is we don't get to say what we want because everyone else just throws on top of us. You hate women. I don't have to listen and believe to you because you're an evil group. And that's what that crazy asshole, that Georgie guy, or Jordy, whatever his name is, like, he's on that side of the fence. And I don't see anyone, talking about the fact that he just said that I should be fucking gassed. I'm a Jew, so I don't really like hearing that. I kind of want to punch that kid in the fucking throat. So you want us to answer you, but you won't listen and believe us when I sit there and I say, I don't hate women. I don't hate Anisa Sarkeesian. I don't hate Zoe Quinn. I think saying that they are the reason for Gamergate is like saying Archduke Ferdinand getting shot was the reason for World War I. It wasn't. Everyone wanted to punch each other in the fucking head, and they just used that as the explosive thing. I have not been following mainstream gaming journalism for like 2-3 years. Whenever the Call of Duty Black Ops or something got a 9.5 out of 10 on IGN, I was like, all right, I'm done. And that's it. So this is not something.
Black Ops, thank you very much. The original Black Ops is a good game, in my opinion.
Anyhow, so it doesn't matter. My point is, whenever I started seeing that kind of stuff, I backed out. So this has been going on for 3 years, and everyone is trying to make it about 3 months. It's not about 3 months. This is something that has been brewing for a long time, and you need to listen and believe that. And not only do you have to listen and believe, but you can trust, and then we can fucking verify, because there is stuff that goes way back to 2011 that are videos on YouTube that I can throw at you. And you will see that this has been an issue way before anyone gave a shit about Zoe Quinn and any of that crap.
Because the other...
Tell me why nobody wants to go without saying the word for social justice warriors.
Pardon? I'm sorry, what was that?
Tell me, then explain to me, why is it that no one wants to have your word on the medium? Why no one believes you? And why everybody thinks that you are a group of harassers?
Well, do you remember when we started a war for 10 years over the idea that there were nuclear bombs in Iraq? Do you ever think that it's because the media is full of shit and they just say what they need to say to keep people watching the TV? That's what this is about. Ethics in journalism. The people who pay people's salaries, the people who are the advertisers, tell them what they want and what they do not want, and that gets them paid. That's what. And look up what happened with Polygon. Polygon got $750,000 from Microsoft to start a website. Polygon then went about giving low ratings to every single PS3 exclusive that came out. That is what I am talking about. The reason we don't get coverage is because we don't bring these companies money. We don't. We're disenfranchised, socially diverse, and we're not a single group, so no one can market target us.
But just to add on top of that, you need to you need to be a bit more specific about where in the media you're saying we need to be having a positive light and where in the media we're not currently getting a positive light, because within the gaming media I doubt we'll ever get a positive light, because this movement is specifically against the gaming media. And I think you'll find that a lot of mainstream media find that gaming isn't a hot enough topic to discuss this sort of situation. So at the moment, it's sort of smaller sites like Breitbart and Village Caller and stuff like that. So there's that aspect as well. And I mean, places like Fox will just pick up and run with something because they think it's a sensational piece. That's their job. That's what they do. So I would just like to know sort of your input on that.
Let me answer. So for Cortana, your answer is that the reason why the whole situation is like this is because 95% of the media is shit, and you guys are right. But because everybody's shit and you guys are right.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No. Okay. Explain.
Okay, what I am saying is GamerGate is a small contingent of people. We are diverse, which is kind of funny since everyone wants to call us the same thing. So since we're diverse, we are not a... Look, I understand how marketing works. I've unfortunately had to suffer through being around these people for a long time. They want to cut everyone up into little boxes. GamerGate is a diffuse... You know, we are left, we're right, we're centrist, we're anarchists, whatever it is. We don't watch Fox News for the most part, or we don't watch MSNBC. A lot of us are completely disenfranchised with the media, period. So we're not going to bring them a lot of business. Because of that, we're not going to get a fair shake in the media for two reasons. One, feminists will click on links and read lots of stories. People who are, you know, sympathetic for females being threatened, which is every fucking human being on the planet for the most part, because who's going to sit there and say you should suppress 50% of the population? Only an asshole. They're going to get coverage. We're not going to get a fair shake simply because of the fact that we kind of don't matter. We don't generate capital. This is all about producing money in the media, and we don't bring them money. That's what GamerGate started as. We don't generate clicks. we have been ostracized and cast out of our hobby because there's other stuff that's more sensational that generates more, more attention to the media. So obviously the media is not going to come and listen to our side when we're saying, hey, look, if you pay IGN for coverage or whatever whatever it may be, if you give Polygon $750,000 to make a documentary, which is insane, then Polygon will give The Last of Us a 7.5, and whatever other PlayStation exclusives, they give low scores. That's the point. We're trying to expose the fact that the corporate interests that pay these people's salaries get better coverage. The people that they're financially linked to get better coverage. And they're telling us what we are, which is we're misogynists and we hate women, which is bullshit.
So yes, for you guys, they are wrong. You guys are right. The end of the discussion.
No,
he's not saying that.
Those
take over for me. I need it.
He's saying wrong. They are wrong in everything, and you guys are right.
No, Cos, let him answer. You're jumping the gun. You're not letting him explain.
Okay, explain then.
Okay, I don't know how further to explain this. Does someone else want to take a swing at it with
will.
a different? Okay, Brian,
What
go
he's saying is, it's entirely a matter of cash flow.
Yes.
That's all it is. GamerGate is not a sufficiently large market for someone to really want to cover it. So most of the coverage is around niche websites. If actually looked at it, and you see quite a lot of them, there's Breitbart, others. I'm not saying I agree with their politics. Hell, I read The Economist on my iPad, not because I agree with its politics, because it does interesting articles. And they are covering it because it's a niche topic. The whole thing's niche. Opposition to GamerGate is niche. Positive viewpoints of GamerGate are niche. So the only time it gets in the main media is, oh well, there's a sensationalist story that we can do an article on about someone being upset, because that gets a lot of views. It always has and always will. Let's be honest, the whole ship of Shirtgate was incredibly covered. There's articles still floating about today just because it's drama. And people love drama. Drama makes lots of money.
Case in point, Kim Kardashian.
The only other people who are covering it are the people who want to defend themselves from GamerGate. And I absolutely get that. But their whole approach has been very, very flawed and has actually made it a much stronger movement. It really questions their competence, the way they've approached it. Because if they had kept it in lines of certain people are harassers, get them the hell out of the industry, they would have had huge support. Instead, they decided to target their entire audience. Wow.
Their entire audience. Okay.
Yep.
So
I'm saying that exactly.
Ask you something. I am somebody who is against you. I hope GamerGate ends.
You don't say.
You guys have right now an anti-GG with you guys. If you guys want to choose a topic related to GamerGate, what would you choose to discuss with me?
Well,
ethics in journalism.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Really?
I think the biggest discussion,
really.
which cannot be had.
You prefer to protect
I mean, this is something that.
Then indeed, guys.
Wait, Cos, what are you saying? We prefer to what?
You prefer to protect the AAA titles industry.
So
Then-
what?
No, I think you're right.
No.
I'm going to say why.
Wait, guys. That's not what we said at all. What we said is we would, if we had any topic to discuss, we would like to discuss the lack of ethics in current journalism based around video games. We don't like the fact that there are developer links to information providers for the video game industry. We don't like collusion, and we don't like the fact that people don't disclose any potential benefits or links they receive from game developers, big or small. If an indie developer pulled this shit, we'd be annoyed as much as a AAA developer doing.
Let's put it this
Yeah,
way:
but
every
it's
single
just-
concern of ethics that GamerGate has shown has been debunked. There is no there is
well-
ethical concerns.
Well,
Can
Because you
I
guys haven't
say
mentioned
something
anything
controversial
once.
and in support of something Cos said?
okay.
Yeah, I agree with his statement in part. It's very easy to look at the things that happen on Twitter or on Reddit and see Gamergate as a body focused on individual excesses and corruption, rather
Someone's
than
bleeding
reforming
quite
the
well.
system. Sorry, is someone breathing?
Yeah. Neko, the Neko.
Sorry, he
Can
told
you
me.
mute yourself, Neko?
Sorry, you're like breathing quite heavily.
Yeah, it was kind of sensuous, but
Maybe you should post a video of the cat going breathing intensifies. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah.
go
Let me finish my point, and I think it's a fair one. One of the biggest problems with Gamergate, and it's also the reason why it's very difficult to talk about it in the same way, is everyone from the gaming media to the devs to the publishers to the customer doesn't like the current ratings and bonus system that is dependent upon it. Kotaku's covered it, IGN's covered it, I've not seen the major press cover it, consumers complain about it, and no one from any angle has been able to suggest a better system. A few weekends ago, I did a very boring study, it's out there as a PDF, on the Metacritic rating system. I looked at every single game record in there, about 7,000 points. I didn't do it because I wanted to prove that my viewpoint was right. Metacritic balances all the scores, it does various things, but even then you can see, and it reinforced my viewpoint. Before then I would say I was a kind of soft gamergater, and then it became a harder one, because what I saw was that journalists, when they favour games, they favour it by a far larger margin on average than the user does, even with Metacritic trying to balance the opinions. And that's not something Gamergate or anyone in the media or anyone involved in the industry has been willing to address. And we have talked about it a little bit in this stream, which is encouraging. And I think that conversation is very important, but it's very hard to have without a huge amount of knowledge about how these things work.
Just to go back to Koz's previous point, where he stated that all the points of evidence of unethical behavior in journalism have been debunked. I just want to sort of refer you back to the stream yesterday where you agreed with Remy that there were problems with ethics in journalism, and you actually spoke in support of things like Based Gamer, which is our attempt at a Metacritic for games, and our attempts to create these sites which don't have these biases. So you saying that there are points that have been debunked. Just yesterday you were agreeing and saying yes, there is evidence of corruption in games journalism. So my question is, where do you actually stand on that? Because yesterday you were saying yes, I agree with you, there is problems in journalism, and now today you're saying there's not because it's all being debunked.
Unless it was debunked yesterday.
Let's put it this way. Is there problems in journalism? Is there problems in the industry? Yes. Has Gamergate mentioned any one of them? No.
What problems
That's a
then?
huge problem right now.
Okay, but then in that case, what you're saying is that you know the problems in journalism and we don't. In which case, it would be really useful if you could tell us what those problems are. Because if you know the problems that we're not touching on, then we would like to know the problems that you want us to touch on.
Really? Because you're
I
gonna
think
listen and believe me.
No. Because you just said that yes, there are problems with ethics in journalism for gaming, and has Gamergate touched on them? No. Which implies that you know where the problems are with ethical journalism in gaming. So if we don't know that, and we're a consumer movement dedicated to solving those problems, it would be great if you could sort of tell us those problems, at least in your standpoint, so that we can move forward with those.
How can I say this? Your movement has no. How can I say this? You guys have lost any credibility whatsoever.
Why?
Yeah, but
If there's gonna be any
hold
change,
on.
it's gonna be from the people
Can
who
we
actually
just...
care about
Yeah,
games.
but
You know,
Kos,
us, young,
you're
not by-
changing, you're deflecting. What you're doing is you're deflecting. You're taking the topic away from ethics in journalism, and you're saying that GamerGate has lost credibility. Credibility aside, I don't care if we have no credibility. If we have correct evidence and points towards unethical behavior in gaming journalism, that's what I want to talk about now. I don't want to talk about credibility. I don't want to talk about harassment. I just want to talk about ethics in gaming journalism and how the movement is approaching that. And if you see that we are missing particular topics in ethics in journalism, if you see issues in gaming journalism that we're not touching on, we would like to know those issues so that we can try and push forward with them as well. Because on our part, we think that we have found unethical behavior in journalism, and we're trying to push forward against that. But if you disagree with that particular instance of unethical journalism, and you say, well, actually, this is unethical journalism, then we'll focus on that. So what is your opinion? What have you found is unethical journalism? That's what I'm asking you. What are we targeting wrong, and what are you saying we need to be targeting?
I'm gonna answer your question, but before I'm gonna tell you that no matter what I say, you're not gonna change anything.
Well, no.
Right now,
I just want to say
I've
before you
talked to
answer.
so many people. Wait. Let me answer the question.
Okay.
At least, okay. Let Cos speak, please.
Yeah, but can I just before you do that, can I just ask you to refrain from returning to the topics of...
No, you don't have the right to do that. I'm gonna answer your question, and I'm gonna answer it. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
To answer it, to answer it, one, credibility goes a long way. If somebody has no credibility, I'm not gonna believe anything, and I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm not really gonna waste any of my time speaking to that person because I know that that person is not gonna change anything. He doesn't care about it. He really has his own agenda. He really has his own group of people who made this group of people who already want something, and they're gonna keep fighting for that for that thing, even if they are wrong. Even if 90% of the people tell them, "You guys are wrong. You guys are focusing on," because it doesn't matter what the facts are. Now to answer your question, what have you guys touched that is not as unethical? One, this is the biggest one. Well, not the biggest one, but it's one. There is no fucking censorship. Two, the media never censorship. Number two, there was never any fucking collusion in the media. Number three, if you guys want to tackle big fucking problems in the industry, you can tackle the fucking embargo with Assassin's Creed. That is one thing. The other thing is Shadows of Mordor, who was paying money to fucking YouTubers for good coverage, and they told them, you can't say anything bad about our game. That is something that I thought the GamerGate was gonna talk about. They didn't talk about shit. They didn't talk about shit. They went and said, okay, you guys, we're gonna go against Kotaku again. Nobody gives a fuck about Kotaku or Kotaku again. Why the fuck are you focusing on gaming websites instead of going to against the AAA titles who have all the fucking money and spend
because the gaming websites are the AAA studios
in marketing, trying to sell you a product and try to buy you in the idea that this game is good, even though the game is complete shit.
Okay, Cos, can I respond to this? I've spoken already several times about the embargo. I mean, this entire stream was based around bad business practices and what can
we started with a topic.
So this topic initially started as bad business practices and what GamerGate can do to try and mitigate these bad practices. And I think you'll find a lot that recently GamerGate has been talking about the embargo. I think you'll find people like Total Biscuit who are already saying we will stop.
Total Biscuit is full of shit.
Let me answer. Let me answer my question.
Total Biscuit is, but not as easy.
Listen, let me just finish this point. My point is that not only did, I don't know, someone like Total Biscuit, who people regard as a reviewer. So some people find that they go to Total Biscuit as their news resource. Some people go to Kotaku as their news resource. Some people go to Polygon. So I'm just saying that in terms of YouTubers, Total Biscuit is an example of a person who said, okay, I'm going to reject any games that do review embargoes. Now, I believe was it I think it was Kotaku, actually, that said, now we're going to say we're going to reject the embargo. See, now this is an example of something that GamerGate agrees with Kotaku on. This is a case of saying, yes, okay, we agree that we don't like the embargo process. Both of us, both sides agree. Now, as GamerGaters, we are not members of the gaming press, so we can't do much about that apart from tell the people who keep accepting these embargoes not to accept them. That's all we as consumers can do. So the power then lies with the journalistic websites and the media outlets, because they're the ones that go into these deals and sign these embargoes and say, yes, okay, we'll review this game with the embargo. So you know what? It's been a great step up for Kotaku to say, you know what? Yes, we won't deal with these embargoes anymore. That's fantastic. On other points of you saying that there's no evidence of collusion, there's quite a substantial amount of evidence that there's not particularly maybe collusion between developers and media outlets, but certainly between media outlets themselves. I mean, if you look at the Game Journo Pros list and you look at some of the messages that are coming out of that, you'll see that there are large sections of messages discussing, for example, the Gamers Are Dead articles that were put out. And you can see there are large groups of people within the gaming media who are saying, yes, okay, we'll all put these articles out at some point. So I think that goes to prove that, yeah, there is collusion within the media. And we don't like that, and we are pushing for those points. So with things like the embargo, yeah, we agree, that's bullshit. I mean, the embargo thing has only been known for a couple of days, so there's not much we can do. LTG will sort of a bit.
LTG, you need to mute your mic.
Yeah. But yeah, so the embargo thing's only been out for a couple of days, but people have been talking on it, but there's not been an effort to move forward with it because there wasn't really enough time to coordinate what is an uncoordinatable group. It's a large leaderless movement. We can't coordinate and police everyone. So had there been more time and nothing had been dealt with it, then yeah, we probably would have jumped on. But the fact is, Kotaku have stepped up and they've said, yeah, okay, we hear you, we don't like it either, we're going to stop doing it. So it's not a case of GamerGate attacking Kotaku because it's Kotaku. We're actually, the more people do make measures to clean up their act within games journalism, the less we're going to say, we don't like your practices, and the more we're going to say, you know what, okay, yeah, you've cleaned up. I like that. I'm going to come and read your website. And that's all we're asking for. I mean, that's just what I want to say. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that, but...
Because I have something to say, unless you want to answer him.
Let me answer your question about the whole thing. The whole was yesterday. Second of all, even though Kotaku did something great, GamerGate still going against Kotaku, saying Kotaku is one of the biggest shitholes without trying to, you know.
I think the problem there is that when we're looking at evidence of collusion, I think the problem that a lot of GamerGaters have is that they were one of sort of the worst offenders. But I mean, I know for me, as a personal, as just an individual, I think that the more steps Kotaku take to becoming cleaner, the happier I'll be with that. So I'm just wanted to say that it's just purely because some people don't like that they were the worst offender initially. That's all.
I'll give you an advice. When somebody's speaking, please don't interrupt them when there's an answer. Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't have. I've lost interest in answering your question. I don't know if somebody wants to join in.
Well, let me give you some advice. When you're talking down to people, you should watch your tone before someone bites back. I'm just letting you know.
I just wanted to say real quick, I gotta head out, so it's been nice talking to you guys, but I'm gonna go have that.
Yeah, take care.
See ya.
Okay.
Yep, alright, see ya.
Later.
Yeah, go back to what did you say, Cause?
I have no interest. Guys, I'm leaving. I tried. I thought that maybe I thought I actually was too naive. That thought that maybe if I had a conversation with the GamerGators, I might actually make my point across, and maybe they may
But
show
we've had you
empathy
for 2 days.
people who have suffered.
No,
Um,
I agree. We're done with him. It's obvious that he came in here thinking that he had a leadership of GamerGate and he was trying to give us advice, but a lot of it is very juvenile and very short-sighted, unfortunately.
Well,
Dustin,
guys,
wait, stop.
it's not necessary, guys. It's not
No.
necessary.
Yeah,
to
let
slam-
the guy.
It's not
say-
necessary to slam
Yeah.
anyone.
No.
I think at
Yeah.
the very least you need to thank Cos for coming in, because you know what,
I
he
think we
stepped
should.
stepped right into the fucking hive here. He stepped
I
right
agree.
into the dragon
I
den.
Well
can
done,
say
Cos.
Thank you very much for coming in and putting your opinions across. They've been really valuable.
Herman,
And
I would actually say thank you for being so, being very polite. Dustin, Andre, Andre, thanks for. I mean, I actually thought that there might be a conversation between people who are anti and the people who are gamers, but
Yeah.
no, there isn't any
But-
conversation because at the end of the day, there there's no what's the point anyway? Is you guys are gonna continue doing this heinous stuff?
Well-
Always going to be anti-feminist, social justice warriors.
Oh my
so on.
god.
Guys,
And
just
at the end of the
Oh,
day,
I'm going to say,
You
for you,
should have
Cos,
just
I
shut
want to
your
help
mouth and
everyone
left
out.
with pride.
Guys-
That's all
Wait,
I
wait,
can tell
I'm
you.
going to say something very nice
Guys,
to
just-
help everything end well. I'm more than comfortable, Cos, that in the future, I might meet you, and I'd be happy to share a beer with you, even though we might disagree on certain
Yes,
things.
definitely.
And maybe in the future we'll find things that we can agree on, which is even better.
I
But
agree.
thanks a lot. I enjoyed our conversations, even though maybe I got passionate. And I think you're bringing good intentions to the table, and thank you for that.
I just want you to reconsider that how many people's lives have been affected negatively by
Agreed.
this, by not by
I
your
think-
side, by this side. Just fucking think. Just fucking think about how many people who were. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you, Cos, for coming in. I really
Thanks,
appreciate
Thank
your opinion.
you.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah,
yeah,
he's gone now.
You're
Just,
telling
just
me
an
that
FYI.
I'm an anti-feminist because that's adorable.
No. He's already gone. Don't talk. He's already
No,
gone.
I know.
He's gone.
No, what I'm just
Yeah,
saying is
he-
like
He unfortunately got my goat towards the end there because his tone of voice changed and I didn't appreciate it.
it's that combative stuff and the
I will-
hypocrisy.
At the end of the day, I still value outside opinions, regardless of whether they're agreeing with me or not. You know what? That's the key to civilized, intelligent debate: is to have people on both sides arguing their point, and there's no point in letting it get dirty. It's always best to keep it clean, and I still value as much as he may have insinuated things about me that aren't true and things like that. I still very much appreciate him for sort of stepping into what is essentially a very hostile situation.
Oh, absolutely. It's like
So,
it's
it's applaudable, really. So
I'm just too much of a hothead. As soon as the tone of voice changes and I feel like I'm being talked down to,
Yeah, I understand
then
that.
I start going on fire.
The thing that
Well, imagine in the back of my mind just 1,000 screaming Highlanders in it. So
the
You know,
slight, the things that
one of the topics you guys brought up was the idea of like I just caught the very tail end of it, and I could tell that the tone kind of changed. The kind of like childishness, and I was on yesterday with this, and Kaz had he had these ideas that really didn't make sense, and I feel like that's like a continually uphill battle. Every time that I have a conversation with somebody, it's always ridiculous demands, and not just like ridiculous demands of GamerGate as a whole, but ridiculous demands on like just me personally. Like, you should fix this. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm not responsible for any of that. And I mean, I'm not even like one of the biggest voices or anything. And you're telling me that I should personally take responsibility for it, and I should change all these people's minds for that I don't even talk to. I mean, literally half the time somebody brings something up to me that is like, oh my god, look at what horrible things you did. I didn't even know about it until, I don't know, maybe a day or two after it happened. And by that time, it was already fixed. The person was, was already gathered by the harassment patrol, and kicked out of Twitter or whatever group that happens to pop up in. And I think that's kind of like one of the biggest things that we have to deal with is just like it's like I hate to keep bringing up like Gregory Tate, but that mentality of like you guys are all evil, like it's like this very quick, close-minded. I think it has to do with their.
I don't like being in a discussion where like I've been in discussion with Cos for 2 days now. So I was on the stream yesterday, which ran, Jesus Christ, it ran like I was in there for like 5 hours or something ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, this one's already going on like almost 4 hours now. So I mean, I don't like being in a discussion and having something said one day and that thing being refuted the next. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, and I really don't like having something associated to me that I personally find untrue. So I don't like things like general statements about Gamergate. I don't like the fact that if I associate with Gamergate, I am a misogynist. I don't like that because personally I want equal rights for women, and I don't in any way dislike women at all. And I'm all for gender equality and things like that. And I just don't like how if an argument, if a discussion gets to a certain point, people revert to personal attacks or attacks on the movement as a whole, which sort of then apply to me. That's what I don't like.
Well, I'll tell you this much, Kermit. You and Brian are definitely better men than I am, because I definitely lost my cool towards the end of there, and I apologize for that. But I was definitely, I mean, that was, as you said, it was going on 9 hours, and he was kind of backpedaling and kept saying the same shit, and it's just like, I'm sorry, did we talk yesterday?
Well, I'm not going to criticize the guy's character too much.
No, exactly.
He's
not necessary.
But, if you can let me finish, I'll make a point of this.
Sorry, man.
Watching the two streams back to back will be very telling for anyone who's not done so. That's all I'm going to say. I think the guy was bringing some good opinions to the table, but I think the execution could have been a little bit better.
No, he did bring up some conversation that I feel was necessary. So that is what we should be appreciating. But nonetheless, now that we're after that, I mean, over that hill of that conversation, let's go back to how to fix gaming journalism.
I think it's really simple to fix gaming journalism. We have to equal out the balance. Diversity in the market is something that a lot of people and myself have been trying to do, and bringing up smaller sites with different opinions, because what you see a lot of the time is you see sites become it's a hive mind group. You know what I mean? And I hate to bring politics into it, but I really feel it. I mean, because most of the people in the gaming sphere are very liberal, and we're very. I mean, I like to think that we're all pretty inclusive. I mean. But the idea, I mean, we kind of need to. We're sitting at a one-party system, if you want to talk about it in politics terms. You know what I mean? And that's where we're sitting at right now. Diversity of groups of people within the industry, and we really need that. So that's why I tell everybody. I've even today I made some progress. I got some writers on board. I know Tech Raptor has been doing well. It was Stealthy Box that I was mentioning before, not Sneaky Box. I messed that up. But these are all like websites. Obviously I'm doing Ship to Block 20, trying to get that out. We need to start. And if you guys want to do it too, get in there, put in the work. Yeah, it doesn't pay a lot at first. It's really difficult for the small guys to get in. But if you really care about this stuff and you want to talk about this stuff. You want to talk about news from, maybe your perspective that the perspective of other websites isn't handling. You need to step up. And I mean, I know I've been putting it out there for everybody at GamerGate and for Skynet, Operation Skynet, and stuff like that. But a lot of people are, they're afraid to put their voice out there.
Sorry.
They're put their image out there. So like myself, I'm totally out there. You could find me real super easy, and I don't care because I have a gun. If you want to try to do some shit.
Heyo.
But you know, it's.
Are you oppressing me?
I'm
What?
England, so I have
You,
so I have a spoon.
you evil.
I
Right? It's that idea of like people are you know, they want to support something, but a lot of people in the GamerGate side are also fighting for you know the anonymity online, to you know the right to be anonymous, and you know it's a lot more difficult to do that transition compared to like what I'm doing, where it's like, here I fucking am. If you want to say something nasty to me, go ahead. I don't really care. You know, I mean, like today I have 5 emails that just blew my mind out of the normal junk emails that I get, calling me cis white scum, and it makes me laugh. You know, and it's like this is the sort of stuff that you know anybody who puts themselves out there is going to have to deal with, and I think there's legitimate fear from a lot of people. Even though they have good intentions, they want to jump in, it's very easy to fall into the other camp. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. Oh, yeah, definitely. If I can get a chance to speak, because I was like, cause was like taking forever. It's like, will you let someone else speak besides you?
Well, I mean, I think I had a problem with, like, I was aware, especially when he said I interrupted him. I did apologize for that, and I was aware I was interrupting. But I think I had to interrupt because when I phrased my question, I specifically, when I was talking about my point, I specifically said something along the line. What was it? I said something with evidence.
Don't backtrack. He said.
Okay. Yeah, but at any rate, so yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that now. So I'm gonna go for a cigarette quickly, and then I'll be right back. So.
Yeah, but no, it's definitely one of those themes that, and we're doing our best to stay on topic, and he's going on how this is a fight against SJWs, and I can see where some of what he is saying is true. Unfortunately, whether you consider this a blessing or a curse, some of the biggest, you know, supporters of GamerGate have come from, you know, the atheism community like Thunderfoot and so forth, or Amazing Atheists, and some of the biggest supporters have come from people of all different camps, you know. And it's one of the things that we just want gaming to be fun. I mean, if Anita Sarkeesian said, well, we need to have more diversity in games, I'm pretty sure no one was against that. I mean, heck, I would like to see more diverse characters. I mean, I would like to see somebody different than 300 knockoffs of Chris Redfield, if you get my drift.
Yeah, just on Conchana, he wants to summarize for a little bit for Michael. I just wanted to say that it was nice having him on, even though we're pretty much 9 against him. But when we are having a civil discussion, we let him talk. We didn't really call him names so I think we were very reasonable and very patient with him, even though he was backtracking a lot. So you have to take that into consideration as well. At least for my part, I feel it was a fair discussion. Cortana?
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I was just, Michael, because you were asking, you know, where we were at, and you kind of walked right into the middle of the minefield. I had mentioned something about how we're not getting a fair shake in, you know, mainstream media, and he would ask things like, oh, okay, well, if GamerGate wanted to talk about one thing, what would you guys talk about? And we would say ethics and journalism. And then, I shit you not, he was saying, listen and believe to us. And then I would sit there and I'd say, look, I don't hate women. I have a girlfriend. You know, my fucking company is named after a female video game character. Okay? And then he would literally say, I don't believe you. So it was just kind of a big circle jerk. But yeah, you know,
well, he on the line said he didn't care. That's what really got to it, because he didn't care what you had to say. The problem that we were having with him was he didn't see actions that were good that were happening from GamerGate. He saw the negative consequences, and he was associating the entire group with those negative consequences. Therefore, GamerGate itself is negative, and we're not willing to quote unquote change. And my interpretation of his wanting to change is to attack Roguestar and Total Biscuit because they aren't politically correct, and they've done things And Nero too, and he does have a very shady history. But I'm not going to attack him on that. I'm going to let him write what he wants to write, and I agree with it. I'm not going to attack him because he had a shady past. But that was his bottom line, and we already discussed this all yesterday. But he wanted to bring it up again, and I feel like what was triggering him was anytime Anita, Zoe, or Brianna Wu was brought up, it was suddenly he was ready to defend them at up close inboxing.
Go back and listen to the stream, though. He was the one bringing them up. I think we were talking in generalizations about how, there's a larger group of people that are, again, it was about how it's all driven by money, that the news is not the news. The news is, it's really become entertainment in a way. It speaks to its own crowd, and it conveys information that, is going to get their base motivated. And that's, I think, actually what I had initially said was, there's a big upsurge in feminist excitement because of, they're already starting to trot out the Hillary 2016 stuff. And then he just went bonkers. And he started mentioning, Anita and stuff like that. And all I was trying to say is we're attacking the corruption of journalism. That's what we want to talk about. There's no way that journalistic outlets are going to give us a fair shake in that. And then it just turned into kind of like a big circular thing that I guess you guys talked about yesterday. I didn't get to drop in yesterday, but
Well, thank God, let me tell you.
Well, I just wanted to point out though that talking to him yesterday, it was very clear to me. I mean, that's the type of personality it is. I mean, I've talked to so many people that are on the anti-GamerGate side that are just like him. And I could see that from a mile away. I was like, I know exactly what this guy's doing. He's signal boosting himself, and it's causing a sort of, I mean, that's basically all he's doing. He's getting his voice out to us, maybe trying to change minds. I don't know exactly what the end goal is, or maybe to show some sort of superiority. I see that a lot.
Too combative to try to change our mind. Like he doesn't want to have a lot of a dialogue with us. That's what we were saying. We're like, look, we want to talk about what we want to talk about, and then he would tell us that he doesn't believe that's what we want to talk about because whatever.
Well, not only that, but it was really funny because when we were talking about games that we were getting or looking forward to, the first thing he did was signal boost Brianna Wu's game. I thought that was kind of cheeky of him.
Speaking of games I am looking forward to, I probably will get the pre-order bonus, which makes me sad. But then again, I'm right now getting a new job, so at the moment I'm eating the struggle puffs. So yeah, unfortunately I can't afford it until probably at least my first or second paycheck. But lead to GTA 5 for Xbox One.
No. Wait a minute. Don't be buying no games. You can reserve it. You can do a late game reservation, man. We need to send out a message here. It's a boycott, not a buy your favorite game.
Why? What do I want to boycott Rockstar? I've always had good luck with Rockstar, and they've never pandered to the SJWs. Have you seen 5?
Well, I guess that's. I mean, Rockstar was kind of. He's saying we shouldn't be doing anything with Rockstar.
but sorry, the Neko. I'm sorry, the person that's capitalist. Your mic is cutting in and out for me. You might want to adjust that. Just want to put that out there. But do you guys want to figure out, like, I don't know, I keep thinking we don't discuss enough the possible other solutions. I mean, emails are good. Creating network is good with new sites. But I feel like there's probably something more that could be done throughout the community. And, I mean, I don't know where everybody stands on that. It might be a good topic to actually dive into instead of just, talking about one detractor who is basically, I don't know, the shadow, and kind of the I want to say shadow clone. Goddamn, Naruto comment of like all the other, people in that sort of space.
We were talking about the networking thing. I personally, besides opening up new websites and essentially sending out a message that we were very, I guess the word is, we're not happy with how we're being treated based on not just the journalists, but just like the entire industry as a whole, because the journalists feel kind of trapped because the developers versus the publishers, they're the ones that are constantly in fighting for funds and whatnot. That's related to DLC and all that crap. It's really just an all-out fuckery. So I feel like besides GamerGate's journalistic ethics, we also want a higher standard of video game where, I really want to say they need to make us wait. Okay? They need to sit there and, put their foot down and be like, look, if you want a decent new Battlefield game, we're not going to send it out for another 3 years. So play this one until then. I mean, that's how it used to be, and that's how it should still be,
Oh, I agree. I agree on that one.
I mean, anyone free to jump in. I mean, you could disagree with me too, and that'd probably bring a lot more out of it.
Well, it's the Nintendo approach. Don't release something until it's done. Make sure it looks good. Make sure it's polished. Make sure it's something you want to put your name behind. I mean, Activision and fundamentally though, Activision, EA, and Ubisoft have totally different business models, and they handle themselves according to. I mean, you gotta, if you want to look at it as a business sense, right? Nintendo is quite literally the pinnacle of Japanese business sense. It's very much on the providing very, very good quality product to the users, and when you kind of flip that and you're looking at Activision, EA, and Ubisoft. I mean, Ubisoft obviously a French company, but they do have a lot of kind of Western tendencies with their stuff, if not in the recent history, more shitty happenings with things like Unity and whatnot and what they've done. Activision and EA have basically, I mean, you want to talk about kind of like capitalism in a sense, right? They have basically done the most extreme form of capitalism, which I really am against, which is, and I'm not saying I'm against capitalism, but I'm against this one particular aspect when it's not controlled properly, and that's buying up smaller companies and then liquidating them. And that is a very common practice. That's why a lot of fans of certain games will have their company bought by these big guys in the hopes that, and have hope in themselves that, oh my God, maybe we'll get the backing to have an even better sequel brought to it. But what ends up really happening is they get shelved, the ideas get picked apart, and put into other games that the publisher wants to push, and then they vault all the other stuff so that it never sees the light of day again. And so, I mean, that's something in our inherently in the gaming culture right now that really screws up a lot of diversity in games that a lot of people need to realize. And I think it's also another reason why you're seeing Kickstarter becoming, it had its bubble, it popped, but it's still a great place for a lot of developers. I'm not going to say indie developers. I'm actually talking about legitimate developers to come in and make their product with a team to for the fans, So there's that.
I don't know. I have to say, not all. I mean, yeah, obviously we have the big three evil companies. EA is obviously the evilest one in my opinion. Activision is just the biggest, and Ubisoft is the one we shall not speak of. But not every company that's Western is doing this. I mean, if you want to look at this, some Japanese companies have been guilty of this too. Let's not forget Capcom here. Okay. I'm sorry, Capcom, and now Squeenix has gotten a lot better than that. I mean, and there's some good and bad on both sides of the Western and the Eastern gaming world. If you look at some of the Western gaming companies, we got Take-Two, and Rockstar doing their thing, which has done really well. They reached out to their fans, and they admit, what is Heist, they delayed, but hey, they said, we're sorry we delayed Heist, but we want to have a fully patched and good game before we give you this.
Well, I mean, if you really want to talk about what's wrong with a lot of these companies right now, and this is something that I have a lot of experience in, and it's basically the PR and marketing teams. And this is also a big problem, and this kind of is tangentially connected to GamerGate, but a lot of people don't seem to realize that marketing budgets and PR budgets are basically about 50% of the quote-unquote development costs now. And this is what ruins games. This is why a game like Tomb Raider could sell 6 million units and be considered a failure. This is a reason why we're having stuff like this happen, having shitty business moves put on their part, because, I mean, Capcom has, I mean, you know, you say what you want about Capcom, they are definitely not as bad in the practice, in the industry, as a lot of other people. They are minuscule in compared to half the stuff you see done out of EA. I mean, especially, I mean, you know, EA, everybody is like, they're the big evil. They've been doing look at Ubisoft as being the more big bad nowadays. It went from Activision to EA to Ubisoft, and it you know, usually it takes hard knock lessons to those companies going, hey, don't do this shit, this is a shitty practice. And one of the big issues is they're not learning that with PR and marketing budgets, because if you look at a game in comparison, so Square Enix had the Tomb Raider sort of bullshit, but if you look at like Dark Souls, right? It's a game, and it was a developer that knew its audience, knew how its audience would react, how it would spread. Word of mouth is a powerful thing, and most of these major companies have not figured that out yet, and they do really, really shitty business practices to silence Let's Plays, which is another big thing. You know, and I mean, Activision not so much. I've seen it pop up on some of the EA stuff. I've seen it pop up on Ubisoft. I know Nintendo does it, but that's for another different reason, because let's be honest, Nintendo still doesn't understand the internet. They're working on it. They're
Shut
like,
up, leave them alone.
but you know, it really comes down to those marketing budgets and stuff when you're talking about something like this, because they're so overblown. I mean, can you imagine a $5 million dev cost with a $5 million marketing push? It's insanity. These people just don't know how to deal with this stuff in a proper way. I mean, the movie industry has it down pat. You know, they know, you know, it's formulaic at this point. But this is a newer industry. It's made a lot of money, and they really don't know how to handle it well. And you have a lot of people who are the heads of these companies who really don't know anything about video games. And you have investors on top of that who are terrible. I used to be an investor in Nintendo, and listening into the investor stuff was just the worst ever. Like, these people are just fucking idiots when it comes to, like, I mean, like, I remember hearing somebody say something about, like, well, you know what, Nintendo, you should just sell yourself to Facebook. Like, you know, I hear kids love Facebook, it would be a win for all of us, and it's just like, what are you fucking on about? And it was like, it was met with the same sort of like, okay, obviously you're out of place here, sort of thing. You know what I mean? And that's another aspect of it.
Crowd. I mean, that's one of the reasons why GameStop is considered the most evil company in the world, next to Walmart. And I don't know why the company I used to work for is not the evilest company in the world, but I don't know. But yeah, you know, it's the investors. You have investors who only care about one thing: making money. And these guys don't have a clue on how to make games. All right? Or how the game industry runs. All they know is they have stock in GameStop, Nintendo, or another company like that, and that's what we want to do, is make sure the funds are going up.
Well, I got a question. How the hell are you invested in Nintendo? Isn't that only for Japanese, Japanese citizens?
Nope, it's international. If it's on the I believe it's on the, if it's on the Nihon, I think it's internationally traded. Like, stocks tend to be an internationally traded thing. So you can have you can have someone like own 100 shares of Capcom, live all the way out in Slovakia.
Well, no, I understand that. It's just I was always told that Nintendo was one of those companies where you had to be a citizen in order to purchase the stock directly from them. But, you know, I guess there's trading involved. You can go with that. I mean, it's not related. I was just curious.
They wouldn't be able to limit something like that, but especially when they put themselves in the open market. Yeah, but they do have. It's very easy
just
to
for
look at
everyone's info.
Nintendo stock and be part of their, you know, their investor stuff. I mean, my stock just tanked, and that's why I got out of it, because a big issue with their stock about, I want to say, 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up with another company. It's not Nintendo I'm thinking about. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Nexon. That's who turned international recently. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, generally the way this kind of works is, I know Nintendo has one. It's a listing on the Nasdaq as well as on the Japanese stock exchange. So if you can trade on the Nasdaq, or even as I don't think Japan does have the kind of regulations you get in, say, India or China, where only locals can invest in a local stock market. I believe that as an outsider, you can trade it from abroad. You just need to find a trading house that's willing to do it for you, and you need to accept their legal and regulatory conditions, which is a bit more complex.
Okay, well, I'm glad for the information. Obviously, I'm not a stock investor, but you know, I might just invest in Nintendo just because it's like nothing big, but you know, just say, hey, I'm an investor on Nintendo. Watch as they fuck me.
Well, their stock's been going up, but anyway, so GamerGates. So we're talking about. So what were your ideas though about the idea of like a connected network that was being thrown around?
How do you mean?
Well, you know, when you say that, I'm thinking, you know, start up our own, you know, peer review website, a peer review of the games, and then just have them, you know, eventually. I guess the bottom line is that the culture has to change, where they can't expect, you know, to have the game if they're planning on it being good, you know, the same day it comes out. They have to wait until someone else reviews it, and obviously YouTube is kind of, you know, branched out in that. But I feel like, you know, someone that, you know, invests into, you know, buying it on the first day and then reviewing it and then getting it out by the end of the day, I think the gaming community can accept that. I mean, you weren't here when we talked about this part, but when Sonic Boom came out, there were no reviews and everyone was freaking the fuck out.
I think what would be very valuable is an aggregator run by gamers. Maybe it has ads or not, I don't know. But you know, I'm a person who will put Steam reviews up. The problem is Steam won't let me rate things. It's just recommend or don't. I see a lot of people do it, whether they're right or wrong. But you know, if there was an aggregator where it was linked into like Steam, Origin, the Xbox One account, etc., and you could write a little skit and give it a rating on various things, I think other people would find that useful, especially if they could uprate good people. And you see that in Steam curators. As much as some people might not like Toro Biscuit, the majority of the community do, and therefore he is the most followed person, much more than any of the websites, because they are not viewed as particularly interesting.
Does anyone know what base game? Oh, sorry.
So I was just saying, more of that, please.
Does anyone know what Based Gamer is trying to do? I think that was the.
It's trying to be like Rotten Tomatoes, but for games.
So because I was serious when I was talking earlier, where I said that, you know, when I play something, I would feel compelled. The problem is that everyone wants day one, and it obviously would take, you know, a week to play a game. So is that going to be a place where you can get, you know, verified or whatever, and then upload your first week, you know, impressions of a game, and then it's open for other people to go over and pour through?
I think so. I think in the same basis as Rotten Tomatoes, I think it's literally just going to be a score aggregator, much like Metacritic with the whole, except it will probably ignore review scores and rely solely on user opinions. So I think that's it at the moment. That's the best of my knowledge anyway.
If they could only... I was going to say, if they could just limit it to people who actually give some sort of information, because I know a lot of Metacritic is just like... It's just trolls. It's trolling assholes, and they don't write anything, and they're just like, fuck this game, blah, 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 blah.
So I just want to say, I was talking to I kind of brought up the base gamer thing to quite a few different individuals, and the idea of so I was talking to Jonathan Holmes, who's the new editor-in-chief at Destructoid, on Twitter about it, and he said that he wasn't very like interested in the idea of base gamer because it's not really different. Let me actually pull up what he said about that. Hold on, I have to look through the idea. Okay, so what did he say? He said he sort of doesn't. He sort of wishes that there wasn't a Metacritic at all, and I remember a lot of other people saying basically the exact same thing who actually are writers and reviewers, because Metacritic is and Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes isn't exactly the best way to get a score, really. I mean, it's okay, but it's not really something, because all sites are different. It's not exactly a good indicator of how good a game actually is, or what's important in the game, or what it does well, or what it doesn't do well. And I think that's kind of an interesting idea to talk about, because while I do support the idea of having like I mean, this is the best we could do right now, I think, because nobody's actually found the magic formula for reviewing by having something like Rotten Tomatoes for games. But it really is just another thing for like Metacritic. You know what I mean? It's not doing anything really different, but it is. I mean, there are sections in Metacritic, especially for games. It's just basically taking that portion out and putting it on another website. I mean, I looked over the proposal, I looked over the stuff, and it's really just that. I mean, I hope there's something more to it, and I hope maybe it's like getting in more of the smaller guys, the smaller review people in there, like myself or others, because it's really difficult to get into Metacritic. I remember when I was getting over 10,000 a month, and it was still not. They still weren't going to be popping my scoring there for the reviews and stuff, because you're not big enough. You need like 1 million or something a month just to get in there. And I think that's a really shitty sort of representation of the turn off your cam, dude.
Yeah, I just saw it on. I'm like, hey, where the hell did I get on?
So yeah, it's just basically, I mean, this stuff is kind of just boring when it comes down to it for a lot of people, and it doesn't work for a lot of people and has different sort of opinions. The solution that I'm trying to work on, I've been writing a reviews guide all day and it's this idea of a subjective objective review, where you literally have. I mean, it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of knowledge about video games to be able to separate those two things. And, like I talked about this yesterday, but so designing it to the point where you can actually focus, here was my enjoyment factor for me personally, and then here is the technical aspects, the graphical aspects, is the story flushed out, is the world, well done, does it make sense, those sort of things. You can then, on the other hand, go, well, I don't really agree with a lot of stuff that they did in the story. I felt that they did this stuff, poorly or whatever. But just on the basic fundamental level of, is this well done? Is there bugs? Can I enjoy playing this? That's very. I think that people have lost sight of that, and I think it's kind of a bullshit sort of stance where people say, well, we can't do that. No, you fucking can't do it. I mean, there's a lot of aspects to rate on a game that aren't just your, subjective opinion. So.
Okay, guys, I'm probably gonna duck out because it's 3 a.m. and I've got shit to do tomorrow. So, thank you very much for having me, and hope you guys have a fun discussion. Moving on.
Have fun, Kermit. See you later, bud.
Have fun, Kermit, and stop snitching, okay?
Bye.
Night.
Well, since there's a break,
Oh, I hate your earbuds.
Right? Daniel?
Oh, it's that Dustin guy. How you doing there, bud?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're either from the Midwest or Canada.
I'm
I'm
from
joking.
I'm from the mid. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually Canadian.
I think Anil wanted to speak. If he has his mic working. Anil, are you there?
Neil?
Sounded
No.
like you said anal.
No, we can't hear you. I know. Sorry.
No, his mic isn't working. LTG, just continue on your whatever you were on.
Michael Jordan up in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, everybody be like Mike.
See, the thing is, there's so many different issues that we should be looking at, and I think that we usually get too caught up in following somebody like Cause and debating with them when we really don't need to debate with these people because they are the hardcore far side. The people that we should have conversations with, which is the goal that we should have, you know, will tend to engage. I see a lot of them in like Kotaku in Action forums. Those are the people that we should be looking to engage with because those people bring up valid criticisms while being respectful. You know, we should look for people who actually have, you know, in the journalism industry to have these conversations with, who actually do some research and not like the CNC thing that just went up where it had Pac-Man and it had Milo as supposed. You know, I guess harassing women. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, the CBC one.
Yeah.
I did not actually see that, but I thought you were going to say they were gay lovers. So I guess my standards aren't that high to begin with.
Well, I do find it funny. I mean, Milo is a gay man, so
no, so is
everybody gets shocked with that. But
no, so is Pac-Man. That's why I was waiting for it.
You didn't know that.
Yeah,
well,
he's actually
okay.
homosexual. Yeah.
Oh, good for them. So yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like when you have, I mean, seriously, people really need to give props to Pac-Man with all the shit he's had to deal with,
Well,
and just how middle of the road he's been. It just blows my mind that he's put up with such a professional tone. You know, we don't really see much of that anymore. We see people at like Fox News yelling at fucking each other, or like people at not CNN, but you know, kind of like left-leaning sort of sites doing the same exact shit, but kind of in reverse. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually subscribed to Pac-Man way before all this happened because I'm part of Wolfpack, and they do follow TYT follows Pac-Man, so I was very familiar with this stuff from the get-go, and I was very happy that he actually took his time to put his opinion on it because, you know, I expected TYT to do the same thing, but I guess they just thought it was, you know, like it wasn't as important, unfortunately.
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, they have talked about games. They did just briefly touch on the matter, and they also touched on the matter of violence in games with a recent study just a few days ago. So it's not like they're afraid talking about games. I just don't know why they haven't touched this issue. They touched it when Anita Sarkeesian was threatened.
No, exactly, and I mean, I was well aware of that, but what I was saying is I'm surprised they haven't actually talked about GamerGate, because they're talking about the harassment, and again, that doesn't come as surprising to me because that's what the media is going to attach itself to, because you don't have to give context to what female harassment. It's just female harassment. You know, that's all you have to say. It's a buzzword at that point for the media. If you talk about GamerGate, that requires context, it requires explanation, and people honestly probably don't have the confidence to have the confidence in their viewers to hold their attention enough for that. At least in the United States, you know.
Well, okay.
Like that in the written media too. In old school newspapers of paper. They don't even do any kind of critical thinking.
See, I don't read the paper. That just shows my age, doesn't it?
Okay. Well, I want to respond to Michael Jordan and Mike. So, I want to say one of the things I have been doing for GamerGate is I've been spreading around to friends on Facebook. Because I've heard people think, hasn't GamerGate, wasn't it its original intent? They thought that its original intent was corruption in gaming journalism, but it's been taken over by the trolls, and we've ruined it and turned it into a sexist movement. I told them no. There are people out there like Thunderfoot or the Amazing Atheist, mostly the former, who have made criticisms against, modern third-wave feminism, but in no part has this group morphed into more harassment against women. If anything, we've actually cut down on the harassment. We've been really polite, we've minded our P's and Q's, and we've been telling people that, no, we just want a more ethical gaming journalist, and we just don't want, an agenda shoved down our throats every time we play a video game. And I think that's what everyone can agree with.
What I was going to say, okay, so a lot of people like to bring up Thunderfoot, the Amazing Atheist, and stuff like that. People are very much anti-feminist, and we really need to get away from that image, for one. Because there are feminists in GamerGate, very active, very nice individuals. Thunderfoot is particularly egregious. I've watched his stuff. I do find him entertaining, but I do know to take him with a particularly large dose of salt, because the stuff that goes on and the way that they present their ideals does have, it is entertaining, it is very opinion pointed. That's why they're so popular. It's really hard for, let's say somebody like me who will come down the middle of the road and not have an extreme opinion, have a lot of people follow it, because you got to remember that the internet loves people who are extreme, and those two guys are pretty extreme. Even though I find them highly entertaining, I do have a respect for Thunderfoot for his scientific background stuff, but the stuff that he talks about with the kind of social aspects and the feminism stuff is very, very, very one-sided. It's very, very, very rhetoric-based, and this is what other people see. Now, Thunderfoot, if you showed to a normal person, and I have done this just to kind of gauge it, they're like, this guy's just an asshole. He might be a well-spoken asshole, but he's an asshole. And you got to look at the people who are like the most vocal out there, or not the most vocal, but the people who have the largest reach, and how they talk about stuff. It is about how people. We have a problem with the people who have the biggest, I want to say, megaphones. Because that's what the other side can only recognize is the idea of a megaphone. They view kind of like the direct opposite of what we're fighting. You know what I mean? Like they're two extremes, right? But they're part of the same coin. And so we, as the people who are really rational about it, who have this understanding, need to distance ourselves from people who take it too far. I mean, look at some of the things done in the sort of talking down to nature that we see a lot of the time with these big heads of people like Thunderfoot, like the Amazing Atheist. Let's look at the sort of attacking nature that somebody like the Ralph Report does on Jim Sterling on stuff that is way old. When we're telling people, hey, we're not the sum of our past, which is a big thing in Gamergate, it's like, look, we know it happened kind of shitty. We know Adam Baldwin coined the term. We know that's how it started. It was off of a shitty video who was calling Zoe Quinn a whore, but that's not what it is now. We have evolved this. We've taken it because of the concerns that we haven't changed it. But when we keep going back to somebody and using those same tactics, it makes us less, because we are the ones who are sitting there and having to defend ourselves because of it. They don't need to, because they already have won the outside media game. We have to prove ourselves in a respectable nature to not do similar things like that. And yeah, like people like Roguestar, I'm sorry, he's very antagonistic. That's his personality. The stuff that he does, that's what he does. That's why people follow him. They like that because they like that kind of biting satire, if you want to call it that. you know, they like. I mean, Milo too is a good example of that. People like the fact that he's very unapologetic in his writing, but he is a journalist. He says shit that is very extreme, but he says it in a way that has a lot more respect than half the fucking idiots out there. So I mean, that's where we're sitting at right now, and we kind of have to acknowledge that because we haven't been, and it makes us worse for it in the eyes of everybody else.
I mean, we do have to worry about that in the overall. Oh, and wait, did you want to talk first? Because I'll let you go first.
Oh, you can hear me? Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Turn
you.
up your mic out.
You're very, very, very quiet.
Okay. I'll try to speak up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I was following your chat for a couple of days. I think I've listened to yesterday's chat, and I was listening to this guy Cause. So that's I think the main reason why I wanted to jump in. I think okay. I think it's good that we get people from the other side to get into our discussions, and everything's great. But it's hard to discuss with people who change the goalpost, at the last moment. If you try to provide some evidence saying that okay, the whole what's that Assassin's Creed thing, like he said, we were not talking about it, and I watched it. I saw that you guys started with talking about the whole embargo, and when you gave him that evidence, he started saying, okay, you guys don't have any credibility and things like that. And I feel like maybe in trying to talk to people from the other side, we are like wasting a lot of time trying to convince people who don't want to be convinced.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what
I'm with you there.
trying to say.
Like no matter how much evidence we give, like we say, if we say that this has been proved, and he'll say that it's debunked. It's so easy to say it's debunked. It's so hard to find evidence. Like go out and do a lot of research and provide evidence that this is how it is. Simply say and it'll be the end of it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. So that's what I've noticed with all these, discussions, that we try to convince people and it doesn't go anywhere. We spend 2 hours or 3 hours trying to convince people. It's not helping.
I'm
And
broadly going to echo what you said. I don't want to say anything too negative about the guy, but if you watch the two streams back to back, it was fairly obvious
yes,
that
it's pretty obvious. Like if we talked to this guy yesterday,
it's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, so this keeps on happening all the time. This is what I
There is
noticed.
no position in which us as people with this legitimate concern, whether people view it as legitimate or not, are ever going to continuously engage with people where we build our end of the bridge, but they don't build theirs, then demand the bridge is moved downstream. And the exact situation is between him and Remy, where he refused to answer if he's actually built his end of the bridge. He invited him.
Yeah.
I built my end of the bridge with him in the conversation today by saying, okay, I'm going to trust and believe you, you trust and believe me, but he refused to do it. And that tells me he's engaging in bad faith.
Yeah,
That's
and
all.
it's hard to not
With
lose our
respect
cool.
to the guy.
But yeah, after arguing for 2 hours, it's hard to not lose the cool. It's going to happen. And then he'll say, okay, you guys are all abusive, I'm quitting. So that's I don't see the point of doing that. What I suggest instead is maybe encourage this culture of following YouTubers for reviews instead of going to those Polygon, Kotaku, all the sites, IGN.
There's a larger problem here with the mentality that these people have, and for one, we're talking about the journalistic side, right?
Yeah.
And they're using the excuse of okay, now the public. Now, if you think about journalists to publishers and developers, they have a fuck ton more power than the journalists when it comes to certain things about embargoes and stuff, because that's their lifeline to give you the information about the game, being able to get review copies and shit like that. GamerGate is not about those devs. That's a whole other crusade that a lot of people have been working on for a very long time, but it's a very, very difficult because, as I told people before, and I try to explain to people exactly how media is from somebody who's been working in it for 10 years, you are just basically repurposing PR packets or whatever they give you, and That is what you have to make into news. That's what you have to make into entertainment and stuff. And it's very difficult. And a lot of the reason why people go to certain sites and not other sites is because you do have these people who just put their perspective into it as well, not just only give, what happened. They give their little quip, their opinion and stuff, which I don't entirely dislike, as long as it's done at the end of the thing, so I know, okay, this is the news, and here is your bullshit. And but a lot of the time, this is a line that for a long time now has been getting more blurred, more blurred, more blurred. So going back onto somebody like Kaz, who basically, I mean, he represents a lot of the people that I talk to, and they're a minority, but they're a loud, vocal minority, and they come at me every once in a while, or they'll email me, and I'll talk to them. I'll engage you if you want to actually email me about this. But it's just like, well, what do you like the Shadows of Mordor thing? Jesus Christ, that thing. Okay, so everybody was messaging me about that before, about, oh wow, these review things and the shady deal that's been going on, and yeah, that shit happens, but it's on the onus of the person to not take that deal, you know what I mean? And it's also on the onus of the publisher or the PR people to not make that fucking deal. And those deals will continue to be made. I mean, it was brought up by Total Biscuit, and then later Total Biscuit gave that information to Jim Sterling. Jim Sterling did a post way before Kotaku did jack shit with it. And then Kotaku tried to come in and go, oh, look at this information that we found. It's like, no, Kotaku, fuck you guys. And that's the kind of snooping shit that they do a lot. And it's very much that similar mentality. So that's just something that, you gotta take in this industry and have some more perspective on it.
Yeah, I'm just. Just let me interject here. The reason I had him on is because I like to have an open discussion, and I didn't really know he was actually anti-GamerGate, and he wanted to be on again today. But I mean, you guys are right. We have to bring the conversation, and that's why I tried to theme it about publishers, and we talked about embargo, and it got derailed because he started disagreeing with Cortana. I brought up a point, and we just got kind of derailed from there. So that's just my comment on that.
No, well, I'm certainly not blaming you for it. I mean, I appreciate it either way because you're just trying to start conversation. But to bounce off what you were talking about earlier, I mean, I have a question. Did anyone actually read Kotaku before all this started? Because I fucking did it.
I do every now and again.
I might have non-intentionally clicked on some articles. That was about it.
I've read them a couple times, and I've known this, and it's most of the stuff can be parroted by Razorfist the Rageaholic on YouTube, and it's scary because he said this thing like the day after I started reading Kotaku. Was like, holy shit! And it's like, yeah, but all about, their whole entire site is based towards the Japanese, Nihongo files in the West, and some of their translations are about as faithful as Jude Law after a box of wine coolers, or presidential candidate without his teleprompter.
I take offense to that.
I used to actually read them pretty religiously. I don't know why. I felt like I was getting more exposure to stuff that was coming up, like what's that procedurally generated game where you're able to like fly around to the different planets, and like their whole studio got flooded out or something, so the whole thing's been scrapped. Does anyone know what the hell I'm talking about?
Was that Man the original?
Yeah, Man, something like that. Yeah, it's
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Land. Yeah, No Man's Land.
Yes.
So I would come across random stuff like that, so that's why I used to go to Kotaku a lot, but for the last 3 months, literally nothing. And honestly, I kind of got a kick out of reading some of their ludicrous stuff from, like, oh my god, the scandal of boob armor and stuff like that. So I used to get a kick out of that, but I think that's when I was ignorant to just how, like, feverish these people can be, and I didn't really understand what kind of a bee's nest I was walking around in.
I was always told that Japan was having, pervert-proof skirts, and in McDonald's in Japan is causing all sorts of problem with the McPotato. I'm like, what the fuck is this about? That's all I need from Kotaku.
Oh yeah,
That
they used to have the Snack-taku thing every now and then, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, and they also did an article about how certain users all need to watch Japanese hentai, which I've discovered a few by accident. Don't judge me.
Well, you know what? Here's the business model for Kotaku. Okay? So business model for Kotaku is very simple, and it's evolved over time. I used to follow Kotaku and Gawker Network until they started doing their more egregious bullshit, and I actually boycotted them about 2 years ago or so, and all the Gawker affiliates. So Kotaku had to diversify their business model because their game side was not doing well. Just fact. It was doing shit. And this has actually been happening to a lot of major websites recently. The ad blockers have been killing them. The lack of people coming in. Instead, people going to people like Boogie for views, going to Total Biscuit for views on
Angry Joe.
They don't like the opinions and bullshit that they've been seeing. So, I mean, this is just a culmination of like 7 years of this stuff kind of coming into play. And so Kotaku decided, well, you know what, we're going to reach out to a broader audience, which they did, and start posting all this other stuff, which is clickbaity, but it's also, they're looking at their metadata, because that's what a lot of this shit is. You know, you can type in, like, some fucking crazy thing that happened, and sure enough, you'll have a Kotaku article on it. So they went to be, like, this general, like, semi-game focused, more other shit that's going on in Japan, sort of stuff that people might want to read. So, I mean, I don't find any problem with diversifying your business model. I just don't like the way that they fucking do it. And I don't like the way that they inject a lot of their bullshit from the Gawker side into the Kotaku side. And obviously, as we've seen, a lot of the people there, it doesn't feel like there's a very good grasp of control, you know what I mean, over who's writing what, who's saying what. And it doesn't feel like Venkachera knows exactly who's doing what in his company, who's with who's actually dating somebody and writing articles about it. I mean, it's really ridiculous. To the point of, like, you know what? If I was somebody who's running Kotaku, right, I would look at that and be like, we need to seriously have a sit-down discussion, and we need to go through all of your fucking articles, and I need full disclosure on all your shit personally, so I can fucking do damage control, because that's what a smart business person does. And then I want to apologize, because I didn't know what was going on, and I'm sorry that it was my fault that this shit slipped through the cracks and I didn't know. But nobody wants to fucking take responsibility, and that's the heart of what's going on in the majority of GamerGate. Nobody fucking takes any sort of form of responsibility for the shitty actions that they have done. The only people I've really seen do that, and why I bring him up, is Jim Sterling, because he fucking multiple times on Twitter said, you know what, I'm sorry for doing this stuff, that was my bad, you know, all the time. I've seen Total Biscuit do it a couple of times too, but everybody else, I don't see shit from people like Lee Alexander. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Why are people so fucking entitled now in this industry? Well, I mean, I know why, because we turned them into fucking idols. But that's just shit that goes on. It needs to be fucking.
Oh, part of it's, kind of this, idea of, I went here, I'm college educated, I got this job, this powerful firm. You're going to respect me when you're really just part of a clickbaiting media. That's one of the problems with it.
Well, personally, Leigh Alexander is someone that I would love. That's the only person that I really see that needs to be held responsible. Like, in my personal viewpoint, that's one person that I feel needs to be completely isolated from the entire gaming industry. Like, she's just a monster.
Give me some
She, of all the people, she's the only person I really want to call a serious C word, and I really hope that she would be locked in a room with the amazing atheist for the rest of her life.
Well, I really want her, if anybody, it's her that needs to have an example set for. So
can I ask why? I don't really know what her role in all of this has been.
Leigh Alexander is the one that wrote the article that gamers are dead, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What, 13 articles?
Clear though. Let's be clear that Leigh Alexander, that is not the major issue. I mean, her article was very much clickbaity in the title. I mean, I don't know if you guys like read through it all the way. I've read through it several times because I've had arguments with people on it, and I always have to bring up the point. It's like you're, as a writer, personally, your title sets the tone of whatever you're writing. It is a simple fact that people seem to forget, and when you bring it up, they feel insulted by it, which is fucking ridiculous because they're not paying attention to it, and that's why you bring it up in the fucking first place. When you reflect, if the title was not, gamers are dead or that sort of bullshit that was going on, it could have been a legitimate article going, you know what, this is what I'm seeing from a small group of people. If it was phrased that way, but it wasn't. And she tried to backpedal on that shit because she got so much crap, because Gamasutra just got fucking hit with so many people just going, man, fuck you guys. I mean, Gamasutra out of anybody has really been taking the hit. And, I mean, rightfully so. When you can fucking single-handedly tank your company with some bullshit articles, maybe you should fucking have a reevaluation. But they're all buddy-buddies over there. And that's one of the things that I don't like about Gamasutra. There's no fucking integrity in anything that they do. And I feel like the people, I mean, and if you want to look at people who have some integrity, but I strongly disagree with how they do stuff, Polygon, I mean, seriously, like, they still fuck up, and they still don't seem to get it. It's like talking to a child about, this is wrong, don't do this. And a bigger problem is that their PR companies that they're associated with, or any advice that they would have from like somebody like Silver String Media, does a fucking terrible job of doing any damage control, telling them, hey guys, don't fucking do this. Are you stupid? Stop writing these articles. Who in their fucking right mind would have gone, oh yeah, this is a total good idea? I mean, that's the problem, is that people who are not in their fucking right mind saying, you know what's a good idea? Let's post all these fucking articles all at the same time so it looks really fucking suspicious. That's a great idea to do, people. It blows my goddamn mind,
Yeah, and I feel like I really can't speak on behalf of those people. I really don't know how any gaming publishing company could attack your reader base and not apologize for it. I mean, and they didn't just not apologize for it. They followed through on it, and then they justified it, saying that the customers are actually. What did they say? It was like the customers are actually the product, and we're just selling your attention, something along those lines.
Oh, they've said a multitude of bullshit statements, like gamers don't have to be your fucking audience, and it's necessary how to fucking kill gamers. It's oh man, it's.
This is the thing. Okay, in news media, however biased you want to call American news media, I couldn't see Fox in any term or MSNBC saying, you know what, liberals, we don't fucking need you. Go kill yourselves. Or I could never see Fox say, you know what, conservatives, you're un-American racist assholes. Go kill yourselves. We don't need you as Fox News. I mean, you couldn't do that. You'd lose your viewers. You'd lose cable companies. You'd lose profits. I mean, and this is one of the things that these gaming journalists do not have the idea of, actual factual fucking journalism.
Well, don't bring up Fox News with that stuff because they ride that fucking line like a motherfucker. And I mean, they're not exactly the greatest for a news source, but they are amazing as a political machine.
Yeah, I think the reason they get to do that.
Probably different spectrum than you, Mike, than on that, but agree to disagree. And sorry for interrupting.
It's okay. Yeah, so I was saying the reason they get to do that is even though they're not getting all the viewers, they still have their advertising deals. They can still afford to, like, as long as they have their advertisers, they don't need us. That's what I think. And as GamerGate, it seems to be like our main line of attack is sending emails to these advertisers saying, okay, don't associate with Polygon or Gawker. And what I think would be better is if we start building our own websites or have a YouTube channel or review websites and then ask advertisers to come over to our side because we are getting more hits. I think that would be easier than just telling Intel to drop Polygon.
Hey,
You
man,
know
I
what?
am.
That's probably the best idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let you go. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. Is let's try to get I want to start some people in the GamerGate group of Facebook. I want to try to get at least some people started off from here and Twitter and see if we can start a more ethical gaming journalist company. Because I figure who here would not want to be one of the people who is always a guest at Screw Attack or at E3 or at
You're never going to get that. You're not going to get the. You're not going to get pre-access, and you're not going to get exclusives
Yeah,
and stuff
I'm
like
going
that.
to
that's true.
challenge that. I'll give you some
Maybe at
experience.
the start, but we'll get it later. Right? It'll take time, but it'll happen. So
Yeah.
we won't get it now.
Okay,
I
this is somebody who's making a website, who's doing this. It is not easy. It is not the. It would be
I'm
easier
going
to do the emails as mass than to get everybody to be going to these web pages. Because here's the problem: a lot of this stuff takes a lot of money, and a lot of us don't have that money to do it.
Actually,
I'm picking on
Base
people.
Gamer, it just made 10K in like 2 days. Like, it's raising
What?
money, and the basegamer.com that someone is setting up, they're asking for money to make the website, and it's like 50K that they're asking for. It already has 10K, I believe, and that's just in
I
2 days.
like to put
But
forward
that's an
a bit of
aggregate.
experience here for everyone who's interested in this because I think it's very valuable. A lot of people have talked about it and how challenging it is. Someone who I'm very, very close to, because he's my brother, many years ago set up a mods website for Morrowind, which became the biggest one on the internet. It was possible because he knew someone who could fund it. That's true. This is at a time before you had crowdfunding, and yeah, he got the PC gaming mags inviting him to E3 because he ran this website. Once you have footprint, you can do it. And nowadays, I think, I don't know, I'm a business guy myself, so I know how to go to investors and make a business case and get money. You would be amazed at how much money looks for money. But the people tend to view it as this terrifying thing. Whereas in actual fact, if you can start small, you can really do it. As long as you start to get footfall and traffic, and you start to get people wanting to come to your site regularly and returning, it works. It's been done 1,000 times. All these shite bags that we're worried about in Gawker or Polygon or whoever it is next month have all been through this process. They've just lost the way in the communication with their consumer base. They have a PR problem.
$5,000 from Microsoft to start their thing, just so you know. So you might not want to put them in the same.
Yeah,
group.
but I've got more dollars in my pocket than Microsoft gave them. I'm just putting it out there.
As somebody who's trying to build a website,
more to feminists getting into game dev. The
Well, I
money's
mean-
there.
But let me explain it this way: as somebody who is trying to build a website, who is trying to do those things, and it doesn't have just the total expenditure. It's hard because usually it's the people like me who don't have a lot of money that are putting themselves into a situation trying to get things to work. Like I've been offering writers 80% CPM off whatever articles that they write. You know what I mean? Trying to do like hardcore incentives like that will be really good in the long run for them if they want to be grandfathered into kind of working with the site. And it is hard because you can't do it alone. That's the big thing. If I just totally stop going to school, because I'm trying to get another degree right now. If I totally stop like doing other work stuff that I'm doing, because I also do ghostwriting overseas, it would be nearly impossible for me to do it. I barely get in my streams, which I've been trying to build up, streaming is very difficult to get into. And even if I have like a brand new game that just came out and a review copy, it's not like I'm going to get a bunch of people to hop on it right away. I've even tested the waters with the GamerGate community. I've tested it with the Operation Skynet, and it works for some, and it doesn't work for others. And it's no, this stuff is obviously very slow, but it also takes a moniker of investment that a lot of people don't have. And you could always bring people in that want to be in part of the hobby. And I'm so grateful that I've found people who want to start writing. I'm going to try to make a push on Monday to see where we can get at. But it is asking a lot of people, because you can't just go, here's a contract, I can pay you this much outright. And it's very, very difficult. And most websites, and here's another thing that people don't realize, like websites like Destructoid or Kotaku or wherever, Polygon does pay people probably more. IGN has like 2 sets of people, like the intern sort of thing, who really don't get anything, and then everybody else. But if you're looking at all the other sites, a lot of them are doing it for free. There's a very small percentage who are actually getting paid, and that's because people are trying to get discovered, and get to that position to where they can get some leverage to get some money.
I hear you. I mean, this is the entrepreneur's dilemma. When you work in these high-ranking management roles, someone sort of criticised something a few days ago. These guys get paid tons of money. Whenever you're in that small company or you're just a startup, and I've been involved in very small consultancies with 5 people before as an employee, and I have never worked harder than when the company is small, because you have to do everything your blooming self. When it's actually a damn sight easier, and sometimes you get paid better, which is a sad truth. Until you get growth, it's very hard. And it's very hard to find it rewarding. And really, you're asking people to give up a huge amount of their time on a gamble. And a lot of people aren't comfortable with it, but some people are like, yeah, I like to do things. It's all about finding the people who can actually support your ambition, as it were, and showing that you've got the capability to lead that project and that they're going to stick by you, which is a big challenge. People are complex.
And also think if we get something like Rotten Tomatoes, a website up, and we start getting, if we get more users to use it, start voting on it, we get plenty of hits. And kind of with that advertising money, can't we have another section which just does, we can get people to write reviews on the site.
Well, the big thing is, I think you need to raise enough money and get enough organization to really get. Look at what we're talking about. The editors in chief of these places are fucking horrible. Like I don't know if they all phone it in and they don't really have like an office culture where they interact every day with their writers. If it's like all virtual office or whatever it is, but the thing is, if we're going to do something where it's not someone's job, you can only expect them to do so much effort and so much time into it. So until there's a situation where someone's getting paid to be an editor, it doesn't matter. Like if I play Wasteland or I play whatever, and I write something that hits on all the different points and kind of breaks it down like a traditional game review instead of just a wall of text like you get on Metacritic. That editor is going to have to go through there, go over it, deem which submissions are worth getting, page access, and which ones are just kind of buried inside all of the other user reviews. So you're going to have to come up with a delineation between critics and user opinion, and that's going to require an editor or an editing staff, and that requires money because people aren't going to do a 40-hour-a-week job for nothing.
Okay, so can't we get like Total Biscuit and Jim Sterling, these people that I think may fit the role? I think if we try to find them, we can get people like that.
I mean, you can try.
I sent a message to Total Biscuit a few weeks back saying if gamers funded you to set up your review site, would you do it? And I didn't get a response, which is fair. Probably, and I completely respect the guy. It's a lot nicer when you're just responsible for yourself. It's very hard to have to turn around to your friend and go.
Right now, like you guys do know that Jim Sterling made $6,000 on Patreon in 2 days, right?
Yeah.
Up to $6,000 a month. I mean, he's making his own site, he's doing that stuff. But I mean, that's one guy's opinion. We're looking at a total of news, a total of previews and stuff. He's looking at just his show, just reviews, just a podcast. You know what I mean? He's not branching out to that. It's great that he's a solid personality, but we're not, that's not the biggest issue here. We're looking for people who want to do news, who want to give us the information without the fucking political bullshit. We also like to read opinion pieces when we do look for that political bullshit. These are the start of infrastructures, and it's really about fixing and defining those structures to go, okay, well, you do one thing here, you do one thing here. You keep them separate, and you make sure to know that this is that person's opinion. They don't speak for the site, and whatnot when they're doing an opinion. And in news and stuff, they keep that stuff separate, and actually try to have some dignity when they're doing any of this sort of stuff, And
Well,
yeah,
I was considering, and it's something you may wish to consider for your own endeavours, is the idea of a site which allows people who have Let's Plays or reviews on YouTube to put it all up there as long as they follow certain standards,
Yeah,
which
totally.
you then enforce. So you go, yeah, okay, so you now get an audience because you get to share your audience. You get clicks, you make money, the site gets people coming here because we've got 10, 20, 30 people pumping out content. And the content's free, but you're making money because we just link you and we get the ads when they click on the content. That kind of thing is great, I think. And that's the kind of thing I think you'd be more likely to get these bigger independents willing to contribute to, because they've got nothing to lose from playing a part as long as you do the right thing by them. Because you make them money, and that's what they like. You're not cutting into their revenue stream. You're not stealing their audience. You're sharing it, and they love that.
And it should be like a network based on YouTubers in a way, because whenever I look for game reviews, I just look at YouTube. I don't go to a website in particular. Never read any of these websites. And I think
I
that
agree.
people
I'm
like
the
that.
same way. Yeah.
And also, I think in all our discussions, like what we do on Twitter, in Gamergate in general, it's better if we are talking about things like this than like SJWs and Shirtgate. Shirtgate is particularly irritating, but still. If we focus on talking about these things, other than trying to convince other people to think that we are not harassing women, then it would be much more like, it'll be much better. That's my two
Well,
cents.
if you guys want to be in any way involved in like kind of being in that, you want to give me ideas or whatever, you want to just talk about video games, please feel free to go to the Let's Talk Games Facebook group, where there's like 100-something people in there who talk, and I also advertise this sort of stream and stuff to those people as well as everybody on the Twitter. Give those ideas. Like that idea about, like, I've tried to do that thing where you go, okay, well, I'll post your videos and stuff like that, or I'll allow you to have access to post your videos, but it really comes down to laziness. People just don't give a shit enough to promote themselves in the way that somebody like myself would, or some of the other people who I've pulled into writing for me have, or people like Jim Sterling, who's on continuous promotion mode, somebody like Total Biscuit, who's in continuous promotion mode, to some extent did that total promotion mode. I mean, you gotta, it's one of those things that you just gotta keep going and going and going, and a lot of people, they want instant satisfaction. They don't realize how slow it is, Like, I mean, I had probably the biggest push. Like, I had 90 new subscribers on my YouTube channel in the last week. That's like the biggest push I've ever had, which is pretty amazing to me. But in the large grand scheme of things, it's relatively small for everybody who's actually like mainstream YouTuber. And when people look at those numbers and they get discouraged and they stop doing that. I even know people who have like 2,000, 3,000 subscribers who just said, you know what, this just isn't working, and just totally stopped. And I know people who are like, well, why doesn't my shitty video that has no production value put into it not getting 1 million hits? And it's a weird mentality that a lot of people seem to have online who try to venture into that space. And it's very rare. And I mean, if you know some new up-and-coming people, please direct them to me, because I'm always interested in seeing that. But for the most part, I ain't seeing it,
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you looking for production value, or are you just looking for anyone that has kind of the tenacity to go through with it? Or both.
It's a combination of both, because the people who actually have the tenacity to put work into their projects usually are the ones who have either A, something really good to say, or B, maybe not something so good to say, but they do it in an entertaining way. And that's what makes it worthwhile to be following those sort of people, And I always try to do that sort of thing in, when I'm dealing with any sort of stuff with GamerGate, or I'm trying to present a product, because that's what it is. You're selling a product, which is your video, to people, while also getting your message out. And it's a little bit more difficult for somebody who's trying to do YouTube stuff, but in reality, that's what you're doing. You're sending a message for the most part, and you're trying to be entertaining, and you want it to look good, because people should have some form of respect for their own work, and that's how I hold it in myself, and I expect no less from anybody else who really expects to be a big name, or wants to get out there, or wants to do writing. I try to even work with people all the time with the writing stuff, and the new people that I'm going to be pushing next week, I read over their stuff. I'm like, okay, well, give them constructive criticism, change up the amount of, using the same phrase all the time, or, whatever, like you misspelled this, and I'm not the best person at it, but, I'm the only one that I got really trying to push this, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it takes a lot of work, and I don't think people seem to realize how much of a monopoly that these big sites have in comparison. I mean, this is quite literally David and Goliath battle, going on. And what we really need is, we don't need for those sites to go away. We just need to have a better base of sites to go to with like a more diverse group of people who think differently than the echo chamber that has been built so far.
But we need to establish exactly what kind of content we're going for, because as for games and what we could call constructive criticism of game aspects, that's a lot. I know a few guys who does historical opinion on games that define themselves as accurate, and they review the pieces. That could be a part of it, but if you only want a review kind, not really. So we really have to focus on what
Someone's heavy breathing again.
He's getting excited.
I don't want to comment.
I'm actually not breathing that heavy. I'm like pretty silent. Like I even okay, I'm breathing heavy, put the mic back, but it's like nope.
That's a really sensitive mic, man.
I don't get my phone mic. I really do not get why it's this sensitive, and it's Android product, so it's better than iPhone. That's all I have to say.
I would like to congratulate you that your mic is now much cleaner than it was earlier. That whole thing you just said, crystal clear. So we will no longer crowdfund you a new microphone.
But I'm so looking forward to a new microphone. Ah, shucks.
Well, if you want something that's pretty cool that works with a phone or something like that, get the Siberia Elite.
Dude, I got like a fucking $20 Dynex fucking, like on-desk fucking microphone here.
Screw that. A $100 headset and a $100 microphone.
I would definitely be on my laptop if it wasn't for the fact that somebody lost my charger.
What kind of laptop?
HP.
There's your first problem. There's your first problem.
I don't play. I'm more of a console gamer than a PC gamer.
Hey,
get out of here.
You know what you should have done is you should have contacted the Shadow of Mordor people and been all like, yeah, I'll give you an extremely positive game review if you send me an Alienware laptop.
If you guys want a good solution and a camera, I got this. It's not going to be like the best thing, but it's like a Microsoft HD LifeCam, and that's what I'm using right now to speak to you guys. I'm not using my normal headset, so I don't know exactly how well it comes through. But I'm guessing this is the one that I shoot most of my videos with, so it seems to be working out all right. So I don't know exactly how well it's actually going down for you guys. But it cost me $30 with shipping.
Wow. That's a good deal.
I'll try to find it real quick for you guys, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my fucking K95 fucking keyboard. Fucking.
Hey, somebody else that likes Corsair. Yes, high five.
What do you mean someone else that likes Corsair? Everyone likes Corsair. What are you on about?
Oh, you know those Razer nerds that yeah, man, you got the Black Widow in the dog, man.
I got the 2011 Black Widow. It was the last one that had the blue key switches, and it's still lasting. It's still going. It's like the only Razer product I ever got. It's the only, it's still working.
The only one that it was actually worth buying.
Yeah, but no, I pretty much switched over to Corsair. I think I still have it. Well, no, I mean, yeah, Corsair RAM. Yeah, I do have that. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I got the K95 Vengeance. Guess how much I paid for that shit? Fucking $60.
Not bad. I got the K70.
Which one's that?
Wow.
It's the one without all the large macro keys, the one that lights up red and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. No, I went for RGB because I wanted to get a new keyboard because I needed my backup one for this Black Widow one kind of failed, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just do the next generation. And I got the Black Widow Chroma, found out it was a piece of shit. It was like playing on a fucking Tyke's goddamn toy or whatever, so I took it back. Then I was like, oh, look, Corsair, look, they got this nice keyboard. I fucking reserved it. They're like, oh, we'll have it by December. And I'm like, oh, thanks.
Wow, you make me feel like I'm in a third world Eastern Bloc nation almost. I'm like, you remember the last keyboard I had was like an old office keyboard that I'm like jury rigging to it, like a 1998 computer that could only play up to Civilization 3 and SimCity 4, and I'm like going, yes, it works fine. It just has to be
I had to get the macro keys though. I had to get the macro key extension though, because as soon as Blade and Soul comes out, that's my life. That's it.
I don't know. I love Blade and Soul, but I don't think it'll be a main game for me.
Really, you don't think so?
No.
I think it's gonna have content issues. I really do. I think for the first 2 years, it's gonna have content issues.
Well, yeah, it's definitely gonna have content issues. It's setting itself up for that, but
Yeah.
it's still a fantastic game with great gameplay. I mean, I'm not putting it down in any way, shape, or form. In fact, the characters are some of the best looking characters I've ever seen.
And then it got pushed back by fucking Wildstar. Can you believe that shit?
Yeah, right? But no, for me, I think my two main games for now are just gonna, well, three would be Counter-Strike, World of Warcraft, and The Crew when it comes out.
Okay, the crew looks interesting, but I will say this. I saw the beta of what Dallas was supposed to look like, and I'm like, that doesn't look like fucking Dallas at all. I mean, I really hope they actually, re-look at Google Maps and like, oh, that's what Dallas looks like.
Well, think about it like this: they only get a certain amount of data on the game for discs for consoles. So what they're trying to do is like compact it down so that people that are actually playing it will be able to play it on console. But I'm pretty sure for like the PC one that they're gonna have a lot more content to it for their world.
It's being released on PC or not?
It's being released on PC. I've already reserved my Muscle Edition copy from EB Games.
Okay, so it is being released on PC. I'll definitely look into it. And I think I might look into after I get Xbone. Yes, I know, Xbone user. I'm sorry, I like Microsoft products over
That's it.
Sony.
Any argument you ever bring up is now invalid.
Correction! General Mathis is not impressed. Any argument you bring up is now invalid.
I don't know.
I have an eagle for hair. Your arguments are invalid.
I have a Pinkie Pie in my pocket. Your argument is now invalid.
I have Professor Farnsworth on my phone. Your arguments are invalid. God, we sound like GG and anti-GG.
Yeah, this is anti-GG. That's it. All our arguments are invalid.
Hey, look, I got a Pokedex from 1993 that still works. You all are invalid.
I have a copy of Super Smash Bros. Wii U sitting here for this Japanese console. All your arguments are invalid.
Well, you know what? The professor just spoke to me and said, "Good news, everyone."
Say it works.
Oh God!
Good news too. I paid my car insurance by switching to Geico.
I think that line's actually somewhere in here. Let me check it out. Oh,
Speaking
man.
of games that we were looking forward to, two things. One, I'm hoping that oh God, what are they calling it? Not Siege. What's the Tom Clancy game they're making that's hopefully will be not sucky Destiny?
Division?
Yes. One, I hope that doesn't suck. I'm gonna hold my breath though. And then two, does anyone know what actually happened to Patriots? Why that got scrapped? Because that kind of looked awesome.
Rainbow
Probably
Six
because the name.
good idea.
You know,
Anyone-
Patriots, patriarchy. They're getting into something they don't want.
Kind of money. Triangle. Illuminati.
Exactly. But you know, that's just the way I look at it.
Your daddy because he was going to give a mouse a cookie.
Hey, I own a cookie. Give me cookies, man. Oh.
How
No!
quickly did this all
Because-
derail?
Milk, you'll drink my blood.
Listen here, I will start a Patreon if you don't give me cookies. You are pressing me.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go, man. It's late. I'll see ya.
Gender male privilege.
Thanks for
All
joining.
right.
Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
See you, bud.
Everyone have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, have fun.
See, this is what ends up happening. When we don't have somebody like cause like trying to say bullshit to us, we just default back into normal game talk. Yeah, because this is actually what we like to do is talk about games and maybe joke
This
about
is
them.
GamerGate. Dude. We're gamers. What do you expect?
Yeah, no, I mean, but isn't that the kind of thing, though? It's just like, it's really funny because anything else outside, right, would end up being like, talking about, a Prussian Olympics 2.0, but, like, we're just sitting here and it's just like, oh, yeah, this controller? Oh, what's really good to use? You could use this camera. You could use this microphone. Oh, I'm looking forward to this game. I think that's, like, what it boils down to the people of GamerGate, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a community of people who are really liking the games and stuff, and then just get shitted on for it. It's just a line.
And the thing
We're
about
not sitting here talking about women, like how to oppress this woman or that woman. We're talking about games.
Yeah, let's put
All
together
right,
a
All right, hold on.
What have we done?
Let's talk about how we could oppress any woman that tries to stand up to us.
All right.
That is that no.
We need a woman first.
Should we send them 4chan videos? Oh wait, no.
God.
I want to check their white privilege and send them our Tumblr pages because everyone knows we're special cookies and we're tired of being oppressed by the matriarchy.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know why everyone's surprised that, we're getting shit on again. I'm guessing, I'm not really nerd status anymore, but, I was like an awkward-ass kid, and that's why I liked video games when I was in middle school and high school. And these assholes are the exact same people. I mean, now they just happen to be hipsters because hipsters are, the new jocks, and they're just dicks. Like, so of course they're going to pick on us. But
Well, they
whatever.
could try to, but when it comes
we don't give a shit because we've been doing this for 20 years.
I mean, they could take their plaid jackets, they could take their oversensitive bullshit, but when it comes to push, and push comes to shove, we'll push so fucking hard it'll be like 300 pushing off the slaves over there.
Robber. All right, kids. I am dying. I need to eat because I've been sitting here staring at the screen for like 4.5 hours, and I'm gonna die. So.
You're not a real gamer, Phoebe. You pushed through that.
Thank you. So the conversation at 4:30, it's been 5.5 hours I've been on the stream, and 2.5 hours just listening to Kaz going, but this is why, and pissing off even the most mild.
You know what? I got pretty irritated with him yesterday because who was it? Remy. was bringing up such amazing points, and I'm sitting there like, dude, if I was on the opposite side of the team, which I was for a while, because I was like, you know what, screw both sides. But then I was like, nah, you know what, it's time to join one. But she was bringing up really good points. She's like, I built my half of the bridge. I stand up for all this shit. Where's yours? Like, come meet us halfway. And this dude is just off on her, like, no, but this, no, but that, like trying to throw every bloody excuse he could, and he was just getting more toxic with time.
By the end of the conversation today, I just felt like he was mentally masturbating everything. You know, it's like you say anything, and all he's going to do is tell you what you think. You try and make an agreement with him, he refuses to do it. You go halfway and agree with him, he refuses to. You know, it's like maybe this is one of the things gamers are familiar with. You know, there's always that kid in the street who wanted to be very popular, based all their opinions on what other people did. And what would happen is, I mean, you guys are mostly American. All the other British people have left. But, you know, you play a game of soccer and...
I am Canadian.
What?
Don't
Sorry,
you?
Canadian.
There we go.
Erroneous. Well, I would say that you are within the continent of America. I mean, I am too. I'm sitting in
they're
Mexico.
the continent
right
of
now,
Canada.
for work.
Jesus.
But the the continent of Canada. Yeah. But, you know, you'd have this...
It's just like
this kid who would come out to play in the street with their soccer ball. Soccer is the word you choose. And when they would start losing, they'd pick up their ball and go home. And that's all I could think of when I was speaking to Cause. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you've got nothing you're bringing to the table. You're just saying you're right. You say we won't recognize it. I mean, every time we try to move towards you, you flip the table and cry that it's so horrible. I'm like, fuck off, man. You think
And don't
I'm
forget,
going
he
to talk
doesn't
to you after
believe
this
us.
behavior?
He doesn't believe our self-identifying. That's the other big
Oh,
thing.
yeah, it's,
Listen and
we
believe, but
don't
not us.
As in where we just
that's
stand up
where I
for
wanted to
ourselves,
jump in
but...
when he said, "I don't believe you guys," and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like,
Why
you
would
you
you
just
argue?
said listen and believe, and then you're like, I don't believe you. It's like, okay, I'm out.
So like the self-identification where we just speak for ourselves and no one else, but we just use the GamerGate tag as like a communication hold kind of thing.
Right.
It's
You
just
didn't
funny.
agree with that? For real?
That and believe sort of stuff is hilarious to me because it's like they're like listen and believe unless the person is a fucking straight white male, and then I'm like, but there are other people besides straight white males. Listen and believe unless it's somebody who has who's part of GamerGate, and it's like, okay, what like what are you doing? Like, are you an idiot? Like, you can't hopscotch like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, listen, I've gotten some horrible comments thrown at me for being, pro GamerGate. I've heard, this one girl. I mean, I did the responsible thing, blocked her, and said, okay, you're not part of my Twitter feed anymore. Said, why don't you be one of the statistics of gay bleep faggots? Like, okay, and kill yourself and said all these things, and she starts insulting veterans. I'm like, seriously, just let me show you this to my veteran friends. Veterans talk to each other. I want you to be like that one girl who said that horrible veteran tweet and pretty much got blacklisted from Twitter because of that. Just say that word. I almost was begging her to do it because I really wanted to see what would happen. But, hey.
All right, guys, I'm gonna log out. Thanks for having me. Hopefully, I get to do it again with you sometime soon.
Yeah,
joining.
you're welcome to come anytime. So.
Right on. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
I was just gonna ask you, MJ and Anil, you guys, and Mike as well. We talked before Kaz derailed us about how you feel about the publishers and how they deal with this whole GamerGate stuff, or how we can make them make the industry better and not have so close ties to the sites.
There's many ways you could do about it, but the way that I see best fit is to literally just talk to them. Oh God, I sound like what's his name? Literally. But you just go and talk to them, publish it, like record it. Almost like a professional interview. You just record it. talk to them, get their opinions on it, and then straight up post it. No editing, no trying to change the tables for anyone. Just get their stance on it and let the world know via Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, whatever.
I think that what GamerGate could do to improve its penetration with publishers and other parties is to start writing letters which have group signatures attached. Just one big impressive letter. Yeah, penetration, I said it. Yeah, I know. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Don't even know, man.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I'm not self whatever it wasing. I'm using the word penetration. But if there were kind of group letters that people could contribute to and do tons and tons of signatures on it, they couldn't not reply to such a massive letter.
Yeah, the numbers will help, definitely.
And it would also free up time for other people to have more conversations with other parties rather than be writing all these individual letters. The individual letters are interesting, but once you've written a few hundreds at once, the guy in the marketing department is going to just put them all to junk. Because he looks at it and goes, pfft, which is not very fair, but it's,
it's the way it goes.
It's just the guy, yeah.
Well, you know what? Speaking on that, let's actually kind of assess that. It would actually the things that don't get noticed are like those one-offs. In actuality, what you would have to be doing is you would have to. I mean, the reason why mass email works is because it does show they can't just delete all of them. I mean, by company policy, these places actually have to look through all of these different emails. So they don't exactly get rid of them, just as somebody who knows kind of that back end. One of the major things, though, when you're dealing with a company, right, and I think everybody should kind of think about this, is that, a company needs to protect not only itself as an entity, but everybody who works for it. So there's a lot of different opinions in a company with a lot of different people who could be good people, who are anti, who are pro, whatever situation that is involved with anything. And they need to come out in a stance that not only supports their customer base, but it also has to support the people that work inside the company. Now, Blizzard did it right, I believe. I don't think that it's a good idea to force anybody to make a stance on something like this that is a publisher, developer, or something like that. There's a little bit different a standard with press, because press are legitimately, they're putting their opinions out there as their product. So it is fair game to criticize the product being produced in that certain situation. But when you have a company like this, it isn't really fair to them to say, well, what side do you take? Now, if it's a smaller company and they all talk about it and they're going, well, this is our stance as a group, that's fine. If somebody wants to come from a company and say, this is my individual stance, as long as it's professional, which what we've been seeing has not been, that would be fine too. But, really they have to side with everybody and going, what is the actual issues going on right now? And especially you have to consider the idea that the lifeline for publishers is press, and you don't exactly know the best way to go about changing that. Nor do they want to take the time to give some exclusivity to a smaller guy to build up a place where they can feel safe, sending that stuff where they won't get shitted on for internal politics, and it's about the games, and it's about just what they're producing as a product. So I mean, it's kind of unfair to a large group of people who are put in a really tough situation to demand them to take a side. And in reality, I would prefer that these publishers, when dealing with GamerGate, do not take a side, because I don't feel that it's right, as somebody who knows a lot of different people who are in development, who are artists and designers and devs, to do something like that. The light's blinding my eyes.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was off. Bloody thing. I turned it off when I first got in. Oh well, happens.
But yeah, that's just my piece on it. Because it is a very fine wire to walk, and it's something that would actually damage everybody if it wasn't handled right, and it would damage the quality of the products, the people who feel comfortable, and the companies who to really force them to take a stance in Gamergate.
Where I think I mean, this is kind of where I think it might be helpful having organized letters. The problem we tend to have is we just say, yeah, we're just boycotting the shit out of you because you didn't do what we want, which is not very constructive and makes it very difficult for them to move left or right, because if they take our side, then they're against other people. What would be useful if there was a letter saying, we would like to have certain people ask what your opinions and how you interact with the publishers and developers are, and with the other parts of the media. You know, what do you do to control costs which might be branded facilitation costs, which are technically illegal now without being declared, although it seems to still happen a lot in gaming journalism, you know, where they give them a $500 gun and they don't even put it on the register, is in other businesses sackable at the moment. You know, that kind of conversation where they then can reply with a very even, well, this is how we do it, and then we could say, well, could you do it this way instead? And would that be acceptable to you? Might be a better conversation if it was organized, you know. I don't know how to do that, though. And it involves a lot of contacts with people within these companies who are willing to bring an open discussion into the public eye, which they may find disturbing. But the whole point is, could you get all the publishers to say, this is how we do it, and then you find, those ones are a bit bad. And if they did it this way, like these other publishers do, and they've shown them how, then they're all pretty good.
Well, the big problem here, like you mentioned, the Bayonetta gun that was sold for $500. That's kind of like a promotional item that was exclusive. That you know, the bidding defined the value of it, and when it was sold, you know, it could be worth more, it could be worth less. That's actually a legitimate problem that I have as somebody who's seen all the different sides with marketing budgets and PR budgets. That stuff is not really directly related to the people who are, let's say, doing game dev stuff. They might think it's cool. They don't know the scope and limitation that they do. Like, you know, it wouldn't be an issue if they were like, oh, we're going to make, you know, because there was like 15 of those guns made. Well, what if they actually mass-produced them and gave them out to collector's editions or something like that? That would be okay, because it's, you know, you're providing that to a large group of people who maybe want to invest more in the game and stuff like that. And this is just a preview to get it out there instead of like this exclusive little goodie because you're fucking a good press person, you're a buddy or whatever.
This is a major issue, and you put it, you're spot on in your point. Under the current legal laws that were put, well, the legal laws, of course, are legal laws, under the current laws of the US, and they apply worldwide because the US and IRS is so powerful. Since Enron collapsed, which was a huge big debacle, one of the things the US government changed was the allowance for this kind of giving gifts. So if anything is given, if it's an item above a certain value, it must be registered and declared to the taxman. So there's no incentive for a company to give a developer. You know, the publisher or the developer can't go to the press and go, haha, okay guys, let's go and get some associates in downtown San Francisco, which is what some of them were doing, without declaring it. If it came out of the company's financial records and they hadn't declared it, then they were in big trouble. The gaming industry hasn't caught up with the legal statutes in the Saxony-Oakley Act, which is quite shocking if you do work in other industries. But it's fine in gaming because game devs are small. Well, actually, no, it's not. They are actually breaking the law here. That's an issue.
And we tend to think of them as small, but they're not. You got to think that a lot of these people who are producing this stuff, I mean, like THQ, man. I mean, God bless THQ. They went under basically because they were trying to be so cool with all their stuff and get all these cool little promotions and spending just way too fucking much money, which really destroyed their company and made them go under. But you know, I mean, here's the problem with something like that. When you want to declare a value of a gift, something that's made as a promotional material, could be considered, oh well, that's only worth like $10. You know, the collector market is huge in the gaming sphere and in a lot of the quote-unquote geek markets. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay a lot of money for something like that. So it's very hard to determine the value of something that is given as a promotional material. That's the other thing that I want to mention. These are also considered promotional materials, right? So promotional material wouldn't fall under a gift. It'd be considered part of a promotion, you know? It's just how they would label it. If you know, push came to shove, they would just be like, oh, that was just promotional material we sent out. They could do whatever they want.
The way to get around that is they should not be sending gifts to individuals. They should be sending it directly to the company who is a review company. So say you're IGN, who have came out surprisingly squeaky clean. I'm sure they probably got a Bayonetta gun too. But what they do is one of two things. They either give it to some customer as a gift, which is part of a contest. And therefore, there's no impropriety or perception of graft, or they put it in their office in a cabinet somewhere, which is the kind of normal thing that most companies do. With like, oh, we got a big bottle of champagne this year. Well, you put it into the raffle for your employees so that no one has been given it explicitly. That's what's so questionable about the Bayonetta gun from a legal standpoint. It's the explicit gift from one corporate entity to one guy who could influence their profits by doing something unethical, even if he didn't think he was doing that and he was trying to be totally fair. So it's a systematic issue of how these companies view their legal compliance.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ins and outs with that, and you know, I do think that people who really work their way up, like those, I believe it was like some guy that does the co-optional podcast. He got a crazy PC thing. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it had like all these lights and it was crazy well done, and it was for new chips for computers and stuff. And essentially these people are companies. They're YouTubers, and this is why I don't really want to dive too much into that, because I feel like if these YouTubers earn something and they earn the respect and they do videos to show off this stuff and they do disclose it, like the guy obviously fully disclosed, like, oh my god, I got this fucking insane thing sent to me, I really don't have a problem with that. I do kind of have a problem with the Bayonetta gun thing, because that was very shady, like, oh shit, I got this thing, I'm going to kind of sell it under the table on eBay, which is kind of fucked up. And as a person who was doing PR or promotion, I would just know not to send that to that person. You know what I mean? Send anything to that person again, because it doesn't look good on you, and it also shows you the kind of tenor that this motherfucker has, you know. And that's another reason why I feel really strongly about a lot of this stuff, because, you know, a lot of this stuff, like I said this before yesterday, but the problem with a lot of these companies is they get so big that they end up getting, and they don't need it, they end up getting like free Xboxes and free review copies and shit like that, like multitude. Like they're not just getting a review copy, they're getting like 5 review copies. That's fucking ridiculous, you know. When there are so many more people who could who you know, to have validity that they could do work with and maybe make themselves. I mean, just as a PR standpoint, this is why I don't like the PR, because I think this is a missed opportunity for PR as well, to maybe get some of those smaller guys out there to produce work for them, to bring out a different opinion, to maybe that has a better understanding of the product be shown to light, you know. But obviously they just easily go, we have the address for IGN, just send them 5 copies, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird thing. You would, I mean, as soon as the publisher or developer signs an NDA with their legal department with the reviewer, obviously they've got all these NDAs and things, but it is very bizarre that, you know, they do load it to try and bring this positive view from the review house as a whole.
It's the loudest voices in the industry getting, you know, more more promotion, more help when they don't need it. I mean, that's why it's very much a monopoly system. You know what I mean? And it sucks because it just makes everyone's job a lot harder. We have to work more, we have to push more, we have to spend more time, we have to, these guys are just in this kind of self-perpetuating motion, and they've gotten too comfortable, and that's why I really believe that we need to shake up the market a little bit. And I know, like me and a lot of other like-minded individuals will fucking try our damnedest to do it.
Oh.
Anyway, I think this topic has thoroughly bored the rest of the contributors.
No.
Video games.
Wait for my turn to talk. I think everyone's being overly polite. I admit, I have that southern blood in me from the south, so, talking is not only, something that is polite, it's helps tenor go down, and it's something that it's natural,
Well, I'm going to be really rude and controversial in response to that. I think you're all full of shit. The best mouse I ever had was a Logitech G7 for Windows XP, and it lasted for 7 years, and it was amazing.
Next thing
So
you know,
there
you're
you
going to be telling us that you're going to start thinking for us.
Hey, shit, but I don't know how how you were talking about a mouse over a conversation piece, but oh well. I was talking about conversations, but oh well.
I'm referring back to our earlier skit on Razer v. Whatever. I'm just like, no.
The
Logitech
Razer
mouse.
versus Corsair keyboards.
Okay, let me dive into shit posting then, because that will be entertaining. Have you guys seen all these fucking Patreon people coming out of the woodwork since Jim Sterling got all that money?
Yep. Hypocrites.
I've seen people get Patreon. You know what? Honestly, the only people that I support on Patreon are ASMR people, because that shit is fucking cool.
Patreon. Wait a minute. It's connected, like the Illuminati. Oh no. Hey,
we should start fucking tweeting that at Anita and Yana Wu and all the people that fucking use that shit for the.
Well, no, I mean, okay, so there's this person, if you guys don't know, who's like a total crazy follower of Anita Sarkeesian and just a fucking weirdo. What is it? P Doggy Balls or whatever. That's the fucking. That's the name of the person, and it blows my mind because this person is getting, for basically jack shit, $500 and some odd a month from people, and they're not really even producing anything. They say that they're a programmer or whatever, and literally,
Myers.
What?
I think you just talked about PZ Myers. This is one of the things that I know. Unfortunately, we can't get away from it. Unfortunately, because half the shitstorm of GamerGate is related to Atheism Plus shitstorm.
Oh god, that Atheism Plus bullshit was fucking hilarious to me.
It was. It's like we're
What is
atheists.
this Atheist Plus?
I am not a diehard atheist. I'm more deist agnostic. So if that's one though, it's pretty much as close to the middle ground as you can get, and that's all creation of atheism subject. So moving on though. But yeah, it's just one of those things that, okay, at the same time, I really didn't think about, I know you shouldn't say SJWs, but I don't know what to really call them. What do we call them if they're not SJWs? Because
Third wave, I think.
They're called
Third wave
entitled
crazies.
pricks. That's what they're called. They're called fucking entitled pricks. They don't give a shit about justice for society. They just give a shit that they make themselves the loudest fucking person to bitch about stuff and do nothing for work and get fucking money for it.
No, that sounds the entire place where I live. That almost sounds like Vancouver, British Columbia.
Pretty much is, by the way.
I think it's probably because all the marijuana, they figure they're so high, they do shit in fucking British Columbia.
Oh, dude, I could tell you about getting high and
don't see
mixing
anything
music.
about
That shit's
marijuana.
amazing.
Yeah.
No, you can get high anywhere in the United States. We have plenty of free fucking weed in this fucking country.
America, freedom!
I was
Yeah!
going-
Until you
I was
try to go against it.
I was going to do this experiment where I was going to make I was going to doctor an image of a person's face. I'm pretty good at Photoshop, so I was going to make like a couple of these photos altered and make it this like quote unquote indie dev trying to do something different because I also do Flash programming, which is kind of funny because I've had games on the App Store. A lot of these motherfuckers have had jack shit about anything. And they call themselves a dev. I won't call myself a dev, even though that I've done artwork and produced shit that was on the App Store that actually sold something. And I wanted to basically quickly throw together some, like, just the most bullshit sort of game. Throw, like, 3 of those together, throw it on a Patreon, and go support, diversity in the indie game sphere. And then make a fake Twitter account, and I was just going to see if I could to do it. And I backed away at the last minute when one of my friends said, "You do realize this is way too fucking convincing, and I think this would make you a con artist if you did it." I literally had to step back and go, "Oh, okay, it's probably not the best idea to go through with this final product." But it was really surprising because the little test group of people that I showed it to, they believed it was a real fucking person, and it was just like, and I baited people who are more aligned to that sort of sphere, but it was easy, and they were like, "Oh, I would totally support that right now. Where's the Patreon?" I was just like, "Oh, this is too fucking easy, guys. This is too fucking easy."
This reminds me of that South Park episode. I don't know if you've seen it. Basically, Cartman, he sets up a Kickstarter and some name of some company, and he says, "We just don't give a fuck. Just give us money." And then he gets like shitload of money, and they start making millions. So I think we should set up something like.
I think I want to start a Kickstarter like that. I'd actually say, you know what? I'm broke. I want to start a Kickstarter. I'm just broke. I don't want to eat stuff anymore. If I could get to my goal of $1 million a year, I'd be happy, and the rest I'd donate to the Wounded Warrior Project. I just want to see what would happen. How many people believe it? And I'd say, hey, I'm not lying. And yeah, I want to see if people would just do it just for shits and giggles.
You know what? I'll start that Kickstarter. I will literally start. You know what? Because it's so difficult right now managing all these projects and like getting money and stuff. I will fucking start a Kickstarter tomorrow with just fuck it, give me money. I'll draw like a penis on a piece of paper and I'll put it up on the thing and say, just fuck you, give me money. Because you know why? I deserve it more than all these little shits that you're giving money to. Will you get anything? No. Would you waste that money on something else that would give you nothing? Probably. At least if you're giving it to me, I will do something with it eventually that will be better than all this other bullshit that you got going on.
Well, no. You know what? I have this. I need money for booze cost. Why lie? I need money for beer. It's like the homeless guys who have those signs. Why lie? I want money for beer or drugs. Usually get a shit ton of money. That's what I think we should do as a Kickstarter. Say, hey, I want to go to SGC next year and I want to buy the entire fucking liquor store. Who's with me? I actually want to see if I can get a few people in the Midwest, like, you're honest about it, I'll give you a few bucks on it. I just actually want to see the reaction to that.
I just saw the chat right now about the Sarkeesian with the shirt, the scientist shirt. Where's the pic? Link that. I gotta see this.
Oh.
By the way, the shirt
you mean Matt Taylor's shirt that he wore?
Yeah.
I actually think that shirt might be a Christmas 2014 hit. Something tells me.
Like, someone should set up something for him, and all the money goes to Matt Taylor.
I spoke to the lady who made the shirt. I mean, she took it and then she customized it for him because they're good friends. And I said, make them, put 33% to you, 33% to Matt, 33% to a charity of his choice, like Women in STEM or whatever it is. Then watch them cry as it sells out continuously.
That'll be awesome. That'll be a huge fuck you to the third wave. I don't even want to say it.
Just say it. It would be a huge
I-
fuck you to the.
Third wave feminists.
Yes!
Yeah! I'm gonna be honest.
Those people are.
Name of GamerGate instead of being suppressed by some bullshit media. Yeah.
I've been here for 3 years. I've been in America for 3 years, and I've seen all kinds of groups of people. But the third wave feminists, I mean, they're just up there, fucking crazy. Like honestly.
That's the problem. It's not third wave feminists. It's like they've stolen that term, third wave feminism.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to say feminist because it's not feminism. It's just fucking crazy. That's it. You just don't want to listen to anyone. Just start yelling at people for no reason. Like that shirt offends.
I can give you a
That's
crazy
even-
story that happened last year if you really want it. It does involve feminism and it does involve me.
Okay.
If you okay,
Go ahead.
here we go. Basically, I ended up there's a dating site called Buff. I mean, I'm not the greatest looking guy. I'm big, fat, and I got psoriasis, and it's kind of hard. So, anyways, ended up going on this date with this chick.
Struggle.
And yeah, right. I love gaming. I'm fat, lazy, and I like Doritos. Shut up. But seriously though,
Doritos are awesome.
exactly they are, but fucking sponsorship bullshit. Anyways, go on this fucking date, and the only thing she would talk about is feminism. And I'm just like, okay, I see your point as to why it should be there. I mean, not everything is equal, but you're talking to a guy that clearly stated that I treat everybody as an equal. And then she's like, but you're just some fucking cis white male, and you're straight. And I was just like, oh god, here we go.
You didn't walk out of the date at that
Yeah,
point?
that's what I was
No,
going
no,
to
no.
say.
This is what
I hope you said
we had
you'll
dinner.
be
No,
happy
no,
with
I
50-50
straight up
with
did
the
what
second
she
date.
would have done, but I did it first. Anyways, we had dinner. We were talking about it. I just straight up left, said, "See you later." she was stuck with the bill, so whatever.
Awesome.
Nice.
It was basically like, you really want to say this? You really want to? Okay, whatever. You're stuck with it. I don't know what happened after that.
I like to look at it as a forfeiture. If you're going to be in, I mean, what is somebody's fucking problem? And this doesn't only include like the people who are like rad femmes, or I mean, it's just people who just fucking drone on and on about that one fucking topic that goddamn fucking defines them. You know, it's like, I like to talk about movies, I like to talk about politics, I like to talk about games, I like to talk about art. And then this, I mean, I've had similar situations like you've had with this, and I just go, okay, what do you want me to say? I mean, and I've literally, like, in front of a person's friends, gone, okay, first of all, this isn't going to work. Second of all, if you want to repeat and just hear your own self talk, I can give you a tube that you can just put up to your mouth and then put to your fucking ear. Don't fucking bring that shit to me. I don't care. And then I get the same, like, thing, and I'm like, look, I'm being rude because you're being an asshole. Just fucking drop it. Can you talk about anything else? But nope, can't fucking do any of that. That's a fucking. And then apparently I'm the bad guy for saying, you know what? And I was actually really polite about it in the beginning. I was just like, look, is there anything else you want to talk about, or is this like,
Exactly, but this is also a good way to root out the bads, like. You take the extreme feminism and us equal guys, and they're just all like, yeah, you don't want to date us because we stand up for ourselves. No, you don't. We don't want to date you because you're a fucking dick.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't date assholes.
There we go.
Only after some time am I comfortable with that. Not in the first date, thanks.
Oh, I'm not saying it's just women, dude. I'm saying that.
Not spitting shit at me over dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be a frothy MRA for a second. I mean, if a guy says, I'm sorry, I only like a girl thick, or I only like a girl skinny, all women are gonna be like, how dare he be such an asshole or racist or sexist, But God forbid a girl says, oh, I only like muscular guys, or I like feminine boys, or I only like chubby people. I'm like, and all their girlfriends like, you got that right, sister. I'm like, wow, seriously, wow.
Well, I don't think that's an MRA issue. I think that's a problem with society. I mean, personally, I don't like the whole MRA ideology, for one. I don't like kind of feminist ideology either. I find myself as being a libertarian, sort of everybody needs to be equal, and until we get to that point, we're all just going to be flinging shit. But I mean, that's a real societal double standard problem. I mean, for some reason, I want to say it mostly happens in Western cultures. When I lived in Japan and South Korea, I never really saw this issue because it was totally cool to have effeminate boys or butch women or things like that. I mean, that's just like whatever. That's just who they are and who they want to be in whatever. And if people are attracted to it, whatever. If they're not, they're not. And I mean, if people are going to give, if that's their preference, nobody's going to shit on them for their preference. I mean, the only people who really get probably shit on is probably the people who are neats, people who don't like leave the house and stuff. But I mean, it's like a very Western thing to be like, you have to fucking love, this person for being like total opposite of everything that you like. And I don't even know where that's come from. I mean, do you guys have any clue? Because I mean, that's like another issue with GamerGate right there. It's like you have to love these people who are.
You want to know where I think it came from? Is people getting too fucking full of themselves. It doesn't matter who it is. It's people that are in general too fucking full of themselves.
There's two things behind it. I really always hated this culture of daytime television. I feel very, very bad for people who have nothing better to do with their lives than watch sensationalist news broadcasts, which is often very dumbed down. It's worse, they dumb it down and then they report something outrageous all the time. So you've got people there day in, day out, sitting watching their TV. It's mind-numbing and it wears them down to the point in which I feel bad for them. What we've done is we've taken that and we've mixed it with this recession, which has made all these guys with, to be perfectly honest, not exactly economically attractive liberal arts and basket weaving degrees, and women too, who were promised the moon and the stick and they ain't getting it. And now they've got to react by saying it's the world that's wrong and they're right, and if people don't change to give them money somehow, they're going to say lots of bad things about people until they get it. Because as soon as they become a victim, someone's going to fund them.
Well, this is what I think a lot of it's got to deal with, and if I'm not interrupting anyone.
No, go ahead.
Okay, and I think a lot of it just got to deal with the fact is, everyone in this generation is, kind of grew up in the PC era where you're not supposed to say that, the backlash of like the 80s and 70s, the 70s nudie stuff and the 80s action galore and swearing. Everyone, has this generation like, oh, you can't say that, you have to address people correctly, you have to be extremely politically correct. I mean, you take that combined with the fact that these people, don't have any real world fucking experience. They go to college and they're given these delusions by the professors, like, and this is how we're going to change the social order of the world, and they're hit in their ass, find the jobs they can get as a barista, Hot Topic, or Walmart, and they're like, man, inequality, it's all their fault. I'm like, well, maybe you should take a look at yourself and examine yourself. I mean, you're the ones going around saying, my life is bad, I'm the victim here, when you have control of your own choices. I mean,
you know what? That's exactly true, and I can give you a really good example once you're done talking.
Yeah. I was going to give some examples, too. I mean, I know friends right now, high school said, nah, I'm not going to college, I'm just going to go to trade school. They're right now going around saying, they're like, I'm talking to them, they're like, yeah, I got this new truck, I got a new house already, and they're like six figures this year, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, yeah. And everyone was like laughing, like, you ain't gonna do nothing, you're gonna go to prison, you ain't gonna get shipped with a trade degree. And I'm like, yeah. So it's definitely that, you gotta learn how to fucking manage yourself. I mean, this is the time in the world where we should be in trade. We're in business, not liberal arts degrees or gender studies. They want real careers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean that's
making fucking leaves and coffee mugs in the fucking barista. That's some real hardcore art right there, man. Making millions.
Sorry,
used to have.
I'm actually I've had quite a few people, and somebody just actually donated to the Ship to Block 20 Patreon thing. So I've started I'm like, oh wow, people actually are starting to care about this sort of thing, but which is kind of amusing. The idea of this of the kind of art sort of thing doesn't fucking work in a recession, and I think a lot of people need to fucking realize it. That's the only thing I want to add into it.
I think what they're actually going on is the news over the last couple days. There was some art showing in the New York Modern Art Museum or something like that. There was a couple canvases with just a single dot that sold for $70 million. So that's what I think they're trying to do. They're trying to just get the quick way and get the money of instant gratification.
That's bullshit. $70 million for a dot on a canvas?
Yep.
Fuck those people.
That's what it is. I mean, shit. If I could, I would pour like other people's lives into getting the fucking Mona Lisa. I don't care how many people I'd have to kill. I want it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, there's one more thing I want to point out about the definition of harassment, which everyone seems to say we are being harassed and all that stuff. If someone calls you an asshole on the internet, it's not harassment. I don't know how people don't realize it. Even if someone says I'll just kill you without all the details, like I know your address or whatever. If they says I'm going to kill you, that's not harassment. That's not anything. That's just trolling. So people shouldn't keep reporting that I'm getting death threats because some asshole on the internet said they're going to kill you. There has to be a higher bar, Yeah, there has to be a higher bar to say that this is harassment, which everyone seems to be missing.
Yeah, but then how can you compete for a sweet, sweet slice of that victim pie? You know how succulent that victim pie is? Some people will say they're being threatened with rape for it when someone says, I don't like your post. Because, if you devalue every major insult, which has horrible connotations, to the point at which someone turning up and saying, looking at you in the street is a horrible thing, which did happen. They said, looking is rape. Then guess what? Your victim pie slice increases.
You know what? I know another company that got a fucking slice of the looking is assault pie, and that company would be an oil company called Kinder Morgan. Now, they're trying to build a pipeline through one of our mountains, and there's a lot of people that are not happy with it. So, apparently these people started making faces at the company and the CEOs and shit like that, and they fucking filed a court order saying that the way that these people are looking at him is harassment.
Have you ever heard anything so juvenile? I would be. It's one of these things, though. They go to court and someone might say that's a problem, and it's like, come on. Anyone who's an adult would say, yeah, they're making a stupid face at you because you're doing something they don't agree with. That's the consequence of your action. Live with it.
Exactly. I kind of want to start a Patreon of just random bullshit and see how many people support it. I mean, in the end goal,
I will
start
set up
my audio equipment with it because that's my life passion right there. I like making films. I like making video games, which I've done. So.
I think I will set up a Patreon where all I will do is for every $1,000 publish a picture of a crudely drawn cock in MS Paint. I will reinvest.
Dude, I will bet you so many people will fucking go for that.
I know, and I will reinvest all the funds in additional production of more crudely drawn cocks, and that's all we'll do. And I'm sure
I'll take you up on an offer, and I will do it for half the price, and I'll draw a far damn finer cock than you can ever.
Fantastic! I love this competition.
Okay,
You're
so
gonna
did you guys know that a 4chan comment was sold for $90,000? It was just a comment. Someone took it out, printed it out on a paper, and zoomed it, made it bigger, and then they sold it on eBay for $90,000.
Fantastic! That's entrepreneurship right there, eh? There's one fucking idiot born every minute.
You know what? I could probably sell 1 million copies with just a meme of Ray Rice saying, I thought of a good punchline. I thought it was a Ray Rice joke, but I couldn't find a good punchline for it. I'm sorry. That's some horrible things that I'm like, who does not laugh at this shit? If you are one of these people who can't find anything funny, you got a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys see it was like 2 months ago or something like that. A guy having a Kickstarter for learning how to make a potato mash or something like that. He got like 50,000.
There was a kid trying to say, I want to make a potato salad. He got 30,000, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was the potato salad. Okay.
Yeah, potato salad.
So I think we should be able to get money for our gaming websites. If people are giving money for potato salads and 4chan comments, shouldn't be too hard.
I mean, I just don't understand why people will put money toward that shit, but they won't support the indie sites and things like that. It fucking boggles my goddamn mind.
Just their interests, crudely drawn cocks are interesting to people with multiple backgrounds. They're interesting to men because they can compare them with their own. They're interesting to women because they love it. They're interesting to feminists because they can mock them while pointing. There's just a huge target market for crudely drawn cocks.
It's proof of patriarchy. Like if you get money for a cock, then it's
exactly.
It's
So
right
the feminists can buy it and claim patriarchy made her buy the painting.
I am right now. I am making a Kickstarter.
You're going to be rich.
I'm not fucking joking with you guys. I'm making a Kickstarter right now.
Seriously, you're going to make so much money. Just write.
Okay, do this.
This is what men's tears look like on it. You're going to be rich. You remember the men's tears mugs you're seeing on Twitter? They were actually done by a men's rights group. That's what they're saying, and they made people pay $20 for these stupid mugs that cost cents. It's incredible. They made so much money out of it from these wannabe feminists.
You should, just mention that if you get money for this Kickstarter, then it's proof of patriarchy.
Proof of patriarchy.
All the feminists will have to give you money. You're rich.
Prove that you oppose the patriarchy today. 10% of the money goes to slaves making the art in Indonesia or Bangkok or wherever the fuck it is this week. You'll be rich.
Okay, so let's come up with some key terms here. Okay, proof of patriarchy. Can you guys type these things out so I can copy and paste them while I get this Kickstarter put out?
I'll try.
I'm not joking. I'm doing this right fucking now, people.
Yeah, I fucking believe you. I want to see this happen.
I would recommend some fairly typical statements and problems that people might experience in their everyday lives which can be directly attributed to the patriarchy. For example, I am not currently wearing any slippers, I can't see them around me, and I blame the patriarchy for that. They're probably sitting in the other end of the room, but the patriarchy's put it over there and I'm disgusted. I need the state to regulate the position of slippers.
Okay, so let's go over the choices. Art, games, comics, journalism, crafts, music, dance, photography, design, publishing, fashion, technology, video and film, theater, or food. Which one?
The military-industrial complex needs to be in there. It's a big one.
Well, no, I mean, those are the options that I have to pick off to start my project. So which one?
Ooh. Can you say them again?
Okay, so the start projects for these are... Hold on, I'm actually going to... I have two computer monitors, so I'm going to move the chat into one, and so I can actually manage the mute button when I'm trying not to talk. Okay, so what we have to pick from: art, games, comics, journalism, crafts, music, dance, photography, design, publishing, fashion, technology, films and video, theater, and food. Where should we go with this?
Are you going with lewd cocks on this one?
You have to. It has to be funny.
Cocks might be involved, so I'll put
no,
art.
I'm thinking cocks is in journalism.
Cocks.
Massive cocks must be in food. At least the patriarchy. Come on.
I already hit art because that's what I lazy. So this is how it has to be lazy too.
And what you should do is every time you make the painting, you can do a video of you drawing the painting, and talk about your technique of drawing the crudely drawn cock, and then you can write the phrase in the bottom right hand corner, signed by you, Yeah, the encouraging patriarchal revolutionary phrase like, yeah, you know what, I tried to get a job with my liberal arts degree and it failed. Fucking patriarchy. And you can put it down there, and you're going to make thousands out of every bespoke painting, and it's all of a different race.
Okay, so
Follow your dream.
So Project Image, should I do a crudely drawn cock in MS Paint?
Yeah. Example.
Make
And
it
put
really
your
long and
phrase
wavy.
here.
Make it really long and wavy.
Here's a picture for what you do. Hey, why draw art? Be lazy. Steal it. That's what modern feminists do. And if they try to...
Uh-oh.
But
I got a death threat.
Yay.
Okay.
You got a death threat already? What was it from?
Oh wait, never mind. It was just on my phone. All I saw on my phone was "Dice is scum," but apparently it's on the Gmail thing.
It's on the Gmail. Even I got it on my PC.
Oh well. I thought it was a legitimate death threat. Damn it! Fuck! I want my death threats to come in.
Boy, you're cis lord. You're a cis shit lord. You deserve to die. You're the white privileged male.
Yeah, but you don't mean it. That's the thing. You would rather hug me than kill me. Damn it.
Okay, so guys, pick 3 colors that this crudely drawn penis is going to be up on Kickstarter.
Purple and green. It has to be
Dude,
purple and
draw
green.
in red, white, and blue, and make the little pube stars.
You could do
Sorry,
different ones
we are
with different
going with
colors.
red, white, and blue, and pubes for stars.
I mean,
And then you can call it the big American cock that'll fuck the rest of the world.
yeah, you should do it. I mean, for this one, you want it to be like a template example. So this one should be simple, and you should elaborate in the text about how the future ones which you produce will be of exceptional quality, drawn in the theme of the moments. You know, you could have a pink one for curing cancer. You could have a GamerGate one. You know, you could have an American one for elections. Yeah.
I've got the bigger cock. Vote for me.
A Christmas cock, that can go down well.
Hey, that Christmas cock deck the balls.
Deck the balls and then fucking, show like third wave feminism punching you right in the dick and then have the tip of it with like a little red nose on it. Little red head. Deck the balls, man. Fucking bam!
Ow.
But hey, it's also a countermeasure because you got the third wave feminism saying die men, and then you got a picture of a feminist punching the dude in the balls that'll definitely donate to the...
Oh yeah, help us smash the patriarchy. One ball at a time.
Smash the patriarchy with Christmas.
Yeah, that's an awesome tagline. You should put that.
Yeah, smash the patriarchy.
$1 at a time by donating it to you. Like, oh, I see the picture.
Look at it. Oh my god. Little star ball. You forgot the little slit in the penis head, and then you gotta shoot out some fucking like confetti.
Oh, that is insulting to us jizz kid. How dare you insult the jizz kid?
Calm yourself.
I will admit, I'm very impressed. The image I had of the crudely drawn cock was rather more crude, and this one's actually quite artistic and real to life. I mean, floating stars are particularly real to life.
Oh, it's that art degree.
Yeah, link to it. Where's the crudely drawn cock? I want to see the link to it.
If you click on Michael's picture, it'll expand up to the entire screen.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, now shoot confetti, different colors.
Fantastic.
This should go viral, I hope.
Oh my god, I want this. I really want this to be successful.
It's actually LGBT friendly.
Yeah, make sure the it's multicolored. You know, the color of the rainbow. Make it very friendly for all the prospective contributors.
No, it's the American one first. We're trying to target an Americanized audience, so people that support America.
Cis white. Has to be cis white.
Yep, it has to be cis white.
That's just privilege. God.
Oh my goodness, this is the most Americanized dick I've ever seen. Should you put longhorns on it too? Just near the tip.
I reckon if you get this up in the Patreon account and you start advertising it, you're going to have hundreds of dollars going in there by the time this live stream ends. You've never made such easy money in your whole life.
I'll tell you what. If people would really, I will do multiple drawings just like this if they support the Ship to Block 20 thing, so that I can get other writers on. I will literally do this shit for them for all the holidays of the year. Literally, I will fucking go through the labor of doing that and making sure that they have the quality and standard that is this very patriotic penis.
Hey, it's about working smart, not hard. This is working smart. You're making money with the minimum required effort. Doing something you love.
I don't think anyone has got money with MS Paint, but you're doing it.
If this takes off, you'll be filthy rich, I'm sure. Someone's gonna love this.
Rich, I say all of us deserve a cut for this.
Okay. Now it's getting complicated.
What? Oh,
there
man.
we go. Does that work?
I would say all this money goes to fucking whatever your website was. Block. I can't remember the name of it. I'm fucking too tired for this shit.
Block20.com if anybody wants to. No.
Berry juice.
But yeah, have it go to him, and then he can bring in the writers and whatnot, like you were saying.
Yeah.
God, that looks like severely infected.
Some serious crabs going on there with the stars, eh?
Star Spangled. Now he's adding in wrinkles.
I can see you've done this before. You're a professional at crudely drawing cocks.
This must be one of the reasons why he got kicked out of school. He was too artistic.
Yeah, right.
See, this is what they keep getting wrong about Gamergate. It's not autism, it's artism.
It's fucking brilliant. That's great.
Artism. Artism.
You need to add a patriarchy smashing comment in the bottom right hand corner. A phrase that encapsulates the whole situation for the artistic types to enjoy.
Okay, let's see how would I do this. I mean, what would I say though?
Here's my multi-million-dollar idea to earn money on patriarchy.
Something about oppression needs to be in there. Yeah, a short statement. No more than 10 words. Encapsulate.
This is the oppressor. There you go.
I got it.
Patriarchy, one dig at a time.
Put something in there like.
I think I'm gonna go with the oppressor.
There we go. I win.
Yeah, smash the patriarchy $1 at a time. This is your enemy. Something like that. This is your enemy. Smash the patriarchy $1 at a time.
What would happen if you for a profile picture or something, you just take Anita's body but put your head on it?
Yeah, put her head on the head. Use the text tool. Use just crap text.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like this.
Autism. Autistic. Yeah.
This is an artistic thing you wouldn't understand. All right.
I don't. I'm primitive.
You're part of the patriarchy. Please get out of here with your opinions.
And stop your mansplaining.
Oh my god. Love
The
this.
E. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
Maybe you
too
should
bad.
put the peentriarchy or the cocktriarchy. It's going for the oppressor.
I still think it's the oppressor because, you know, we all got penises. We're all cis white male. Well, apparently we're all cis white males. And we all have a penis. God, those are the weirdest drawn peas I've ever seen.
Don't criticize my peas, you cis white scum.
Such oppression!
Dude, you should make the O like a giant vagina.
You could do that. And the P should be P.
Yeah, you can make the O like a vagina, and you can make the
Heavy
two
breathing
P's
going
breast.
on looking at this
Yeah.
image, guys. See, I'm making it artistic because it has to be, like it has to totally not go with any of the standards of art of what something would look good, because patriarchy is all about that for reasons. I don't know what the reasons are, but they
Just reasons.
just all the reasons. I don't know what the reasons are, but I'm sorry. So there you go.
This is really awkward.
I don't think I gave myself enough room right now.
No, you didn't.
You can stretch
You know,
the canvas.
So, you know, the corners are pressing
Grab his
you.
hole. There's
You
no
can
room.
stretch the canvas up and down a bit. You know, it's
Can
big.
I do this? Ah, shit. No, I can't.
You can use a freeform tool. If you go to select up in the top left.
Oh, no.
Oh no! Undo. There we go.
You are fucking genius.
There we go. Who says I'm an oppressor? I'm a helper. You need to go to select and then make the background transparent. As you can see, I've used paint before.
I mean, we don't want to make it transparent, do we? It has to look like a
No, it
canvas.
just means that when you drag it around, it won't over wipe the reds, you know, because it's
Oh, okay.
yeah. So it gives you a transparent selection.
I think this is right.
I think you're there.
Yeah, this
There's
is
enough
bad. You're
space for an
actually
R.
putting work into it. You're actually putting work into it.
This is the.
It's
this,
not easy making money.
It's supposed to be easy. That's the whole
I'm
idea.
putting, it's funny because I feel like I'm putting more effort into making this purposely look terrible than a lot of these other people have been putting into a lot of their fucking work. Okay, there we go. The oppressor.
Yes.
It sounds like a weapon.
Dude, it's the next DLC for Call of Duty. It's $10.
It's completely shitty and it's choked more Kevin Spacey.
Next gen. Next gen Kevin Spacey.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good role for him. They really should have just turned Advanced Warfare into a movie, shouldn't have they?
No, because then they just put up gameplay of like the first 5 levels and then throw in some of their trailer shit and then call it a movie.
Hey, you know what? As a movie, it would still be a better fucking film than
50 Shades of Grey.
Yep.
I saw the trailer for it. They put too much money into it. I'm pretty sure if they would have just filmed a porn, then, you know, it'd be the exact same outcome. I said cum.
That's the oppression. Body.
Chest. And man, there's a lot of it.
Overflowing, frothing with oppression.
I'm frothing with depression. You have no idea.
Okay, does Kickstarter allow you to put this image up? Do we know?
Is it Kickstarter? I thought it
Oh.
was Patreon.
Okay, Patreon, the whatever.
Send us a link so we can promote it.
No, I there you go. This is what's going to go up on Kickstarter.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you don't cover it up, maybe they'll just ban it for nudity or something.
It's the crudely drawn Cox art project.
Okay.
Look, it's right there. You can see it on my screen.
Not right now. We can't see it.
Nope.
I can see
you just click the image in the lower corner.
Yeah, it's just giving me LTG your icon.
Oh,
Did
really?
you stop broadcasting?
I can see it. It should be up for you guys to see. I don't know why it's not showing
Let me
up.
change.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, there
Okay,
it is.
I need a short blurb.
You should write something like, "It's came to my attention that the penis is oppressing women around the world all the time. Support this project, end the repression of the patriarchy against all women in every country." Something inspirational like that. Really inspiring.
You only got a tweet size.
I don't know. Bring awareness. Hold on. I'm looking in my thesaurus for flavor language, just so that
I'm a good thesaurus. Do you have a word you need some words for?
I kind of want to see what I was gonna try to make it rhyme at first. What's another word for oppressor?
Male.
Male, cis male.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing a little template beforehand, so it doesn't look totally stupid. Okay. Bring awareness to this
Autocrat, despot, dictator, bully.
The cis dick
dictator.
That's good.
Patriarchy. This project is bringing awareness to. I'm trying to I'm reading it in my head as if I was like somebody who would fall for this. I know it's terrible, right? This project is to bring awareness to the cis dictator patriarchy that has infested our
Society.
world. No,
Yeah, the world. Let's make it
too
big.
small. It's the world that it's
Humanity.
Okay.
Oh, humanity. You know, you're not supposed to say humanity because it has man in it. You should put humanity.
Euphemisty.
Okay, yes. Hold on, let me figure out how I would spell that, though. Well, I guess you would just say hue of the world and
woman.
hue. I want to go just hue, but... I do it like that?
Missing an eye.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back, guys.
Should I spell it like that, or, I mean...
Just call it womanity.
Yeah, humanity.
Oh, womanity?
Yeah, just call it womanity.
But it sounds like we're calling them all manatees. Let's just stick with it. Let's not tread that ground. Let's
Just call it that has infested the world and is oppressing womanhood. You know? And is oppressing womanhood.
Oops. All right. That's good. 6 characters left. Okay, what's the subcategory, guys? Painting? Can we consider this painting?
Do they have?
How about conceptual art?
Performance art.
Project location. I'll just put, yeah. Oops. No, not
San
Los
Francisco. San Francisco.
Utah.
Bay Area. Is there a Bay Area?
Texas. I know. It's Austin. It's hipster capital.
Okay. What should be the funding goal?
$1 million.
Let's do.
Let's go with something simple like $500.
All right.
I
see if
aim
it-
so low. I'm sure you could get 5,000.
Let's shoot low before these people realize what happens.
So what we need to do before we save it, we need to do one thing. On the project blurb, we have to state what this project delivers. You know?
Yeah.
That we are going to create an art piece for everyone to celebrate.
We can't because there's only 6 characters left.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, this is just a short blurb. So this project
Okay.
is to bring awareness. That's what we're doing. We're bringing awareness to the dictatorship or dictator patriarchy that has infected the world. Should I put the world of games just to be more targeted? But
Nah. What you should do is change humanity to womb-manity, like women's wombs. That's what Simon's saying. Makes more sense.
womb manatee?
Womb. W-O-M-B.
Yeah, no, I mean-
M-A-N-I-T-Y.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was just wondering if we keep the ITY or we add more to that. Okay. Okay, to our Q1-ity. God, that sounds
Anity.
to say.
Anity. Womb-anity.
You know what? I would really laugh if we got more money than Anita Sarkeesian.
I don't know. If you get even $500 for this, it's a win.
Well, I'll tell you guys what. If this does reach the $500 goal, I'll do like a video game giveaway or something, and then use the rest for just getting writers and stuff on the site. But I'll do like a contest and see like maybe get somebody some games or something like that.
I'll take it.
Just use the money to fund your projects of getting a thing set up.
Okay, let's see. Wait, before. Oh, did I fuck that up?
Oh, did he
Don't delete it.
Yeah.
I didn't delete it. No, I saved it. But then it said I had to do something, and I just glanced at it. I thought it was something else. Okay, basics. Okay, rewards. Okay, what are the rewards?
For each $100, or no, whoever dates whoever donates $100 gets their own customized penis. So like, basically, you can just draw a penis and then put their name on it.
Cost of oppression. Rank.
No, I think that's good. You get your own cock of oppression. That's enough.
Well, if you say
by
print,
the
wouldn't they,
artist.
if you say print, wouldn't they expect like an actual hard copy print?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I'll send
Just
it- I'll
send them
send
a
them a
print
print.
out, yeah.
If
Just
they're
print it out.
If you give me $100, I will go out of my way and send them the nicest.
Get a ledger size print. Send it out to them.
And by me, the
Artist.
Whoa,
No,
artist.
don't,
Yeah,
don't say that.
No,
Say
the dictator.
You don't want to reveal that you're part of the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Remember?
Sure.
Just signed by me.
The
That
artist.
works. That works.
Yeah, it's me's fun.
Okay, estimated delivery date. When should this? Okay, so there's 30 days. I'll shoot for February. February seems like a good dick sending
I
month.
think you can deliver by February. Yeah.
February 14th.
Hey, you know what? It's quicker than Anita fucking did her bullshit. All right. So people have to lay off if it takes me a little time to actually produce physically, copies of these things.
Yeah, it'll take you about 30 seconds.
No shipping involved. Wait, no ships. I'm gonna send it anywhere in the world. You know what? For your shipping,
$25. The rest of the world.
let's do.
And
let's do
$10
something-
for the US.
No, I'll do 10 and 5. If
That's
they're already
good.
spending $100, I think I can do that. Limited quantity? There is no limited quantity.
They can have as many as they want.
Oh, you should get
They can have as
It's
many
a
as they
limited
want.
edition, limited edition. And there's a.
Now there's a limited reward. Here's the premium, $1,000, where they get a framed and shipped crudely drawn cock of oppression.
I'll tell you what. For
For $1,000, yeah.
With tubes.
You know what? For $1,000, I will go through the effort of getting a giant Kinko's blown up print of these drawings and frame it. Like I'm talking about like one of those 3 feet by 4 feet ones.
Yeah.
I will send it to somebody.
Totally.
So okay, let's limit this down because I don't want to do too many of these just in case.
Just
Because-
two is fine, this one and that one.
And then like a $25 one where you get a digital copy with your name on it.
Okay.
Now that's a lot of work, just a digital copy. You don't want to customize all those cocks.
I would, dude. I could sit there for days, just write a name, write a name, write a name, write
The
a name.
shipping
tolerant
for
than I
this
am.
would be $50, I think. If I remember my shipping from selling stuff online.
Well, if you're going to ship it internationally, it could be quite expensive. But $1,000 is about right.
I don't think anybody in the world really is going to want this, but
don't bet on it. There's probably someone, right?
Description. Okay, you get your own. I'm gonna spray paint it gold. This is gonna be a golden cock.
The man with the Midas touch. First touch. Do. Such a gold member. Do.
Poisson.
Ugh, I can't even type right now. It's so late. The true. That's not even what I want to say. Seat of rule.
Does that
In
make any sense?
our world. Does that sound artistic-y and bullshitty enough?
Yeah.
No, maybe you should say
Painting
golden cock
show the
painting.
true seat of rule in our world. I don't know. It doesn't really sound hipster enough.
Should I add fascist?
In our extremely oppressed world by cis white males.
Just
All right. Does that sound like something Anthony Chu would go for?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, you got to think about it. You got to think who are the people that these crazies look up to. You got what's his nuts Chew, Anita Sar douchebag, Brianna Stickbutt.
What's his nuts?
John McIntosh. That guy.
Full retard, and then fucking.
You gotta admit though that Macintosh is a masterful puppeteer. He's turned Anita into his fucking crazy ass puppet.
I'll bet you anything Anita and Macintosh are fucking sleeping together.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
Don't put your cis white cock in me. I'm going to oppress you. Ugh.
fuck.
Yeah, whenever they go to bed, around about 11 o'clock, she turns out the light, and he turns around and whispers to her, it's time for oppression. And there's that uncomfortable feeling of a bulge.
What if it was role reverse and like Anita's got this giant strap-on white dildo and it's like, I'm going to oppress you now, Macintosh.
Okay, let's talk
Counter
about that for a
oppression.
second. Pegging is a thing. Did you guys know that? I didn't
What
even
is
know
it?
what it was before this whole GamerGate thing started. Like,
Wait, what's the thing?
girl does it.
I'm pegging up.
Michael, what is pegging?
I don't like it. Maybe I do. Never mind. I'm not saying anything about pegging.
What the hell is pegging?
Pegging. So what I found out was pegging is what when a woman takes a strap on and does a guy with it.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
I just thought that was, a simple role reversal, bisexual, or possible gay sex, but okay.
No, so they kind of that's been the linking for like that they're like, oh, Anita's pegging Macintosh, like, you know what I mean?
Oh.
Because putting the oppression in him.
Oh boy.
Oh man, this is getting terrible.
Oh, we went from like high up class GamerGate to like we don't even give a shit anymore. It's happy hour. It's happy hour GamerGate.
And we're pegging. And if you want pegging pics, if you don't know what pegging
Dude, you should do a $2,000 pegging picture. Macintosh, and it would be called reverse oppressor.
Play a picture of the reverse professor.
That sounds like the reverse oppressor. It's like some upside down backwards anal fisting. I'm trying to get the bullshit. I'm trying to get the.
Okay, so does this work?
Oh my god.
Dude, no, put the $2,000 up there for the pegger. Call it the pegger.
I don't even know how I would do that.
Dude, just draw like a stick figure of Anita and a stick figure of Macintosh, and Max got the dildo.
I think that one would be too far off the gold train.
You could get some pretty extreme followers for that.
I think actually this is
How about
good.
this? You know what? I know a guy who makes stickers. Right? So should I do like a?
Dude, I would totally fucking sport the dictator sticker.
Okay, so I'm gonna do just because I have to buy them in bulk just in case. Yeah, I have to buy them at like $100 or 100 of them at a time, and they're $1 each, sort of thing. So I'll just put 30 per sticker. Because that's how this shit works, right?
I would totally fucking pay for a dictator sticker.
Okay, let's do 2015. Ship anywhere in the world. It only costs like $1. Or actually, technically it costs $4. I've shipped stickers.
Don't you have
internationally.
to fucking put it in like a little envelope and then put the little stupid stamps on it?
Yeah, well, anyway, John McIntosh and Anita Sarkeesian, if you'd want to see it.
Wait, what? Where?
Hangouts, look at it.
I can't. The group chat is not there.
For what? I don't see anything in the group chat.
Neither do I.
Yeah, Anita.
Are you talking about the stream chat?
Yeah, stream chat.
Hold on a second. There we go. Alright, gotta link it again.
If they're watching us chat, welcome to the conversation.
I think we scared a shit ton of people away. Actually, I'm gonna actually take a quick moment to signal boost this.
Oh God.
Oh.
Oh God, that picture just ruined Robin Hood for me.
What was it?
It's the okay. Do you remember back in like the and well, I'm pretty sure it was way before the 90s, but the Robin Hood Disney film where it's the fox that plays Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it's like that, except he's getting owned in the ass by a female fox with a fucking strap on.
Oh Jesus.
That just, God damn it. I shouldn't have looked.
Alright, there we go. I just signal boosted it. Oops. Alright, back to the Kickstarter. Okay. How many stickers should I do? I'll do 100.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
back.
but if he buys in bulk, then it's not going to be that much. So.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm doing is fuckery. It's art, man. It's fucking art.
Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Hey, nice face there, Nick.
Okay, so here we go. These are the rewards we got. We got the Cock of Oppression print, right? We have the Golden Cock painting.
I must say that sounds truly divine. The Golden Cock painting. Really
we
exquisite
have-
piece of postmodern oppression revelation.
I've studied art. I will make it like a postmodern piece of shit. I will seriously do crazy amount of research to make sure it is dead on. Okay, then we got 25. Actually, $25 is too much for wallpaper. I'll do $10. You get your own digital cock wallpaper. $1 is just thanks for helping us stop the dictatorship. And then for $30, you get a sticker. A nice
Hey!
that you can put on your car.
For $5, a cock-shaped cookie.
Then he's gonna have to bake a lot of cookies unless you're talking about digital print cookies.
You gotta be careful with that. You can't send them food because then if they eat it and get sick, they'll sue you.
Yeah, so there's going to be none of that. My local, I'm just going to tell you right now, my local printer that I go for all my cards, all my stickers, lanyards, and all that shit is going to fucking hate me because I've done shit like this before as jokes, but not at this scale. If this actually works, okay. Choose a video. I don't want to do a video. Let's see.
Describe the story of your product.
Choose a video from computer? No, I don't need to do that. Actually, you know what? Does anybody know a good YouTube video that is just insanity?
Dice Scum.
Dice Scum.
There's a video called Dice Scum?
Yeah, hold on. Dice Scum. Which one is it? Is it the Sargon of Akkad or 4chan videos?
4chan videos.
Alright. Chat.
And I'm probably horrified to use some of the stuff that's on my computer. On just my phone. That's why I'm scared to let strangers ever use my phone.
Alright, sorry about that. My internet oppressed me and I'm back.
Welcome back.
More heavy breathing.
Heavy breathing intensifies. Oh wait, asthma. I love that meme where it shows the fat cat going heavy breathing and it's like.
Okay, so this is a totally legitimate project in an effort to dethrone. Oops, didn't spell that right. Dethrone the patriarchy. Patriarchy. Oops. Oh, what the fuck happened with that? Alright. The system doesn't want to work for me. Well, stop doing that. Okay, whatever. If it's badly done, that's fine. Oh, I need to put an exclamation mark on that. I don't even... God damn it. I'm having my ex-girlfriend contact me right now. Alright, this is a totally legitimate project in an effort to dethrone the patriarchy. What else should I say, guys?
It will spread the knowledge of what oppression is by delivering a series of exquisite artworks which frame the problem and its source.
Knowledge of... the knowledge of it, and... Sorry, I missed that part.
Which
it will spread the knowledge
of its source.
Okay.
And deliver that knowledge to the public. By contributing, you too can help defeat the patriarchy and oppression of the dictators by donating to this project. Or something like that.
Alright, I'm not the best speed typer. By contributing, you will help... What was the next part?
You will help to defeat the oppressive dictatorship and can receive...
Defeat is too weak.
Sorry?
How about destroy? How about destroy? Just to make it a little more...
Obliterate.
Demasculate.
Yeah, emasculate.
But those... They don't use that. They use things like destroy, so...
Okay.
I don't know. But keep going. What? Help to destroy the
oppressive dictatorship. With great donation comes great reward. Oh, wait, they wouldn't use that phrasing. You can receive your own piece of art with a substantial donation. Something like that.
And in the process, you will receive... God damn it. And... Because they like exclusive, right? Because as much as they want to be quote-unquote inclusive, they're all about exclusivity.
Yep.
Yeah, so an exclusive piece of art which you can show to your friends.
Unique, right?
Yeah, unique, exclusive artwork. Something like that.
Also, instead of totally, which is in White Girl, use literally a legitimate project.
Because when things are written down, they're literal, and literal is very important these days, I've noticed.
Alright, don't go full Tate. I mean, come on.
It's tricky to avoid going full Tate, isn't it?
Literally, it will be.
Wait, so don't go with that?
It's literally difficult to do.
Wait, hold on. Type, because you guys are talking back and forth, just type it in the chat and I'll copy and paste it. Alright. Other options are here. Also, what about that video? Should I make a legitimate video?
You could. You could leave it blank for now. Go back with a video that talks about get a female friend to present it, just talking about the piece of art and the patriarchy. You know, make a script and then get a female friend to talk the script, record it, and just like show the artwork moving about very artistically.
Well, why would I do that? Why don't I just show the image of the penis going slowly in, slowly out?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That kind of artistic render. Yeah, classical music. Yeah, that works for me. I think that will work very well with the target audience.
Remember to put a filter on.
Oh boy.
Okay, so let's pick out some music for this real quick because it'll take literally like 3 seconds.
You need something like very orchestral, maybe just piano. You know what? Fucking just get like some indie folk music in there.
Like this.
Maybe it should be an orchestra. Yeah.
This I think works.
Yep,
Wait, just
there you go.
okay. So it's gonna be that, just repeated over and over again, or the same image over and over again, coming in from different angles. Does that work?
Perfect.
That
Exquisite.
works. Perfect. It's exclusive.
Literally exclusive.
Literally exclusive.
Why isn't this thing loading? Oh god, this is gonna be terrible. I almost feel like a bad person, but I don't care. Okay. Project is just gonna be called Cop.
So, does anyone want to place a bet on how much the project raises by the end of December?
Alright, I'm gonna place down a bet on nothing, and I'm gonna place my predictions on over $5,000. And all the money raised would go to me because I'm gonna win, and if you say anything else, you're oppressing me.
How dare you oppress me? You want to be winner?
My Patreon has more money than you. You're oppressing me.
No, you're oppressing me with your rich
No, I have the louder voice. I have the louder voice. You're oppressing me.
No, I'm not oppressing you. I have the
La
law.
la la la. I can't hear you, oppressor. La la.
Wait, where did I put that image?
You oppressor.
You're such an oppressor.
You're an oppressor.
I lost the image. Where did I put it now?
You fucked up, man.
I'm like, I had it, and then it's gone. Hold on one second. It has to be here. I just had it. Oh, there it is. It's in the top left-hand corner of. I'm using a 42-inch screen for my computer screen, so.
I have a 32-inch.
Oh, I didn't know it was open.
I think you might get $5,000 if someone doesn't close it down over some in terms of whatever Bob service agreement debacle.
How can it be closed down for that? I'm not breaking any rules.
I don't know what the rules are, but that's the only way they could stop it. Whoever, if someone's looking at it and takes offence at the tone and the fact it's a satirical piece, you know, if people want to buy it, I think it's legit, they can buy it. If they think this is valuable to them, I think that's cool. I would be perfectly happy if they bought it. I mean, I think it's artistic, it's literally exclusive. I would sit there on like my webcam with people and show them my art, you know, no problem.
Okay, now I gotta make. I've almost finished. Literally, this is how much time I'm taking with it. I've literally almost finished the video. This is terrible. Oh. Okay. Okay, I gotta do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm just putting in all the effects for video transfer. This is so bad. Oh
hey,
man,
it's gonna work. I'm telling you, it's literally gonna work.
Oh man, this is like almost too good and terrible in the same way. Okay,
what would be fantastic is if your project really takes off and you're interviewed as some kind of leading feminist by a newspaper.
If I will just be dribbling spit the whole time. Every time they ask me a question, I'm just gonna go patriarchy, and then like walk away. Because seriously, if you're going to support something like this, you are not a feminist. You're an opportunist and a snide piece of shit. You know? And it's just like, no way. Okay, let's do. Okay, I got one. Actually, you know what? No, this is good enough. 48 seconds, because the patriarchy doesn't deserve a minute.
This one. Oh, wow. This is a really, really nice jacket.
Okay, I got it. This is gonna be perfect. Let me just I'm running this through real quick. Double here. I'll show you what I did really quickly. Okay. So this is. Oh wait, I have to start off with a fade into black, right?
Okay, guys.
Here you guys go. Here's the project.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Wow. I wish people could actually see this.
That is really something.
Sorry. I can't stop laughing at this.
Dude, you gotta have the slow fades. You gotta match it with the music. You gotta have the slow
Okay.
fade.
Yeah.
You slow fades? Okay, hold on one second.
Like, yeah, when you're doing the transitions between each of the same picture, you gotta do the slow crossfades.
Okay, hold on one second. I want to make that music up a little quicker. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do.
Do.
Okay, so I'm gonna match all the transitions with the music.
Oh my god.
This is gonna be terrible. I hope you guys are ready for it.
Totally ready.
Totally terrible. I feel terrible making this. That's how terrible it is. And I'm pretty fine with doing terrible things on video work stuff. So. Yeah. Oh, we have to have a long fade to black, right?
Yeah.
And there we go. Okay, let's see how that worked.
Oh, this is like the business card scene from American Psycho. I love it. You know, everything right. The texture's good. The colors are good. The theme is exquisite. Literally the best artwork I've seen in many years.
Dude, did you see that? It was double-headed for a second.
Inspiring. Revelations about the oppression.
Dude, this is incredible. I'm so moved right now.
Tears are just coming to my eyes. It really helps me to understand the oppression that people feel as a consequence of my cis white maleness.
Okay, so this is being exported right now.
All right.
Most touching piece I've ever seen. It really hit home. Literally hit home.
All right, so here we go. What was that?
It literally hit
I
home.
I was just trying to say I want to close it down. I'm kind of fed up.
Oh, you wanted to close up soon? It's getting late.
Yeah, I've been here since the beginning, so I'm kind of tired.
How many hours have you been doing this? You sent me a message earlier, right?
Yeah, I think we've been going for 6 hours.
Oh Jesus! All right, so let's see how should I do this then? Because I'm sure I need your creative guys' input to finish this off.
I think you're almost there.
Yeah, it's almost done. After I upload it, Okay, that's... What else do I have to do here? Story, about you, and then that's it. So we got that. It's short and sweet. Okay, risk. Let's do this really quick so that he could get out of here. Risks. If you don't support this Kickstarter, you are...
support the patriarchy.
Well, I was going to say you are funding the patriarchy.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Wait, did I do that right? No, I didn't. Okay. So, if you do not support this Kickstarter, you are funding the patriarchy. Can you afford to do that? Question mark? Does that work?
Or should another strong female voice be trampled?
Okay, no. Wait, because they're going to see it's a guy running this. Don't let strong. Because I don't want to be... I think we... Because, honestly, I don't have a problem with that, but I have a problem with this whole patriarchy bullshit thing that they spew all the time. So I want to keep it to that. Let's see, is this video done? Okay. And then we could go on to the final step. Actually, can I save this just in case right now?
Oh, what was that on your fucking...
Oh. My what is it called? I forgot her name. It's, when I was working for Flixus.com. You're talking about her?
Yeah.
That's April O'Neil.
Oh.
April O'Neil, the porn star. I used to talk to her because she helped promote some of my work stuff. Okay, so the video's done. Okay. Cox, MP4. Look at that lightning fast upload speed. Okay, so I'm wondering what the about you should be. Do you guys have any thoughts you want to get in there?
By sharing and reading this video, you help us smash the patriarchy.
And then that's it?
Yep.
Or should I... Actually, you know what? Why don't I just do the risks and challenges and just copy and paste it 3 times? I think that would be the artistic thing to do, right?
That would.
All right. And then after this, we're saving it. Actually, where's the save button? There's no... Oh, it's down here.
In my butt.
All right. Guys, we're about to battle the patriarchy. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
This is going to be so terrible. So terrible. Your video is encoded. All right.
I think this shows that I'm a bad influence on people, and that my ideas can often have interesting consequences.
Okay. Oh, wait. What did I name that last file? Actually, here. This was an image that I used beforehand. That I did as a joke thing for a contest. It's called the XCOC 360 controller.
I would totally play with an XCOC.
I'm gonna actually put my site on here just to fuck with people, to have them. Oh my god, did you see what they did? I could use a traffic spike.
Lolly.
For the lulz,
If they
man.
look it up, they can see it's a proper company, so...
Alright. Oh, actually... Got to add 3 of them.
But the name?
I think we're done, right? That's it.
Okay.
Account? Customize. I don't know what to do with this. Oh, I guess this is just your identification stuff.
Good news, everyone!
Alright, well, I'll just put all my personals in here. And then it's up. And I think I don't know how should we spread this link, guys.
GamerGate 14 on Facebook. And checking is my jam, and professional, and also 420 Tumblr girls and Tumblristas. Share it with all the Tumblr and feminist mock groups just to see. Tell us, help us fight the patriarchy. This link.
Put it in the Reddit feminist group. Say you're looking for funding to support the downfall of the patriarchy.
How many people? Well, I don't want to link it. My account is very heavily tied. Does anybody have a Reddit account that's not tied to like Kotaku in Action?
I don't even have an account.
Okay. I think. Okay, so it's. I think it's done now.
You're done.
Okay, so they're just asking me to do the last bit of sign up, and I'm about to post it. This is going live, guys. Ode to Cock, first thing is going to be shown to the world.
Good news, everyone.
All right. Amazon connect to. I don't want to even do the Amazon payment thing. Continue. I think that's it. Can I just publish? An error occurred. You must verify the email address. You must identify. Oh, I have to set up a... Okay. Well, you know what I'll do? Guys, did you guys join the Let's Talk Games Facebook group?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. I'm gonna post this link after I finish, because this is gonna be a bunch of bullshit that's gonna take a little bit of time, and obviously our gracious host has to sleep. So I'll finish this up, and I'll post it there for everybody's enjoyment.
I'm just gonna.
GamerGate 14 group, right?
I'm sorry?
You're posting GamerGate 2014 group, right?
I don't know what GamerGate.
I'll copy it across from one group into the other GamerGate groups on Facebook. I've got no problem with that. I'm in them all.
Okay.
Okay, that's because I'm only in one group, and that's GamerGate 2014. So if anyone knows other GamerGate groups, send me some links and let me join them, because I'm actually trying to, get myself known and spread the word to the unknowns about the GamerGate.
The GamerGates, they're good for you. You need to inject one GamerGate a day.
Interestingly, I'm looking at the Kickstarter art projects, and the one that came up first was Queer Dinosaur Journey as Destination. So I think this project is equally artistic and valid. Although I will say their crude drawings are rather less crude than ours, but, maybe our art style will improve with time.
Oh, shit. This thing wants me to get my ID and everything up on here. Alright. Let's see how this is. Where did I be? This is fucking insane. Alright, this is gonna take way too long, guys, but yeah. I'm putting it on the line here. Okay. God, this is ridiculous. You guys don't seem to understand how much bullshit you have to put up with all this.
Everyone.
Wow. Is this gonna fuck up my thing? I just hit allow.
Look back on us, we will all have a good laugh about it. And if it does knock down the GamerGate movement, which I doubt, we'll all have a good laugh and laugh about it.
Okay. I just did the verification. This is terrible. Alright. They're analyzing it.
There is a art project on it, Poland Ball Map of the World 2014 poster in Kickstarter. This is no different in terms of quality.
How much money is that shit making?
So far they've had £22 sterling, but they've only just started.
£22?
Not bad. That's like a couple of cheeseburgers from Mackie D's.
Dude, £22? That's fucking. That's like $35 something, $40
Yeah,
in the United States.
$35, $40.
I could buy a DS game for that.
Dude, fuck that shit. I'd go out for dinner.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna treat myself to Chili's and Apple same night.
I love how high your aims are. That's an inspiration to us all.
Oh man, this is so terrible. I kind of want to put this image of Jeff Keighley up that I made, where it's like a super advanced Dorito Pope one that I did. But I think the provided document quality was not good enough for verification. What? All right. Well, I mean, obviously our host has to go, so I'll finish up all the. Do you guys have any plugs or anything you want to say to people before you take off?
Is that good night? Nah.
All hail the patriarchy.
Okay, I guess I could do like outros and who are we and where we come from and stuff. And how to follow us and stuff.
Oh, did my thing get all fucked up just now because I hit the back button? Ugh. I hope this didn't fuck everything up.
It's tough to be a Kickstarter. You've got to really work at it.
This stuff is actually, I think they put in all this shit because I did a Kickstarter before, and this is way more shit that you have to enter than beforehand. I mean, for kind of it's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You guys should plug your Twitters and stuff for the people who are still on the channel.
Okay. It's that in a second.
Alright, if you don't have anything to say, I'm just gonna stop the broadcast and just say something before I just close everything down. Is that alright?
Sure.
Okay. Thanks everyone for listening, even though we got kind of off topic at the last part. But thanks everyone for listening, and see you next time.